hour of what you're doing, then, it's crazy. Yeah. And so, with about 5 minutes, 2 minutes, you're actually going to be going around one person, right? What we need to do like a 12 minute, and there's, I mean, that's so nice.
They look fine. That's right. That's the pronunciation. That's fine. They're doing the chime to let people know.
think it's because, you know how it is, people come late.
Yeah, yeah, there was a line of folks that were registering, and I was like, Katie, this is speaking this 10 minutes late. So, never knew that, never did that.
Also, it's raining, so.
I haven't started yet? No. Yeah, after you. Everyone will be trapped inside. No one will want to leave.
Oh goodness, Greg is our new CEO at the CUNY. Sure, you can do that. Yeah, you actually kind of have to start like yelling at people.
Closer than further away for speakers and everybody else. Come on down, don't be shy. Please, everybody know that there's no food or beverages in here. So if you've come in with food or beverages, please go outside and throw it out. Otherwise, you will be kicked out, not by us, by the house. Sorry. All right, we're going to get started in 2 minutes, folks. Thank you. What? Again, if you've got food or drink in here, you will be expelled. So please don't. Apparently, we have a big line up front causing a almost fire hazard, so we're just kind of giving it some time. All right. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the New York City Employment and Training Coalition's 2022 conference, Advancing Talent and Equity. Advancing Talent and Equity for a Thriving Economy. Not only our first conference in over 3 years, but also NYCETC's 25th anniversary. My name is Annie Garniva. I've had the honor of working with many of you over the last 11 years at the coalition, and I've had the privilege of serving as the interim CEO for the last 10 months. Beyond its death toll and healthcare tragedies, the pandemic and subsequent recession highlighted and deepened our city's already unbearable inequity and uneven access to economic growth. Over 1 million New Yorkers lost their jobs. And while the job losses impacted workers across every socioeconomic experience, the losses disproportionately impacted women, people of color, low-income workers, immigrants, and historically marginalized New Yorkers. These are the New Yorkers that you, the coalition's members and partners, never stopped supporting through training and job placement services over the last 2.5 years, despite a skyrocketing demand for workforce services, while budget cuts, staff layoffs, and burnout ran rampant. In fact, our members met the pandemic's turmoil with incredible innovation and urgency, pivoting programming, developing digital curricula, and deepening wraparound services. New York City's workforce development community is truly exceptional in its diversity, tenacity, and steadfast commitment to ensuring that this city's remarkable economic opportunities are driven by and for New Yorkers and our communities. Today's conference is a celebration of the field's imagination and work, or as I have lovingly been referring to it while organizing this conference for the last 2 months, an array of idea appetizers to whet your palate and inspire you to build and collaborate. Before we begin, I would like to express my great appreciation to our incredible team. Stephanie Birmingham, who you met up front, running our registration desk, Lena Bisse, who you'll see today stage managing, and MJ Delgado Roche, who is back there doing Zoom, for all that they do and for helping to pull together today's program. I would also like to acknowledge our board of directors, representing 22 of the coalition's over 200 members, all incredible leaders who provide an invaluable service to the coalition and our great city each and every day. I would also like to thank the volunteers here today who are giving their time to help produce today's event. We literally could not have done this without you. Many people here today are dedicated members of the coalition and our work to educate the field and increase investments in our communities, while many others are new to the coalition. Whether a committed member and partner or joining for the first time, you have come together to listen, share, and learn from each other with one common mission: become better at our shared craft of providing skills, training, and education into high-quality jobs and careers, and to work together to advocate to advance policy, practice, and outcomes for the city's workforce system. Throughout the day, please take a moment to share your experience in social media using the hashtag NYCETC 2022 conference and tag us at NYCETC_org and follow us on Twitter and Instagram. This year's conference theme, Advancing Talent and Equity for a Thriving Economy, will examine the systemic, programmatic, and business challenges and impactful solutions found within the workforce and economic development system. The morning's agenda is centered around the city's vision for an improved workforce ecosystem and equitable recovery. We're excited to hear from Mayor Eric Adams and other leaders from the mayor's office, city agencies, and the city council on their vision and plans for creating a stronger system and services for New Yorkers and businesses, and how service providers can collaborate and grow. As the day goes, we'll examine the landscape of workforce services and how organizations across the system are collaborating and developing functional and actionable programming for their clients to access careers in our 21st century economy. Themes for the afternoon slate of programming include program structures and funding, talent development, the Great Resignation, labor market needs, and the role of unions in organizing. Throughout the day, you'll also hear from your peers through TED Talk style presentations, focused on innovative solutions to problems many of you have experienced in the workforce development sector. We hope you will be inspired to connect and implement similar efforts within your own organizations. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Kathleen Culhane, President of Non-Traditional Employment for Women and NYCETC's Board Chair.
Hi, good morning all. Again, on behalf of the New York City Employment and Training Coalition and their Board of Directors, I want to welcome you to our conference today. And what I am confident will be a dynamic and informative series of conversations and presentations that will help us recognize the tremendous achievements of our members and the complexity of this post-pandemic workforce landscape. As the president of NYU, an organization celebrating its 44th year, thank you. I lead a talented team that is committed to training, placing, and supporting women in the skill-building trades in New York City and beyond. The tradeswomen that we work with were identified as essential workers 2 years ago, on the front lines, making sure that hospitals and other care providing facilities were open from the start of the pandemic. And during those years, we pivoted from in-person to virtual to hybrid. We found new ways to support our community, and we kept our graduates on track while caring for each other. And I am guessing that sounds very familiar to many of you. COVID has changed our work, but our coalition never wavered. We dug in, and we really dug in, and provided pathways to stability and success. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. At a truly transformative moment in the history of our city, the New York City Employment and Training Coalition is poised to reimagine the intersection between workforce development and economic development, and to position all New Yorkers for success in the 21st century. This would not have been possible without the skill and dedication of a truly powerful women-led team. And I want to take a moment here to acknowledge and thank Annie Garniva for each one of her 11 years of commitment to the coalition, and especially for her stewardship and diligence during these last two. Thank you, Annie. And at this time, I am very pleased and proud to introduce you to the new Chief Executive Officer of the NYCETC, Greg Morris. Greg joins us having spent 25 years in New York City as a leader, practitioner, and advocate on both the city and state level for education and workforce development. He is now tasked with guiding New York City Employment and Training Coalition's efforts to respond to and transform a fractured workforce system and close the disproportionate gaps in employment and earnings New Yorkers face across race, gender, age, and industry. It is fair to say that it is a heavy lift and it will take time, but Greg, we got your back. Thank you.
I wanted to start out there because that's where my career started. 25 years in the sector. It started in education and workforce development programs. And I'm deeply, deeply proud of the teams and partners that I've worked with over the years to build communities, to be able to ensure job readiness and success, to move folk from a first job to a future job, to a career, to an education plan, to a credential, and to a degree, because that's what you do, and that's what we do together. And that's the pathway to economic mobility. That's the pathway to ensuring that someone can live in a city that, can we agree, is increasingly more and more difficult to afford? It's truly an honor to be responsible for the coalition right now. And I want to move as quickly to the panels and chats because we have a stacked deck today of extraordinary leaders from every sector and every corner of our city to stand together today to share their thinking with you about what they believe the future holds. But it's important for us to agree on the following point: that unless we start thinking about how we do together, we are not going to be able to heal a fractured workforce development system. And by the way, and I think we can all agree as well, that if our sole focus is simply on finding jobs, that's not enough. That it's a career path that will always be the difference maker. And to ensure that that's possible, you have to be at the front. You have to lead the pack, and you have to explain to folks how to make that real. Are you in on that? Is that something you believe in? Is that something that matters to you? We have reckoned with an unimaginable crisis in public health, and it disproportionately impacted Black and brown New Yorkers, lower income New Yorkers, folks in high poverty neighborhoods. That's what we've been through. And it's not enough right now to stand and say, there's a North Star, we don't want to go back. It's not enough just to say it. We have to create the scaffolding to reach that North Star. And that requires systemic change because of the persistent and structural inequities that disproportionately impact Black and brown New Yorkers, lower income New Yorkers, and folks who live in higher poverty neighborhoods. The way we teach and train, the way we partner, the way we fund and employ, the way we organize has to change. But the way we think about our city's value and purpose as it relates to social mobility and equity and affordable has to change first. That's what today is about. That's what today is planting the flag to focus on and believe in. This 200-member coalition represents the interests and desires of 600,000 New Yorkers. 600,000. That's 15% of the entire workforce. And that's a body, by the way, that we work with, that you work with, that the coalition work with, primarily made of women who still earn 80 cents for every dollar a man does. It's made up of the 16 to 24s whose unemployment rate skyrocketed during the pandemic and hasn't yet bounced back. It's made up of folks we train who are older adults who have to make really hard choices every month about food, medicine, and rent, and are thinking about, for the first time in their lives, a second act career because they got to figure out how to live in the city. And who else is made up? Who else is it that we train? It's immigrants and parents and NYCHA residents. It's justice-involved individuals. It's the homeless, just to name a few. You're focused on their success. You're focused on the ready for what's next. You're focused on preparing them for a 21st century economy. And I know this, as I've said, because I've been a part of teams that have done this work for a very long time, working in collaboration and coordination with teams and individuals, each of you, who don't get caught up in where someone starts from. Don't get lost in the perceived limitations that some folks have. Like you, I believe in resilience. Like you, it's about being relentless about potential. We are the largest workforce association in the country. That's what you are part of. And that makes us a force for the change we seek. So today, my friends, my peers, my colleagues, whether you're an educator or a job developer, whether you're a reporter, an analyst, you're an agency representative or a union rep, an employer or an elected official, because they're all coming today, whether you're an intern or the mayor of New York City who's coming today to see you, take the time you need to look outward at what matters. Take the time you need to look inward about what you're going to do, because each of us carries the weight of changing the course. And each of us is going to be responsible for fulfilling our city's collective promise. Once again, I thank you for allowing me this tremendous opportunity. And like you know, we got work to do. Thank you, everybody. I need to acknowledge our tremendous sponsors that make today possible. Without them, we couldn't put this together. We couldn't gather together in this space. Our premier and supporter level sponsors, JP Morgan, the New York City Economic Development Corporation, the Mayor's Office of Talent and Workforce Development, Common Point Queens, Grant Associates, and the Lester Fund. So generous, so supportive. Please give them a round of applause. And please join us in welcoming one of our conference sponsors, Rafia Zahir Udin, Vice President of Global Philanthropy at JP Morgan Chase and Company. Please come and join us right now. Thank you so much. Please, we need a large round of applause for this one.
Wow, I'm not sure how to follow that, but I'll try. Good morning. It's wonderful to be in community with you all. I see some familiar faces, colleagues, mentors, and peers. Before I start, I want to acknowledge the amazing team at the New York City Employment Training Coalition for coordinating today's conference. And I also really want to welcome Greg to his new role at the organization. It seems like he's hit the ground running. My name is Rafia. I'm part of the corporate responsibility team at JP Morgan Chase. In my role, I help oversee and lead our firm's philanthropic investment strategy in the Northeast. So not just New York, but everything down from Maine to New York. While I'm here today representing one of New York City's largest private employers and as a funder, I come to this work with over a decade of public service, most recently having spent the last 5.5 years working for the City of New York on workforce development policy and strategy. I not only understand the challenges that the workforce development community is facing, but I've been at the forefront co-designing solutions with some of you in the room to help New Yorkers with barriers to employment. I think we've all heard through the remarks this morning how disproportionately impacted people of color, Black and Brown, immigrant, young adults without a formal education and have had with the pandemic and with their employment opportunities. At JP Morgan Chase, we're invested in ensuring that there's an equitable economic recovery for all New Yorkers, and we're bringing the full force of our firm's expertise and resources. So that doesn't just include money, it includes the work we do in policy and research and capacity building to support organizations on the ground. In line with our $30 billion racial equity commitment to support economic opportunity for Black, Latino, and Latina communities in New York, we're prioritizing initiatives that support transversal skills development and support people of color to have the skills they need to succeed in a changing economy. This includes sector-specific investments in tech and tech-enabled jobs for New Yorkers that are pursuing careers in as programmers, as coders, as customer success and operations associates, but also thinking ahead of how we're building and seeding investments to support career pathway opportunities in clean energy and clean tech. Everything we do has a through line of ensuring that we're supporting equity and career mobility for people of color. I believe that we're all here today with similar motivations. We want to better understand the workforce landscape. We want to understand how we can better support the ecosystem, and more importantly, how do we better collaborate? Things that you've heard Greg talk about in his speech. As I wrap up, I'll leave you and hope that you take away from the presentations and panel discussions today an opportunity to think collectively of how we can work together to advance equity and also opportunities for job seekers in New York, because we realize we can't do it alone. We need employers working with training providers, working with government, working with employment, employers and employment agencies. And I hope that we all find opportunities to connect and network today and connect and network to work together. Thank you.
One more round of applause because the sponsors make all the difference in the world. I told you we got a stacked deck. Here it comes. Panel number one. I have the pleasure of introducing our first panel of the day, the city's economic recovery and future of workers. Please join me in welcoming co-chairs and members of the Future of Workers Task Force. Lauren Anderson, University Associate Provost of Careers and Industry Partnerships at CUNY. Katie Galstegi, the President and CEO of Goodwill Industries of Greater New York and Northern New Jersey. Lizette Nieves, the President of the Fund for the City of New York. Abby Jo Siegel, the Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Talent and Workforce Development. And Alicia Steinman, the Metro New York Office Managing Partner at Ernst & Young, all in conversation with New York One's Errol Lewis. Give folks a round of applause as they come up.
Good morning, and good morning to everyone watching on the live stream. We have only a little bit of time, so we're going to jump right into it. I know that, like many of you, when you say government or public-private task force, people start to wonder, well, is this just a placeholder? Is this just a way to frame a question? Or is this really going to be something that guides and shapes policy? And that's what I think we all want to know as well. So we're going to get into it. Let me start by asking each of the panelists to say briefly, we've seen barriers to entry to different career pathways. That, of course, is the task at hand. On the other hand, we have a very unusual economy, so that many of the ways that we've developed techniques to deal with this may or may not apply in the age of work from home or as we recover from the pandemic. And would love to get your impressions as to how this task force can best address those issues. And let me start with you, Alicia.
Sure. Thanks for having me. As the lone employer here, I'm happy to join these other colleagues. When we think about workforce development and the pandemic, we shifted to a hybrid model, right? So we all got used to working in a remote environment very quickly. So we adapted to Zoom and Teams, and I think that gives us a unique opportunity to train and to hire in many different ways that we didn't think were possible before. So I'm excited to collaborate and getting more New Yorkers employed. So folks who maybe didn't have the same flexibility of coming to work every day in an office, or maybe folks with disabilities who have challenges. Those are the folks that we're collectively targeting and hoping to re-engage into the workforce.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm next. I thank you for having me. It's fantastic to be here. I think we have a real opportunity right now. I often say the stars are aligned. We learned a lot over the past 2 years from the pandemic. We also know a lot as a field. We have a lot of best practice and learnings. And what we don't have is a system that's truly working for New Yorkers or for employers or for the economy overall. So the goal here is really to take those learnings from here in New York, from the work that all of you do, and also from around the country and around the world, and say, okay, we're New York, we're going to have the best talent development system of any place. And what do we need to do that? And that's really the task at hand with this task force. And to do so it's not just one sector, one silo, just the public, just the private, just the nonprofit. It's all of us together, because it's not a single entity, sector, or organization that's going to get us to where we need to be. So I think we're at a good time. We have the state and city in conversations in ways we haven't seen before. We have a federal government that's supportive. So we're ready to go. So I think it's a good time.
And we have the voluntary sector as well, Lizette.
Yes, hi. I think one of the things that's going to be exciting about this is that we actually get to baseline what the field has been doing already, which is what are the outcomes, right? What do we know that are going to be really excellent kind of programming and standards that happen there? And then we could do that at a level, but more importantly, also say where along the path of workers are there opportunities? Those with disabilities, those who are just out of school, those who are older workers, right? And I think right now, people don't get a sense of the continuum of the kind of sophisticated provider community that's out there. So we could give them a sense of that continuity, but we could also give them a baseline of what does quality mean in that. And then it's really catching up to the field. So I'm looking forward to that.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I had to run out there for a second and get a little water.
I'm really looking forward to this task force. People have been asking me, obviously, what it might be different about this task force. And I do think that what I'm looking forward to and what I think is really different is the building. We really have put a lot in place, what we've learned in the last several years, not just from the pandemic, but the work that we called for in the past, and the building blocks are there. If we talk about common metrics, if we talk about the work with employers, if we talk about the industry partnerships, we've got a lot of great building blocks that I think this task force can really force forward. And I'm very excited to see the change and what could be different in this particular time.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good to see you all. Good to see some familiar faces. And also greetings on behalf of Chancellor Felix Matos Rodriguez, who is co-chairing this task force and wishes he could be here today, but sends his regards. This past decade and the past 3 years has seen so much evolution and really accelerated the kind of change that we knew was coming in the long run, but had to really tackle very quickly. And that will always be the case when it comes to workforce, when it comes to workers. There will always be change. I come from the tech sector where skills are evolving every single minute and every single year. It's hard to predict 2 years in advance, let alone 10. And so the thing that will allow us all to succeed and thrive in serving New Yorkers and getting into jobs and helping businesses grow is building the muscle of working together to anticipate and adapt to those changes as they come. So this was a really interesting couple of years for testing out how that would work and accelerating that. And this task force is sort of critical to not just information sharing, not just talking about this moment in time, but actually building off the learnings of the past and integrating how we build that muscle for working together so that when big changes happen in the future, which they will, we're ready for them and we can work together as a system.
Okay. I had a particular question for some of you. And Lizette, timely funding for providers, which I know a lot of people watching are concerned. It's always an issue. How do we make sure that promising programs don't suffer due to cash flow problems?
Well, I wish I could wave that wand too. No, I think it's actually a really important question. And I think this is actually an administration that's been focused on looking on kind of clearing up the backlog, but that's a real issue, right? I mean, I'm proud to be at the fund because we get to do kind of what we call bridge financing to support organizations to get that done. But that's a really important part of this ecosystem in a way that it's very sophisticated and reliant on government funds. And we need to figure out a way to move that forward. We've done a lot better. I think there's certain agencies that need a little bit more attention, but there's no question that we're probably the only city that has a bridge financing backup option than others. And that actually goes a long way for many of the providers. But contracting reform in general for anybody in the sector, and I guess I'll end on this, the reason why that's so important too is that 1 in 6 employees are in the sector, right? So when we talk about what does it mean to say what does workforce look like in a braided system, we're also talking about everybody who's in this room, right? We're talking about what's the talent they need that they can have and get support from, so it's all connected.
Right. And Alicia, in keeping with sort of asking about, I guess, the overall architecture of how to make something like this work, do private sector firms need sort of a one-stop access? I mean, what's the thing that will make sure that we unlock a lot of the potential? Because we hear, even as there are threats of a recession, there's still a lot of hiring going on, and that we're almost at our pre-pandemic levels.
Yeah, it's a great question. We are constantly looking for talent. We are excited about hiring New Yorkers. It's just about finding the pathways for them to apply, for them to know the opportunities. And what's really exciting about this, and each one of these women is amazing in their own right, but collectively. So there's a lot of bespoke programs that run very well on their own. But you don't get the power and scale. You don't get the change effect unless you come together and say, let's create a system together that from soup to nuts, right? So you start with the schools, with the chancellor of the DOE, you have them move through CUNY and then into employment. So it's really about the entire life cycle of a New Yorker. It's about them starting in the schools and getting meaningful employment through the whole process. So working together to create a system that supports businesses more broadly, we always have hiring needs, but so does every other employer in the city. So it's not about EY, it's not about another company, it's about the worker and having them gain employment. So for us, it's working together, and taking all the different pieces that already exist and creating a system-wide change.
And as Lizette mentioned, there are seniors, there are lower income communities or families that may not have broadband access, in the work from home era. There are younger workers who may have been out of the ability to sort of understand or learn office procedure firsthand over the last few years. How do we deal with that?
So there's a lot of opportunity, and I think through the pandemic, it showed us, like I mentioned before, we don't need to be in an office to work every day. And so where people were limited in their ability to travel and go to an office every day, that works for a lot of people, but it also doesn't work for a lot of New Yorkers. And to your point, there's a lot of older New Yorkers that have been out of the workforce. They have great skills, but it doesn't match with the hiring needs of employers. So working together and saying, okay, this person has these skills, but now let's see if we can get them skilled in tech, which is obviously, the largest growing sector. So let's get them a program where they don't have to go back and get another degree, but we can certify them and get them a certification or training, and then they're qualified to work. So it's getting them back in those programs, reskilling them, upskilling them, and partnering with programs that can do that then will feed right into our employment.
And Lauren, to the extent that the community colleges are vitally important here, tuition assistance, other programs, I've learned from talking with your boss on various panels, they're often geared toward full or part-time students who are pursuing a degree. So that certification, non-degree programming and training often doesn't have the right support, doesn't have the right culture within any university. Even CUNY doesn't necessarily even have the right administrative backbone to make it happen easily. How do we deal with that, and how do we make sure that that doesn't get lost in all of this?
Great question. So I want to get back to something that Abby Jo actually said, which is, it is amazing to have public officials at the senior most level who get that nuance and who really want to support the ability to meet New Yorkers wherever they are with the kind of skills and education they need. And so, one of the things that was in the governor's budget this past year was Tap for Workforce credentials. And so that will be a really exciting space. We're still exploring how it might be rolled out in various ways, but that will really take credentials that have proven industry value, where students at community colleges can take advantage of those courses that articulate to credit, so that if they want to continue along their degree program afterward, they can. And it will provide the kind of long-term sustained support that we need for those kinds of programs. In the meantime, we couldn't have possibly gotten there without a lot of partners across the ecosystem who have taken time and invested to make sure those credentials are actually meaningful and actually leading to employment. And that is something where, over the past 5 years, there's been a lot of change in how much people are willing to work together, to Alicia's point. And that is going to be essential for proving what's possible as we get these new funding streams that'll scale them.
Okay, and Katie, the putting together of the task force, the surfacing of ideas and strategies is one thing. Building a constituency for it and having it really not just sort of flow out of the administration, but also sort of build support throughout the city, public and private sector, is a task unto itself. How do we, and I guess the people who are watching, how do we make that happen?
Well, I'm really excited to be the nonprofit co-chair, trying to represent all of you. So I really do want your feedback as well. This is a great opportunity for me to ask directly. New York City Employment and Training Coalition will be helping me to get some information directly from you for the task force and our 5 pillars. And I would list them, but I don't want to miss one. So I think it's really important that we, as a community of over 200 members here and other nonprofits, might not be classically workforce development. Our foster care systems, our that comes to mind. Other systems, other nonprofits that are a part of the ecosystem
really that all these voices, because exactly as Errol says, we are the deliverers of this product, and we're really going to be the ones making changes. But we also have to acknowledge that there might be change in behavior, like you were asking with EY, like, for employers, can we still do things the same way as nonprofits, as workforce providers, if there are some new pathways? And the answer is going to be no. We are going to have to make some adjustments ourselves with maybe a stronger WDB or a different kind of structure. Welcome, everybody. We're excited you're here. But so, I think that's the big thing, is that we really want to, I really want to hear from you. I really take my role here seriously as the voice of the nonprofits. And I really want to make sure that as implementers, we are the ones that feed the hungry. We are the ones that house the homeless. We are the ones that find folks jobs. We are the ones that bulldoze those barriers, that make sure somebody has Wi-Fi at home, that make sure that they've got that MetroCard, that make sure that they have that daycare. All of those things are the things that allow work to really happen. And that's where the nonprofits are. That's our muscle. And that's what we do. And that's really where we need to be supported to do it.
Okay, so Abby Jo, as the conductor of this orchestra, or one of them, talk a little bit about the concept behind the task force, why the different sectors, and how, functionally you're going to take what they bring to the table and turn it into policy.
Sure. So the concept of the task force is that when we talk about talent development and workforce development, we can't think about it from one sector. So we really need a representation from across education, nonprofits, unions, the public sector, policy researchers, and we really need to bring that sort of brain trust together. A lot of folks said you can't do more than 30. There's over 60 people on the task force. And again, it's not even just the folks in the task force. As Katie said, we really want the best practice learnings that you all have to really come up to this work. The rationale behind it is we're at a beginning of administration. We can really lay out a blueprint for what we want to do differently, so that we really have a system that's designed for the outcomes we want, not the outcomes that we currently get. So it's really to set the stage for the infrastructure that's needed. So as Lauren said, we can build the muscle to work together across these different sectors to address real-time challenges. So if we're not serving a particular population, or if something with technology accelerates and has unintended consequences, we can address it. We need to have that infrastructure in place. Otherwise, we're all scrambling and New Yorkers don't do as well as they need to do. And we as a city don't thrive, and employers can't find the talent they need. We also, if you look at Executive Order 22 that the mayor signed in August, it really laid out citywide objectives when it came to talent and workforce development, really making sure that those are not objectives that the city's just saying, but those are the objectives that we all share, and that we are all aligned and working towards that will be critically important if we really want to start tackling the challenges of unemployment or underemployment or not enough people in living wage jobs here in the city. In addition to the task force, which is a sprint, it's happening between now and January to really lay the foundation, is we also set up an interagency cabinet, which will have chief workforce officers from all of the agencies. As you all well know, this work gets done by multiple agencies in the city, over 20, probably about 75 different funding streams with different requirements, whether it's federal, state, or local. So the idea with the cabinet is that we can bring together all of those entrepreneurs within the city who are doing incredible work within their agencies to come together and say, we too are trying to achieve these objectives. We know we need to do it in partnership with each other, and also in partnership with employers and nonprofits and all the other providers that we work with. How do we do a better job? So the idea, again, is really to have this task force develop a blueprint, that it be as a working document that sets the stage, working with the interagency cabinet to really implement that over the course of the administration, and to come out of this task force with a set of, with infrastructure that's clear on how we work together going forward. And that's how we've sort of set up the working groups or the pillars, as Katie discussed.
And I know it may feel a little premature, sort of like, while you're building the scaffolding to, ask about what color the penthouse room is going to be, but what are some of the metrics that you think are going to count? What do you think when the architecture of it is built out and we go into next year and something or other is asked for in the city budget? and it's all starting to hum. What do you think are the numbers or the metrics or the indicators that you'll be watching?
Yeah, this is always a tricky question, and I know we all sort of wrestle with it from our particular seats. So I think there's been a lot of focus on what are the programmatic outcomes, and what, at the end of the day, that's really what matters. Like how many New Yorkers are employed in living wage jobs, how many young people are launching into fulfilling economically secure careers, making sure that we are looking at it and addressing any historic disparities when it comes to people of color or seniors or people with disabilities. Those are super important. So understanding what those are, and then also understanding what programmatic measures ladder up to that. So what I think we need to really be looking at are what are the institutional metrics, and we have a working group that's focused on that. What are the institutional metrics we need to measure to show that we're changing? So for instance, one of the things we look at is looking at CUNY, for example, looking at their degree programs. How many of their degree programs are really incorporating learning from work into those degree programs? Because we know on-the-job training and learning from work is a really good way of connecting into the labor market, because in addition to gaining the skills in real time in the place that you're working, you're also building those professional networks that are often so key. So part of the task force and one of the working groups is how do we measure impact on that? Additionally, from the task force, another key piece is focusing on critical occupations and skills. So this is one of the things that I hope we'll be able to, as a community, have, is really agree that occupations are going to be the organizing unit. So we often talk about sectors, which is super important because that shows what's growing, what's shrinking, where the opportunity is, particularly where the jobs are that have economic mobility. We also often talk about specific skills that are needed. I would say sectors are sort of too big and skills are too small. So the Goldilocks are the occupations and the bundle of skills that are related to them. And if we can be very clear as a city, what are the occupations that are powering the city, that are powering the economy, and then really understand of those occupations, which ones are jobs for the future uses the framework, which ones are static, so which ones are not getting you to a living wage job, which ones are springboard jobs, so maybe day one it's not living wage, but it's definitely a pathway that gets you there. And then what are lifetime jobs? So we have a real understanding about the jobs that are powering our economy and which ones we really need to figure out how to move from static to springboard or lifetime. And then really looking at those that create economic mobility and making sure we're using that to then think about how do we expand apprenticeships in those occupations, because we know that works. How do we expand make sure we have enough talent developers, whether it's all of you folks in the nonprofit field, all of the folks at CUNY and other educational institutions. How do we make sure we're getting New Yorkers from into those promising occupations? Because we're a big city, so we can't all get around the table. We need to have some sort of organizing unit. So that's an example of, if we can show that that's how we're doing it, we can start building that infrastructure around it, so then we can make progress on those bigger objectives and numbers.
And that is really, really hard. I mean, I'll put this out for really the whole panel. I mean, how often, how frequently do we have to have that conversation and make adjustments? Because a lot flows from a decision. If you decide, I'm making this up, but data entry is the occupation where you want to sort of put some effort, just like General Motors, when they decide they want to build a new car, it takes them a couple of years to train people, then build the factory, and inform and educate the dealer network, and on and on and on.
Can I quickly answer that?
Yes.
I think one of the other things that we're looking at is how to expand on the job training and sort of apprenticeship, both registered and lowercase a apprenticeship, because fundamentally, the more we can have learning that's happening at work that's paid and is also credentialed and helps folks get the credentials that they need for employers, the more efficient our system will be, so we can respond in real time to changes in the labor market as well as in those particular jobs. Because otherwise it takes by the time employers, which sometimes they're great and they figure out what are those skills that are needed. And then they tell the educational institutions, and the educational institutions figure out how to turn in credentials. And then about two or 3 years later, you might have a degree program. And the challenge with that, as we all saw, particularly in COVID, things happen much more quickly than that.
Right. Right. Well, no, that is the challenge. So I'll leave it for everybody. How do we make that happen?
Yeah, so I would say the employer side, it's up to us to communicate with the CUNY and with the task force. Where are our needs right now? Where are skills that are folks that are gaps? But also looking ahead, what roles in 5 years am I going to need that I need to adapt now? So we've worked with CUNY over the last year at EY and created a program with the Jobs Council doing just exactly that. We have a software engineering degree, associate's degree that we created with the school. So we sat with the deans, with the professors, and said, let's go over your curriculum. Here's where the skills that we are looking for, how do we incorporate this into your curriculum? Number one. And number two is, how do we have them come to EY, work for a set number of weeks, and get credit in lieu of sitting in a classroom? So hands-on, they're learning, they're getting credit, they're getting paid. But that isn't real-time skills that are needed. We need to go a step further and say, what skills am I going to need in 5 years? That looking 5 years, 10 years, that I can start working with the CUNYs and the other schools and say, let's get that baked into the curriculum now, so that way the workforce is ready in 5 and 10 years.
Yeah, and if I could just build on that, because I completely agree with everything you just said. The other thing too is, if tomorrow the hundreds of thousands of businesses in New York City suddenly turned to all of our organizations and said, we want to build these things with you, we would need a lot more capacity in the field to be able to tackle that. And so what is really, I think, helpful about this task force is that it is not just thinking about what training should we launch today or in 3 years. It's thinking about what is the entire underpinning of this operation that needs to happen, and happen soon, for us to always be able to evolve when everyone comes to the door to be able to do this work. So that is an important piece. And it's something where, as all of you know, systems change, like whether or not we're meeting that infrastructure and setting it up is hard to measure. Like, it's hard to have particular metrics around that, but that's why we all have to do this together, which is why it's really reassuring that we're all up here together and with so many other folks who are thinking through it.
Yeah, I think that we actually use a complicated system to really avoid this issue of transparency, right? And so this is the challenge here. The challenge here is saying, what actually are the transparent funds that we have? So when Abby's speaking and she says that she's going to have every commissioner heading work for, that's radical. I worked in government. We didn't have that, right? When we sit down and we have the comptroller and the mayor's office looking at a backlog of contracts, that's radical. That doesn't happen, right? This actually means that there's a level of accountability because more eyes are on it, and saying that we are not going to let it stay complicated and invisible. We need it to be transparent. And I think this is a system that also requires that as a whole. Now, what do I mean by that? So for example, we know that there are a couple of things we could do right away. We know SYP works. We know getting young people engaged in work early works. We also know there's a whole population, particularly women of color, who are underemployed. They have made their contract with CUNY, and they have stayed in wages and jobs that are below their credential, right? And how do we think about that? We know that there are folks from the pandemic who have lost jobs who are over 50 that we need to reintegrate. So, and we know, so both can be true. We have both the lowest unemployment rate, but we have a high invisibility rate of those who are underemployed and those who are not being tracked. So that's what this allows for, is transparency across all of that.
And Lizette, just to push that a little bit further, do we need different kinds of metrics to sort of gauge whether or not all of this is working?
Yeah, I think we just need to be transparent with the metrics. I think there are. Yeah, it's going to be tough for the field too. Let me not make this a romantic notion, right?
Right.
No, because I've been a provider as well, right? This is a hard one as well too. It's like, okay, I'm doing really great at the inputs. Now I got to deal with the outcomes. I work with all populations, but actually I'm really gifted at working with this particular population. Yeah, I do think that kind of bar and metrics really important. I also think it's a time for agencies to say, we're both paying providers different rates for the same kind of work. What are we doing here? What does that mean? Right? And so that outcome we can't secure, but this is part of the transparency piece, right? Which is that we have a lot of skilled navigators on both sides who have worked well in a complicated system, but it hasn't been inclusive. So what does that mean to open that up? And there's going to be some difficulties in that, but I think in the end, the bar for what we mean is really going to make a difference. Because it will be, this is what we mean when we're saying, who's an older worker that we can get? Who's a person with disability? Where can we place it, right?
In our last few minutes, Katie, I would love everyone to touch on, when we meet again in 6 months, how we'll know we are succeeding, what kind of numbers or outcomes or mood, even if, if that's what it is, will have changed by then.
Well, I think, I just want to echo some of these thoughts and just sort of, put a finer point on some of them, which is I really, I believe in the power of government, as a catalyst for us. I believe, the funders, the foundations, the corporations that fund us, the individual donors that give all these nonprofits money. They are asking the same question. What is the outcome? What are the measurements? And we have to also, hold everyone accountable for paying our own staff more. One of the measures that I would like to see in 6 months is that both these contracts pay, the same rates, as well as, pay our own teams what they, the same living wage and the same kind of work that we're saying that we want for everyone else. What I always say is these are the neighbors, friends, and cousins of clients, our DSPs, are our caseworkers, are our line staff. So we really need to make sure that that is in the conversation. That's just one thing I'd like to see in 6 months. I think the other thing overall is I really would like to see that infrastructure that Lauren talked about and Abby talked about, where people are really understanding what would it be like to work together in this infrastructure rather than this one program is being released. So that's the big change. Is not like big shiny program is released, yay, but we have an infrastructure and a way to work together. And that is not measurable, but I think would really change the dynamic.
Okay, Alicia.
Oh, sure. I think that for me, it's working together and holding each other accountable. So for me in 6 months, if Lauren says to me, Alicia, as the employer, you need to do better, we need to hire more, I appreciate that. So the transparency that Lisette talked about, but also holding each other accountable. We each have very important roles, and we're only going to be successful if we hold each other to the same standards.
Okay.
I mean, yes to all of that. And I think, 6 months from now, we will want a slate of recommendations that are reflective of things that are not just superficial and high level, but deep, and reflect deep challenges that are going to be hard to fix. I think that there is an opportunity now, with so much buy-in and so much collective willingness to have teamwork, to actually put into what is produced by this task force, not just scaling up of a couple of superficial things, but a combination of, here are the things we can do tomorrow that'll make a big change, and here are the deep things we have to work on together. I think that will be big.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our time. Please join me in thanking our panel for a really great discussion.
All right, Katie, Lauren.
One more round of applause, everyone. So that's the way we kick things off. How was that? Our second panel begins now, implementing a vision for a stronger workforce system. I have the pleasure of introducing to you our next panel. Please join me in welcoming Jill Berry, First Deputy Commissioner for the New York City Department of Social Services, Janine Jones-Seo, Assistant Commissioner for Workforce One at New York City Department of Small Business Services, Cecilia Kushner, the Chief Strategy Officer at New York City Economic Development Corporation, Denise Williams, Deputy Commissioner for the New York City Department of Youth and Community Development. And our conversation will be hosted by Nicole Hong of the New York Times. Please give this panel a round of applause to open our time together. Thank you.
Hey, hi everyone. And thank you all to our panelists for coming today. So let's dive right in. Like, we want to talk specifics today on this panel of how each agency is going to implement the vision that the mayor set out in his blueprint earlier this year. So the workforce section of that focused on connecting New Yorkers to quality jobs and in-demand skills. And I want to just start by kind of, going down the line and just talking about, how do you interpret this blueprint and what role do you see your agency playing in it? Why don't we start with Denise?
So I always think about the immediate next steps. Like I love vision, but if I'm not making moves, nothing is happening. So how many of you know SYP? Worked in SYP, okay. So everyone knows SYP. Most others don't know that we fund other workforce programs within our Workforce Connect systems. And so immediately for us, we began thinking about how are we making better connections within DYCD? Before I think about CUNY and all those others, how are we making sure young people who have a 6-week experience know about other opportunities was one of the first things. How do I make sure, and we run the youth homelessness system in New York City. We don't automatically connect the young people who are in our drop-in centers or TILs with our Workforce Connect system. So we have to do a better job internally of making those things happen. We call them service integration, as well as building on relationships that I hope to talk about later that we have with CUNY and ways that we are thinking about supporting their building out credentials and articulation from our capacity building to credit bearing, so that there are multiple pathways to have career opportunities in New York City.
Great. Good morning, everyone. So I work for the Economic Development Corporation. We're not per se a workforce agency, but the way this work translates for us is we really look at industries of the future. Many of them are based on innovation, but where we think there's going to be an enormous amount of jobs created over the next decade, tech being the one in the last 15 years we're focused on. And what we've realized is often because we did not look at workforce and education and opportunities for all New Yorkers to pipeline into these jobs at the very beginning of investing in an industry, we miss a big opportunity. So for example, this morning, one thing that came out of blueprints, the mayor right now, and I'm really sad to miss it, but very excited to be here, is announcing a really large project with CUNY and DOE and the life science and public health sector in Brookdale. So Kibbs Bay, just 10 blocks away from here on the east side, is the epicenter of life science and bioengineering and the biotech industry in New York City, which is an industry that has been growing tremendously over the next 10 years throughout the nation, and that will continue. And we really want to make sure that New York City captures a number of jobs there, but we haven't seen good connection between students going up in the DOE and going into CUNY to be able to access these jobs. And these are real economic mobility occupations that allow really good wages, even with a 2-year degree. And so what we're really doing is creating a very strong connection and pipeline in an integrated campus that will have industry with life science employers, internships, DOE students, CUNY students, bringing 4 different schools and 4 different programs for CUNY that are scattered throughout the entire city into one location. So really making sure that we're pipelining New Yorkers into future-focused economy is, I think, the way we are going to be focused as an agency over the next few years.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So first, I wanted to say how great it is to be in the room with so many workforce professionals in person, right? And so many of you that I've worked alongside within my career over the last 10 years. So please, I can't wait to get out there, come see me, can't wait to hug people. But the second thing I say is the obvious, right? The last 3 years have been absolutely devastating for all of us. And I think if there's any silver lining, it is that it has illuminated a lot of the inequities that have been embedded within the workforce system. So within that, what I'm really the most excited about is this administration's commitment to really ensuring that there is a more equitable economic recovery. And we're really doubling down on that SBS. So that really means expanding and increasing the services that we offer to targeted populations. Many of the times it's women, racial minorities, people with disabilities, justice involved, far too many people that have been left out. And I see this as a really great opportunity for us to really step up and be really innovative in terms of the way that we service people, and not just connecting them to jobs, really offering them the wraparound services and support that they deserve. In addition to that, we have some really great and cool innovative partnerships that we're going to be having, not only with city agencies, but with partners really all across New York City. So we're really excited about that and really deepening our knowledge and commitment.
Good morning, everybody. So we're very excited that we were a recipient of an $18 million grant from the U.S. Economic Development Administration under the Good Jobs Challenge program for our PINK Pathways to Industrial and Construction Careers. And so PINK is, we've designed PINK in a way to give access to our clients, cash assistance, SNAP clients, as well as public housing recipients, access to good, well-paying jobs, often union jobs in the transportation and construction sectors, places that our Black and brown women have not traditionally had access to these jobs. And we've designed this program in such a way that our clients, they don't have time for a 6 to 9 month training program. They want to get back to work. They don't have the patience to sit through those programs. And so many of the training programs that our clients go to, they have these unforgiving attendance requirements. And again, our clients can't do that without a lot of support. So during the pandemic, we had a lot of opportunity to try out new things. And one of the programs we sent a bunch of women actually from a homeless shelter to a masonry training program. And with the support of the shelter provider, the workforce provider, and our Business Link program, as well as the training partner, almost all of those women graduated from that program, something we don't see, right? So we're designing, thank you. So PINK, we're going to design more of these training programs that are short-term, get people to good, well-paying jobs, often union jobs right away, and give them all of the wraparound supports that they need to be successful in these training programs and keep the jobs once they get placed.
Yeah, so against the backdrop of this new blueprint is also the fact that the city is facing this looming fiscal crisis. Agencies have been asked to cut back their budgets. So in light of that, I was wondering if each of you could also talk specifically about how this could change your current programming and your contracts. Like what changes might we expect? Denise?
So as I understand it, and the mayor has professed this everywhere he's been speaking, he doesn't want service delivery cuts. And so he's trying to hold that harmless, which is pretty hard at DYCD. Like we're a contracting agency. So like 96% of our budget goes out the door, but that is his commitment. I think we are working on like 6 or 7 concept papers and new requests for proposals. I'm wondering about the impact going forward. I don't see an immediate cut to service, and a lot of you are service providers. That is my understanding. I watch every town hall he goes to because he's asked about this, so I like to hear it for myself. That's our understanding. That is what we put forward, is to maintain the service delivery. I am thinking about what will happen as we're all thinking about how to refine what we do, right? How to embed mental health supports, how to go from a few slots in work, learn, and grow to the 70,000 young people who've been part of SYP to have a realistic year-round experience. So all of the expansive ideas are the things I think we're going to have to grapple with as a community going forward. But right now, it's about, for me, thinking about with the money we have, assuming it's stable, and I think it will be, how do we do better? And how do we make the connective tissue better? I'm not saying do more with less. I personally hate that phrase, right? We should ban it from our vernacular, but doing our best with what we have to make the case for what we're doing, and that it is economic and vital to the city. That makes sense in this room. I don't think many human service providers speak the language of how we're employers. right? I don't think we say that if you're in a homeless shelter, and you're a provider or aid service provider. We are employers just as much as we deliver human services. And we need to better be able to speak that language about how many we employ. We're often the first employers from many of the communities we care about. We often create these career pathways. So one thing I encourage all of us to do is to be able to speak not just service delivery, but economic impact wherever you sit in the human service system. But from what he has said, and I take him at his word, it's been honest and direct and forthright, even when we don't want to hear it. He is trying to hold human services harmless.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on what you just said. I think a lot of what we're looking at is how every single dollar we spend is an opportunity for workforce and for pipelining. So EDC is a very large capital agency, for example. We have a $9 billion capital program, and we have one of the strongest MWB program in the entire city. With like about 40% of reach. So we're trying to make sure internally that every single time we spend on anything, we are able to also use this as a potential for workforce. Another way we're doing this, we're a very large asset manager. We have about 66 million square feet of real estate. We do a lot of real estate transaction and real estate development. And so we are trying to leverage public land in order to get private industry dollars into workforce. So if we do a really large life science project, for example, by using public land to build a new life science tower, we are going to require developer to have a fund for the next 20 to 30 years that pays for workforce programming in life science that then we can co-direct with them. So we are ensuring that we have a budget outside of the city budget that gives us some sense of stability and security, and also forges partnership between industry and workforce providers, which I think is really important in order for anything to be very successful.
Yeah, and I'll piggyback off of what Denise said. I don't anticipate that we'll have any service delivery cuts. What I will say is that through the pandemic, we've had some really great staff, not only at SBS, but with our vendors as well. And they were able to provide services in a very quick and adaptive way that we just didn't expect or anticipate. So I wanted to thank you for that. But also within that, there were a lot of learnings in terms of how we could do better, right? So I think it's more of how we're going to be spending our dollars, what our focus is going to be, as opposed to actual cuts. And I think with the illumination of everything that's happened over the last 3 years, I think it's almost a prime time to really start to be creative and innovative in terms of our service delivery itself. So for us, we're seeing it more as an opportunity to do more in different ways. So.
Yeah, and for DSS, I mean, it's going to be a challenge, quite frankly, right? We have a pretty high cash assistance caseload right now. Our workforce programs serve the mandated cash assistance population. And we're looking at over 80,000 people that we're going to have to try to engage, give them the services they need, and connect them to jobs. What we are trying to do is a lot of what Janae said is during the pandemic, we had the opportunity to try a lot of new things and be a little bit more flexible. And we need to find ways to incorporate that flexibility, incorporate those things that we learned, and be a little bit more nimble in the future, so that we can stretch those dollars to serve people, and not just have a one-size-fits-all model, right? Because some people need more, some people need less, and that's what we're going to be looking at going forward.
Just to piggyback off of that, Jill, I was wondering if you could talk about the Hire NYC program and sort of lessons learned from the pandemic of that. And is that something that you plan to expand going forward?
Yeah, so that's actually a really great story for our agency. Our Business Link program runs Hire NYC for health and human services contracts. The vendors have to hire one public assistance recipient for every $250,000 of contract value. And, we've been administering that program for a long time. But the really great news, FY22, over 5,000 placements of public assistance recipients into jobs, real jobs, the highest number we have ever had Yeah. The team did a great job, right? And I think, why were we so successful? Why were we so successful during the pandemic? We had people who wanted to work, right? We have a huge population of people who want to get off cash assistance. They want a job, they want to work. And many employers maybe were more willing to give people a chance, give our clients a chance in this economy when it's so hard to hire people. And that's been great opportunities for our clients. And we're really hoping that, employers see these are great candidates. They work hard. They want to work. They want to go to work every day. And we want to build on that success. And we hope to keep those numbers up.
And yeah, Denise, turning to you specifically about SYP. So the mayor has announced this huge expansion in the size of that program. So I was wondering if you could talk about, in terms of actually scaling that up, what does that look like? What do you need to see from the service providers for that to happen?
Well, I don't think it's just the service providers. I think critical to us all meeting the target this year was having that commitment of funding early up. If you've been in the field a long time, you know that we often get the city council money announced and all these extra slots on July 1st, right? When the program starts July 5th. Trust me, we don't like it either. So that the mayor committed to it early was very important to us all from a planning quality experience point of view. I think we have 65 providers in the portfolio. I think if we all, we talk about expanding or doubling SYP, we're going to have to expand the number of providers in the portfolio. We go around saying, can you take an extra 100? Can you take an extra 200? That's not, there's going to be a limit to that. So in addition to investing in the health of our current portfolio of providers, not just in SYP, but across the board, we're going to have to look at the sector and how do we expand the health of the sector through investments, but also capacity building. I think we've hit our limit. I remember one time we had funding from Wallace and they said to us, if you had all the money you wanted for after school, could you use it effectively? And the answer was no, because we didn't have sufficient system capacity. So I'm not talking about any one organization, but we need to expand the system because we've gotten a lot of money in human services under the last two administrations, which means we need more partners and healthy partners to be able to use the money well.
Yeah. And Janine, talk a little bit about, lessons learned from operating the Workforce One centers during the pandemic. Like you mentioned some of these new partnerships you were thinking about, new wraparound services, just going beyond job placement. How do you see the kind of relationship with service providers on the actual training and upskilling front?
Yeah, so like I mentioned before, the one thing that we know is communities have absolutely been devastated. And I think one of the hardest things is people just don't even know that we exist, period. Workforce One is there. So one of the things we're looking to do is really to bring services to where the people are, to make sure that we're better serving them, but we really have to serve them more holistically. And that means strengthening our partnerships. So it's something that we've done in the past, but we're really doubling down on that effort. So we're increasing our staff capacity for community partners specifically. And that's really our staff that's going out into the communities. They're partnering with organizations all across New York City, not only to tell them about the opportunities or the trainings that we have, but to get a better sense and an idea in terms of what services are available as well, so that we can really figure out how do we best leverage each other. Because it's not just this is what I do, this is what you do, let's hope it works out. It's really figuring out where where that connection should and could be made to ensure that there's really a service level that's provided to a job seeker that seems seamless. And it doesn't seem that you're bouncing from one door to the next where people are going to get lost. So we're really being targeted and focused and making sure that we're connecting with more organizations, particularly within the regions or the geographic areas that have been most devastated.
Cecilia, so you mentioned kind of lessons learned from expanding the tech sector here and for kind of these new jobs of the future, making sure that they're accessible to a wider pool of New Yorkers. And I'm curious sort of what metrics you're planning to use to kind of measure that success and sort of hold the programs accountable.
Yeah, so I think the first metrics citywide that we're continuously keeping tabs on, like how is the economy growing? What type of industries are actually growing in New York City? What's our competitive advantage to try to get the biggest share of these industries we can here? And then we do a population diversity analysis, which is like, what is the makeup of workforce in these industries? And what is the makeup of ownership in these industries? And then we found that like where we can be the most useful, where our dollars actually carry the most impact, is really to focus on population-specific workforce program and also diverse ownership workforce program. So for example, right now we have a venture fellow program, which is going to take 100 new entrepreneurs in the tech business, all women or people of or BIPOC entrepreneurs who we've seen have a really hard time actually entering into that field, even though it's an enormous field and one where people have been able to be extremely successful financially, and just throughout an entire year-long program, bring them to a place where they can go to venture capitalists and actually raise funding and get on their own 2 feet and be able to be successful in that world. So really targeting our dollars to specific population and to specific outcome of ownership and ability to stay in an occupation and build wealth over the long term for an individual and family is really how we're beginning to look at success for us.
All right, so unfortunately, we're at the end of our time. I know we could talk about this, for hours, but yeah, thank you again to all of our panelists.
How we doing so far? Everything okay so far? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Give yourselves a round of applause, for heaven's sakes. By the way, if I may, it's great to be in a room with so many New Yorkers. It's been a long time. I hope you are feeling comfortable and confident today. And shout out to the CUNY Graduate Center. This is a fantastic space. They've been very warm and inviting and wonderful to us. We genuinely appreciate that. We're going to allow for a 2-minute sort of stretch break, catch your breath. But listen, if you get up, we're going to keep rolling because we're already behind schedule. And we do have confirmation. The confirmation is here. The mayor is on his way. And I know you don't want to miss a moment of that. So take a 2-minute stretch break for yourself. We'll start in 2 and head on to the solution set and our elected official panel. Thank you. Yeah, of course.
Okay, here's your 1 minute warning, 1 minute warning. Okay. All right, if I could ask you to take your seats, would love your attention as we begin offering solutions. Once again, if I could have your attention, find your seats. Thank you so much. So just by virtue of where we are, we're bouncing around a little bit in the agenda just for timing purposes, but everyone will have their place and we'll make it work. We are now sort of transitioning to the place in the agenda where we start talking about solutions, things that are working, things to be thinking about, action steps. Following that, we have some council members, and then the mayor is going to join us as well. For this particular segment, I'd love for you to do me a favor, and I'd love for you to welcome Esta Bigler, the director of Cornell University's School of Industrial and Labor Relations, Labor and Employment Law Program. That is a fantastic title. And the co-chair of the Cannabis Workforce Initiative in a talk on the promise of good jobs and social equity in New York's cannabis industry. This is an important topic and a critical one to talk about it. So do me a favor, give her a round of applause, and the floor is hers.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. I am absolutely thrilled to be here. As he said, my name is Esta Bigler, and I'm from the ILR School at Cornell, New York State School of Industrial and Labor Relations, and I'm from the New York City office. Not everybody is in Ithaca. So please remember that we're right here. I'm a born and bred New Yorker serving New York City. As indicated, I am co-chair of the Cannabis Workforce Initiative. My co-chair is Amy Desjardins. She is the executive director of the Workforce Development Institute, WDI. WDI is a statewide organization focused on growing and keeping good jobs in New York. Several of my WDI colleagues are here, and so please make sure to stop and to have a chat with them to learn more of what WDI does. WDI has a regional director in every section of our state, including New York City. So please make time to talk to Lisa Futterman, the New York City person, but my other colleagues are here as well. Cornell ILR is an educational institution. So what are we doing with cannabis? We study the workplace. We study work, employment, and labor. And our purpose is to improve the workplace and to inform policymakers on changes that need to be made. We like to say we are the preeminent school doing research on the workplace and providing educational and training programs to practitioners. So Cornell and WDI together, we founded WDI. Our mission is to promote and provide quality workforce development and legal education. With the passage of MRTA in 2021, which legalized adult use, let's see if I can get that up for you guys. There's MRTA. It legalizes adult use, expungement, oversight by the Office of Cannabis Management, regulates production, distribution from seed to sale, labor peace agreements, making it easier for unions to organize, very important. It amended the labor law, which involves adult use and making sure that people are not discriminated against because they use it, as well as the really important social equity responsibilities here. 50% of the adult use licenses, the goal is to social equity applicants and people discriminated against by the criminal legal system have more economic opportunities. So let me see if I can just go back. Yep. So that's what I'm talking about. So with the passage of MRTA in 2021,
We have both an opportunity and a conundrum of creating a totally new industry from scratch. An industry that has the possibility of bringing 30 to 50,000 new jobs to our state. The economic impact on New York will be tremendous. The belief is that it will be measured in billions, not millions. And many people believe that New York City will actually be the country's largest cannabis market. So there's much potential here to grow good jobs, to generate income in communities of color, those most harmed by the criminalization of cannabis, and create generational wealth. Our collective challenge together is to provide workforce education to meet the needs of this new industry. Let me step back for a moment, because we are all functioning in a legal twilight zone. We really are. Cannabis is legal here and in many other states. However, it is not legal in the United States and under federal law. The Controlled Substances Act of 1970 is alive and well with us. And that act says that cannabis is a Schedule I substance. It is the same as heroin. And the act says that it has no social or medical redeeming values, notwithstanding that we know under the Compassionate Care Act of 2014 that medical marijuana is really important to many, many people in our state. So it's a felony to sell it, to possess it, to encourage its use. That's the twilight zone. Banks, credit unions, you can't use a credit card to buy it, won't touch anything that comes from cannabis. Government agencies that receive federal money, universities, anyone who receives federal money, including parts of our government, put themselves at risk. We can lose contracts, grant money, federal student loans, and federal scholarships. So while I don't believe anybody is coming to get me with handcuffs, don't believe that. However, we all have to be aware of federal law, and in the work that I do, I can't touch the plant, and I can't teach anybody else in touching the plant. We know that New York State's DOL is working hard to meet the needs of this new industry. But traditional federally funded workforce programs like registered apprentice programs, which earlier were mentioned really as the gold standard, you earn while you learn, cannot happen in our state until there is a change in federal law. So we needed to come up with a new approach at CWI. Our first step in developing our program was to conduct a national survey, a workforce needs analysis. I'm a university. We have to do a study. With responses from cannabis employers in 50 states and Canada, a majority of which do operate in New York or plan to operate in New York. And please be aware, social equity employment is important. Social equity licensees are important, but there are big multi-state operators waiting to come into our state. The big guys are waiting to come because they see the dollar signs. We learned from our survey that there's a high demand for education and training resources that workers need and employers need as well. Targeted workforce development programs, boosting awareness of cannabis job opportunities, and specialized training that involves the legal rights of people who work in this industry and justice-involved job seekers are critical for opening up pathways to good paying jobs that are not just entry-level jobs, but where you can indeed have a career. We augmented our survey with what was happening in other states. We interviewed industry, union, community, and educational representatives. We wanted to hear directly from the boots on the ground. While business owners are seeking a wide group of workers for this new industry, our results show that hiring will be concentrated at the beginning in direct sales, retail dispensaries, which, by the way, leaving aside the cultivation licenses, which are issued by the Office of Cannabis Management, which is the state agency which is regulating this new law, and growing and cultivation. In addition, survey results indicated specific skills and knowledge is necessary. Plant knowledge, understanding the different strains, the ability to describe and recommend products for specific needs. One size doesn't fit all when you go into a dispensary. Cultivation and processing and extraction information, and understanding the regulations and the compliance issues, which are many and will continue to grow. In addition, we learned that in addition to these cannabis-specific skills, there is a demand for more general, what you and I would call soft skills, customer service experience, professionalism, leadership, good communication skills, reliability, and ability to remain calm in situations which could indeed be not so easy to work in. In furtherance of Myrta's goals, job seekers with criminal records, something that's very close to my heart, need training to understand their legal employment rights and be equipped with the knowledge of opportunities in this industry. To meet the workforce needs in this new industry and open doors to communities hardest hit by the war on drugs, we developed a pre-employment certificate program with a curriculum we believe serves the overall introduction of job seekers to the cannabis industry. We want this program to meet what I would call my students, but I would also call job seekers, where they are at the moment. Think of this as a pre-apprenticeship program, or a program that gives job seekers the knowledge they need for entry-level job interviews, to get those entry-level jobs, and to further education and training. Our work is funded by a state budget appropriation. We are able to offer this program free of charge to participants and to community colleges, four-year colleges, community-based organizations, and you, workforce development organizations, as well as, of course, the City of New York government. Participants completing the certificate will come away with a general understanding of the cannabis market, processes from seed to sale, the jobs available throughout the industry, and the worker protections, which to me, as a labor and employment lawyer and a recovering union lawyer, are very important. The job protections offered by labor and employment laws, of which I can talk about for hours, and what the New York's Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, MRTA, provides as well. It's an introductory program. It's not meant to replace a more skills-intensive program. In brief, our curriculum includes the history of cannabis laws, how they changed, and the impact of these laws. Everyone in this industry needs to know about the cannabis regulations. OCM is rolling them out. They're rolling them out, so we'll be constantly updating our curriculum with respect to cannabis. The problems with the banks, which I just mentioned, cannabis from seed to sale, the science of cannabis, the plant, medical versus adult use, health and safety, and there are going to be major compliance and security issues as well, especially because it's an all-cash business. We want to make sure, since employers indicated that often people don't know the opportunities in this field, that we give them a job exploration piece to this curriculum. So what are the cultivation opportunities? What about extraction? What about, I mentioned a minute ago, retail or ancillary industries, manufacturing, packaging, et cetera. This is an industry that's going to start here and just keep going. And my hope is that this provides the floor so people can move up as the industry matures and grows as well. Not to leave my piece out, we're certainly going to talk about workplace safety laws. I believe it doesn't matter if there's a law in the books. If you don't know you have rights, you can't enforce those rights, you don't have those rights. So, of course, we'll be teaching everything from wage and hour law to health and safety, equal employment law. Everybody in this room knows sexual harassment and hostile work environment is alive and well in our economy. Criminal records and expungement, since MRTA provides for expungement. And what does a labor peace agreement mean? What kind of rights does it give workers, employers, and unions? As a broad overview. Our program really is a hybrid. We will have live online training and on-demand video-based instruction. Videos of training will be placed on our website for people to review at their own pace, maybe 2 or 3 times, if it's something that takes a little longer to learn. On our website, cwy.org. We believe offering the full certificate is a benefit to participants, but the curriculum is designed as a series of separate modules that can be repositioned and repurposed where appropriate. For example, if you have a training and you don't need what we have to offer, except there is a specific module that you could use to fill in a gap, to provide supplemental education. Or perhaps you just need to use part of our curriculum as a guest speaker. We're there to do that. It can serve as an introduction to recruiting students to workforce development programs in this area, or perhaps help them to decide which program or job training to pursue. As an aside, it's not in my notes, as an aside, I'm chair of the New York State Training and Apprenticeship Council. The number of people who call me up and say, I want a job in construction. And I say, okay, do you want to be an electrician? Do you want to be a carpenter? Do you want to be an iron worker? And they say, I don't know, because they don't know what those jobs entail. This program will provide people with what the jobs entail, so they know their own strengths and weaknesses perhaps, and they can pick the right place. So the program is made to be multi-purposed and to serve as many constituencies as possible. I agreed to come today to speak because we want to partner with you, the workforce development community. This is not just for us. There's no point for us to hold this close to the vest and say, no, it's our program. Nope. We want to partner with you as well as with community-based organizations, community colleges, 4-year colleges, the city of New York. Any organization that wants to partner with us in furtherance of our social equity goals and commitment, we want to partner with. And so that's why I came, because this is an audience that shares the same goals that we have. We can do programs together. We can provide you with training materials for use that fits into your training model. Our mission is to share what we've developed and work with you to provide a pathway to good family-sustaining jobs in cannabis, especially for those have been injured on the war on drugs. A quick note before I say goodbye. We can reimagine this program for employers who need to have some of this same education, especially social equity employers who are coming from the community, MBEs, WBEs, service injured veterans, Indigenous people. We can help them be able to be successful. And we want to work with employers to help them hire and identify people who've been injured by the criminal legal system so that they too can get jobs, whether it's in this industry, frankly, or any industry. It is a group of people with skills, knowledge, and intelligence. So in closing, I want to thank you for inviting us. I know that I, the CWY team, my Cornell colleagues, all of us, we look forward to working together with you to building a new industry, one that makes sense and one that lifts all boats, not just the select few. Thank you very much.
Great. I'm gonna jump right into the next presenter.
One more round of applause. Thank you very much. Critical topic, important moment in our city's history. We are moving on to our conversation with city council leaders. I have the pleasure of introducing the next panel in that regard. Please welcome Gail Brewer and Amanda Farias, our city council members, in conversation with Brian Pascas of Crain's New York Business. Please give them a round of applause. These are true champions, people's champs. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, council members. So let's get into it. If we could, can you generally give us the details of how the city council is promoting job growth and access to opportunity in wake of the pandemic? And specifically, how is the council promoting an inclusive economic recovery that reaches those individuals and communities that have historically been locked out of opportunity? Councilwoman Brewer.
Thank you very much. There are a couple of ways. First of all, with Councilmember Farias, I just want to talk about a hearing that we did that I think addresses this, which is while we're making the communities inclusive and we're making sure, for instance, in my case, I am very concerned about the nonprofit sector, maintaining and hiring. The city of New York, this is what our hearing was about, is way down on maintaining staff and making sure that they hire staff. And that's what I think has to be addressed, because in order for affordable housing to be built, that to me is our #1 issue. You have to have people at HPD who are in the low-income tax credit office or other offices. In order for the daycare center to open, you have to have an inspector from the fire department show up on a timely basis. So we had a hearing, without getting into all the specifics, it's in our briefing paper. There was very few, because of the salary issues and because, Mr. Mayor, I will be honest, we understand that you want to have everybody back at work, but if you have everybody back at work and you don't have at least some flexibility on virtual, then I'm afraid people are not going to come work for the city of New York.
Councilwoman Farias, do you want to talk about the inclusive economic recovery and those specifics?
Sure. I mean, what I did want to add on is I think budgetarily, we've also been hyper focused on finding ways to support nonprofit organizations and different opportunities and initiatives that we have in our local government where we can best utilize putting people into the pipeline creation that we desperately need to ensure that our workplaces are hiring people that look like our communities, that are reflective of our communities, and also are as inclusive as possible. I think 2 examples policy-wise outside of the oversight that Councilmember Brewer and I have been doing is like Intro 179A, which passed. It's a bill that requires more in non-traditional careers in an industry, how logging of that so we can see who's hiring that workforce, where are they being placed, where there's dearth of employment. things like that are critical to making sure that we are looking at our city and being reflective on where we can fill those gaps, or where there's maybe like a lack of interest or appetite in fields that maybe need bolstering and support, or maybe need some retraining or upskilling to move people into an industry that is either close to those skill sets that those folks have, or emerging in our city.
Great, thank you. Let's get into some more specifics here, though. Mayor Adams initially tried to have a $98.5 billion budget. He's called himself the austerity mayor. And we just had a recent report from the state controller's office that said by fiscal year 2026, the city can have a $10 billion deficit. Is the city council prepared to do more with less? And are there going to be funds available to create a sustainable and long-term workforce development program?
Well, I mean, we're both on the budget negotiation team. I'm part of the kitchen cabinet. I'm on finance. This is my second tour of duty on the city council. And I've been on budget negotiation teams for that entire time. I would say two things. In the past, we have also dealt with budget challenges. 2008, I was in the city council. What we don't want to do is increase taxes. I have to say, I know that people are thinking that's one way. That's not how I would handle it. I always think, the mayor talked about the 3% peg that you've heard about. I think as budget negotiation, we're going to go through every aspect of the budget. At Department of Education, we cannot get the data. Just as as an example, they have a 30-some billion dollar budget. DOE, DYCD, HRA, Parks Department, of course, SBS, et cetera. There are 21 agencies that deal with workforce development. So the first show, and I know that to the credit of Jose Ortiz Jr., he's working on this, is how in the world do you streamline the 21 agencies working on workforce development? That makes no sense. And the second, my jewel is always the City University of New York and the community colleges. Where should the funding go? It should go to CUNY, that then would align themselves with the businesses, whether it's tech, life science, healthcare, et cetera, that are the emerging industries. And then finally, on the nonprofit sector, which we care so much about, mental health, you hear about it, it's a challenge. They're losing, they can't hire because the salaries are so low, and they can't maintain because the salaries are so low. So the question then is, how do you make sure that the alignment of the 21 agencies is streamlined? CUNY is training, and this nonprofit sector does some peer-to-peer work, because you may not be able to hire MSWs in every single case, but you sure as hell can hire peer-to-peer, train them with CUNY or other support mechanisms, and make sure that the nonprofit sector and the 21 agencies that are doing workforce development are aligned. We have got to figure out how to deal with those who need the support the most, and make sure the businesses, EDC does a great job as an example of a solution. There's a program that takes young people from colleges or grad school or even high school and works with them as an internship paid in a business that's emerging. These kinds of programs are what we're looking for. Those are the solutions.
Yeah, and just to add on, round of applause. I do think that's exactly it, right? We've seen other cities that have smaller capacities than ours, other municipalities that are doing things like CareerWise, that are taking young people, building public-private partnerships, working with unions, working with municipalities, and moving them through a pipeline of internship to apprenticeship model or registered apprenticeship to a job. It's happening in other cities. We really need to figure out ourselves how we can get a grasp on that. I think on the other side of this, and something that deserves some highlight, is we have great partners and at the state and federal level, right? One of the examples I immediately think about is the Hunts Point Terminal Produce Market in the South Bronx, right? We have a gap of funding that's necessary. Right now, the federal government filled part of that gap with $110 million, through the work of people like myself on the ground, Councilmember Salamanca, Congressman Richie Torres. Senator Chuck Schumer, right? People that are really pushing, where we know there are funds that can be utilized on the ground in our backyards to bolster up workforce, to bolster up investments in the locality. And I think the more pressure we put on using those state and federal actors, those the people around us that can be supportive, the more we can actually fill those gaps and push back a little bit more against austerity.
Okay, thank you guys. Let's talk about a subject that's on everybody's mind, rent. The average Manhattan apartment, one bedroom.
It's too damn high.
Was you took the words right out of my mouth. We just a July report. A July report found the average one bedroom rent in Manhattan was $5,100. Street Easy just published a report that found the gap between wages and housing costs is the largest it's been since 2008. And if you could just hear the audience, everyone's aghast. What, if anything, can the city council do about this? And how do we prioritize job growth for a workforce where many people are rent burdened?
Yeah, I do, when I hear talk about like job growth or maybe even just like wage disparities, there's a lot of things that the city council, particularly right now, where the city is looking at how to lessen that gap, right? We just passed 179A, which focuses on lessening the wage gap in vocation and trades. And then we have 134A that earlier this year, where we're kind of in a polite way forced private businesses to say, if you're going to hire people in New York City, we're going to make you show the salary ranges, because we know our people deserve to apply and get jobs that are worth their value and their skill set. And so I do think when we're looking at how we can policy-wise assist in lessening the wage gap, increasing wages, or even just being more transparent in what all of us in this room can apply for or deserve to apply for, it's bills like that, it's policies like that that help do that. And then I think we really have to look at development in the city and what it means to answer for the housing crisis and what that means for our communities, not obviously completely shifting what our communities currently look like, but really being intentional and deliberate on when we're building affordable and how we push for housing that can solve the needs that we've had for decades past right now in the city.
Well, getting the rent down is something that we would love to do, but while we're trying to do that, there are 3 ways that at least people could apply for housing, the short numbers that there are. I mentioned that the city needs to have more people at Department of Buildings and HPD and fire and so on to get these buildings built, number 1. Number 2, even applying on this Housing Connect, you need to be a genius to figure out all of the friggin' paperwork. And that needs to be streamlined and changed, because guess who's getting it are people who are more adept at doing that. And those are not necessarily the people who need the housing. So there is apparently a group of people streamlining that. And at the same time, we do need, I know you talked about the budget gap, but the issue is we need more attorneys at legal aid and so on to be able to address anybody who is getting, in my opinion, illegally told that they have to leave their apartments. At the same time, there's a push to have the courts on the state level slow down their process so that the attorneys and the tenants can work together. And then we have to figure out this real challenge of affordable housing and lack thereof. We know that the asylum are here and, close to 20,000 so far, with many more to join us. And we have absolutely no place to put such numbers, not to mention those who are already in shelter. So the homeless issue is a huge challenge. I would say, developers, with all due respect, could work much more closely with the city in terms of realizing that we have a huge, too expensive a city problem and poverty, and we no longer are building the middle class. So we need a Mitchell-Lama program that existed many years ago, that was the best middle-class housing program that we ever had. I know that's a state level, but it needs to be, and also single-room occupancies. Those were the places where individuals who didn't have a lot of funding, but you had a solid building with the kinds of support that are needed, supportive housing. Those are not great answers, but at the very least, we should be doing.
Councilwoman Farias, you're chair of the Economic Development Committee. It's your specialty. We know we're seeing retirements rates rise in public safety, NYPD, FDNY, home care, healthcare, but we're also seeing more hiring in the tech sector, the life sciences sector. What can we do to stoke the flame of these industries that have room for growth? And how do we prepare for the fault lines in these industries where we're seeing people retire?
Yeah, thank you for this question. This is one of my favorite things to talk about, and I just want to preference Chair of Economic Development Committee for the last 10 months. So expertise is like, we're going to be nice. But we're all experts in this room. Really, I think for me, the way a lot of us in the conversations I've been having have been trying to focus on this is saying, how are we looking at dearth of employment where it's happening? And not actually looking at those workers and saying, you either have to stay in this field or completely change your career, but really looking at ways that we can use nonprofit organizations, CBOs, folks like NYCETC, whom can upskill people into the fields that are emerging. So we have sectors right now in vocation and trades, and I'll give like a big nation one, like not necessarily impacting New York, but we look at coal miners, right? Like people that we know we're trying to move out. We have big climate goals. How are we taking those workers and upskilling them in? Or even, an average person, a worker that's working in transportation and logistics right now, or the gig economy. There are plenty of sectors that are emerging that we're not actually taking folks and saying, you're in this job right now that has, and you check off 7 credentials, but this title, that's one, this emerging industry that's coming in, all you're missing is 2 credentials to move into that has a higher wage, has benefits, has a union, et cetera. And I think that is really part of that streamline, that pipeline that we need to start focusing on and creating here, is giving people the upskilled opportunity. And we have groups across the city that are doing this every single day, but really tapping into them, giving them the money they need to find the folks that need that training and move them in. And then I think ultimately, there are places that need really investment for recovery. Hotel industry is one of them right now that both is impacting non-union and union workers. And I know we hear a talking point of 90% occupancy right now in hotels, but those are hotels that are open. That's not impacting the hotels that are closed. That's not impacting the hotels that are up for conversion. And so really, if we're going to focus on getting people back to work and we're going to ensure that we're not widening the gap of unemployment, it's finding ways to invest in industries to get workers back in their jobs and upskilling workers into new emerging industries.
I just want to add, if you don't mind, I'm a big fan of Ken Adams, who is the head of LaGuardia Community College. And what he's doing, we need nurses, we need plumbers, we need electricians, we need many of the trades, hopefully to go into the unions. So what he's doing, as I understand it, is he is saying to an individual, you can come to LaGuardia Community College, we'll help you get your GED. You don't need college to be any one of these very needed professions. And we will train you with the correct credentials that you just heard about, and we'll give you 6 credits at LaGuardia Community College, which means that they will come back to LaGuardia Community College to finish. So innovative ideas like that need to be on a much broader scale for the city of New York. I keep going back to the City College and CUNY and the fact that these professions are desperate. We're desperate for nurses, plumbers, electricians, and so many others, but we're not doing the type of easy access and support. And it's privately funded. It's not costing the city anything, but it's the kind of program that government should pay for across the board.
The Summer Youth Employment Program, it just had over 100,000 participants this summer. Speaker Adams recently said that she'd like to see it expand to a year-round youth employment program, and it would become one that partners with the private sector. Councilwoman Brewer, how does the city make that happen, and who do we partner with?
Well, certainly, I agree. We had a summer youth employment program, a young woman, and we hired her. So that's what happens when you have SYEP in your workplace. So I do think it should be year round. Obviously, maybe not at the same scale because people are back in school. It's going back to this issue of what are your priorities? So you have a budget gap. So what are the priorities? I think we agree, workforce, housing, those are the top priorities for me anyway. So it would seem to me that whether it's JP Morgan and the great work that Barbara Chang is doing, figuring out which agencies will work with us as they are during the summer. There's no question, SYEP equals jobs. So if you are having that same experience during the summer that I just described, then it makes perfect sense to do year round. And it's a wonderful public-private partnership. You can't get the private sector to participate in everything, but they do understand that we need a workforce for the future because it's to their benefit. So yes, all year round, and it's a kind of streamlining that would make perfect sense.
Okay. Do you have anything?
No, I just think that, we're losing workers as early as 5th grade. The moment we do not tap into interests of young people and really building on those interests into skill sets into internships or fellowships and into jobs or into college and career, that's how we end up with this massive unemployment or people going to CUNY for 1 year and then dropping out because they haven't figured out what they'd like to do or they can't continue on their education. So investing in young people is really at the core of what we need to be focusing on in workforce.
Let's stay on that topic because we just talked about the unemployment. The 18 to 24-year-olds have a 21% unemployment rate right now. So where does education fit into workforce development? Are we teaching our kids the right subjects in school? Are they having the right classes to prepare themselves for the 21st century economy? And how can the city help prioritize what young people learn as they prepare to enter the economy?
Well, we're back to the CTE question, which is the program's career and technical education. For years, decades, the city has not invested in aviation, automation, food and finance, and the list goes on. If you go to food and finance, which is a school I know well, you absolutely get a job in the culinary industry, or you go on to Cornell, or you go on to other colleges that teach culinary. Hotels, culinary, jobs needed. You don't need to be a genius in any way to know that there are jobs there. So the city has not done that. Now, the mayor, to his credit, and the chancellor have said this is a priority. It is one of those 21 agencies that needs to be streamlined because you need to work with EDC. You need to work with the other agencies. So I think the answer to your question is two things. Don't put kids who are not interested in culinary at food and finance. We have somewhat stopped that. And make sure that when you graduate from aviation, there's a relationship with the Port Authority and the airports. You get the picture. It sounds so easy, but it has not happened in the past. So let's hold the administration to their promise that CTE is going to be much better funded, aligned with the agencies, and we will have people who are interested and follow up on those jobs.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. If we are not doing our job in saying you are in junior high school or middle school and you didn't get your first or second choice, so you're just going to go to AE Smith and figure it out by the time you get to college. It's like, no, you did really great in math and science, or you really enjoyed that woodworking class, and here's the next step in. We're not doing that at the career and technical education level. We're not investing enough to have the young people that actually are good at, like, not me, I'm not good at math or science. Like, it's good that I'm here, right? But like my brother, for example, college was not his thing. He wasn't an academic, but he can tell me the size of my wall by looking at it, right? He can make a really great estimate. He's good at math and science. And like right now he's in an apprenticeship for plumbing. So like that is like a thing that he's interested in, but we are not finding the investments early enough. And realistically, without those, we won't actually solve the larger problem. So it's up to us to really make those investments early.
So let's stay on this theme of investments and preparation, but let's go a little bit further and think about how do we better prepare our current workers, our existing workforce, the people who are, between ages, 30 and 55 and 60 for the changes in the new trends.
I'm older than that.
I did not know. So how do we prepare these workers for changes to the 21st century economy? And should the city council establish a permanent workforce development program or fund?
Yes, right? Yes, we should. I think we're in a really unique opportunity right now to see the Office of Workforce Development or Task Force Pipeline. It's a long name. We have really good people on at least the mayor's side that I think are working on trying to streamline that and figure out how to get these 21 agencies in, and not looking at maybe the empty vacancies right now and saying we don't need those people, but finding the people within our city or within our neighborhoods to move them into those titles. But I do think that I know we've spoken a lot about investing in young people, but we obviously need to find like adult training, older adult training is important to keeping the workforce alive and keeping that going. So yeah, I mean, I just think that when we're looking at different sectors and different fields, and we should really be looking at data on why people are leaving or why people are not going into those areas and putting the dollars behind that to move them in. I mean, I can't say upskilling enough, right? That is really in direct relationship to investing in young people, how we keep people working and how we move them in through the sectors.
Yes, I agree. I mean, there's so many ancillary support mechanisms to keep people in, obviously, education. So making CUNY available in the way that I just described, which would be free, if I would suggest that, for those who are improving their courses. Number two, language. You can't imagine how many nonprofits are absolutely backlogged in terms of teaching language so that people can do better in their whatever job they're working in. And then you just have to keep working with the industry. We still seem to have some kind of a disconnect between life sciences. When you need to make it more diverse, or technology to make it more diverse, you need to make sure those who are there are supported, but also to bring in more. And it goes back to the group the project that I just mentioned at Economic Development Corporation, where they're taking in people who are diverse to bring them into the industry. You just, what we have is great. You just need more of everything. And that does require funding. That does require funding, but it has to be, if that's your priority, then that's what you need to work on. And it's certainly our priority.
Can I just lastly say, we also have so many groups so many organizations and training systems throughout the city that their program, their training, their initiative has great retention, has really great reporting data, has 90% of people get a job, or 80-something% of people get a job afterward and are placed, and 2 years after are still within that title or that job. And those systems are so replicable, but we are not sharing that information across the board either. Sometimes I speak to organizations and I'm like, how do you have this great data set and we're not doing this citywide? And it's like, well, we kind of trying to serve citywide, but they have such a small amount of funding that can only do, 50 people at a time or 100 people at a time. We, along with the funding, we also need to be better at finding the people we need to uplift and champion and say, this system is replicable. How do we scale this up to really encourage and bolster up the workforce too?
We're very serious at the city council and doing the oversight to make some of this happen. So it's the workforce committee or oversight or both. As head of investigations and oversight, we're committed to doing that.
Okay. You can clap. So to the most common words on everyone's lips when we discuss jobs, workforce development, the economy, are childcare. We constantly are hearing about childcare. Yesterday, the city council passed a 7-bill package to improve access to childcare in this city, including setting the foundation for universal childcare. My first question is, why has this taken so long for the city council to prioritize childcare for working parents? Please tell us.
Male leadership. My initial thought. No?
So we have our
Apologetic about that at all. Not apologetic.
we have our answer to that question, but maybe more a little deeper. What steps need to be taken in the years ahead to actually improve access that go beyond just a task force to study something or make recommendations? How do we actually get there to universal childcare?
I'm like a broken record, but the package is great. It's, but it doesn't say exactly how we're going to get there. It says we should get there. And the way that we get there is it's part of the priorities. So let me give you an example. So agencies have got to work with a situation when there is a child care center and not take it 6 months to open because the agencies together can't figure out how to do the right inspections. That has to start. So even when you have a center, it's hard to get it open when there's been a challenge in the past or when you're brand new. So that's number one. Number two, we have to figure out with the mayor, hopefully keeping what I call de Blasio's premier work, which is the pre-K and those that are 3-year-olds. So both of them need to remain. They were funded by the federal government, so we do need to find the money, and that's a challenge. But I want to let you know that's also part of the child care. Some of those, however, don't go all day long. So when you talk about universal, you have to talk about child care that is appropriate for parents who are working. Many challenges. You also have to figure out where there's a workforce situation. What are the hours? Public-private partnership, that could be part of it. So many people I know have different shifts, so the childcare that exists doesn't work for them. This whole challenge has to be thought out as we're talking about workforce. So the hope is there, task forces, wanting universal, but it has to be thought out not only about we want it, but what's the space, what's the public-private partnership, and how in the world are the agencies going to participate? And it has to be the right hours, just to start with.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I think that's exactly it. It is setting the foundation and aiming us towards it. But I think this too encourages the conversation of what does the future of work look like? How do we make sure our work is hybrid or has a remote option? How do we even make sure our workspaces are conducive to parents or mothers or people with children? In the city council, for example, I had a friend visit me at a State of Day with her baby. Not a single bathroom in City Hall had a changing table, right? Like that's concerning for an all-women council, primarily right now, but also because it's a building that has women and potentially children in it sometimes. So really, childcare is how we end a lot of the disparities for primarily women, but also families. And I think this is a really good head start. I think it's also encouraging that we have a women-led body right now that can follow this through. We have someone leading on oversight who will make sure that the task forces give us the data and we follow up on what that means. And then I think what we need to look at in the future are different funding opportunities to make childcare vendors or childcare spaces give the opportunity to be more affordable to the average person that would like to utilize them. So I think that's the next step moving forward.
If we could, and I don't want to put you guys on the spot too much, but we're hearing about
Yes, you do.
We're hearing about universal pre-K, universal 3K, and now universal childcare. Are there any places in the budget in the years ahead that we're going to be okay with maybe downsizing or cutting to make room for these programs? Because these are going to be expensive and very important programs if they're going to serve everyone in New York City. Is there anywhere?
I mean, I think yes. I think generally there probably is lots of money within a budget where we can reduce spending or reduce expenses or find better ways to spend that can be more economically savvy in how we use our budgets and tax dollars. I don't primarily want to highlight a specific space because I don't know of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure Gail has suggestions.
Units of appropriation. You should know that word, U of A. It's the most important budget word. And what that means is you could have Department of Homeless, I'm just making this up, $10 million. It doesn't say one word as to what is in that $10 million. To the credit of Jim Karras, who's a longtime, one of the general counsels in the city council, this year he got 7 units of appropriations delineated at the police department. Now that might make sense. Like, what's the big deal? It's a big deal because then you know what is in, what's going in terms of technology, or what's going in terms of detective, etc. So what I'm saying is the way to do the cut in the budget is to make these darn agencies give their units of appropriation and not give us a $20 million. This is for other. That is where you cut the budget.
I think that's the perfect way to end this wonderful discussion. Thank you very much,
Thank
Councilman Farias. Thank you.
For those of you heading out, we're actually about to have the mayor come on, so would encourage you to stay to hear the mayor speak. We'll just get started in a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. Everyone, if I could have your attention this way, I'm very pleased today to let you know that we are being joined by Mayor Eric Adams. Mayor Adams, thank you for all of your work in making workforce development a central pillar of your administration and your commitments to jobs and justice. When it comes to our collective recovery, mobility, and equity, please know it's these folks in this room that are going to help you get the job done. Ladies and gentlemen, our 110th Mayor, Eric Adams.
Thank you so much. You know, even before I talk about this issue, I just want to continue to resonate this entire concept. You know, this person sat down for a portrait where he had a scar on his face, and he told the artist that I know I have a scar, but remember I have a face. And so there are people in this city that want to define us by our scars. But we have a face. 6 felony crimes on our subway system a day. We have to address them. But 3.5 million people use our subway system every day and get to their place of home, work, job safely. That's our face. We have an economic challenge. That's a scar. But we are leading the major hotel industries in the 25 major markets. 91% of our hotels are back up and operating. That's our face. Tourism is at a high that is so impressive. 56 million tourists are going to be in this city. People want to come to the city. That's our face. If you start your day writing in your journal everything that happened to you bad the day before, you're going to define yourself by that journal entry. I lean into what's great about this city. And I'm not going to allow the tabloids to find the worst part of those 6 crimes and define what our city is about. That is not who we are about. This is a city of resiliency, invincibility, dedication, commitment, diversity. That is our face. That's the face that I know. That's the face that I'm going to lean into. And no one personifies that more than you. Those of you who are on the ground, allowing people to be gainfully employed in the industries of this city. A job is not someplace you go in the AM hours of your day. It's the precursor to sleep that allows you to experience the American dream. And void of that, you are relegated to a perpetual state of being a nightmare and not the dream. That is why we're zero in on this. And what we're doing at City Hall, these are not my ideas. While I was running, I sat down with folks like Jose Ortiz and others like you and say, how do we get it right? How do we first seek to understand so we are understood and craft policies that are in unison? Not this band where everyone is playing their own beat, but have one beat. And I know I'm preaching to the choir. Well, this is choir practice. Because too many people are singing off key in this area. So we need to streamline all of these agencies. When I sat down and I spoke with some of you in this room to learn that we have this entire operation of different agencies in the city doing their own thing around workforce development, placement, identifying the jobs, and making sure that as we attract jobs to come in, that we can make sure the coordination is right. That's what we want to do. Better coordination, better streamlining, and having an open communication with you in a real way so you can tell us how do we produce a better product. So often we sit in the sterilized environments of our agencies, boardrooms, conference rooms, and try to be intellectual and philosophical about what needs to be done on the ground. No to that. You'll never be a good shepherd if you're not hanging out with the sheep. We got to get among the people that are doing the job every day and say, how do we do it better? And so I'm pleased to be here with the New York City Employment and Training Coalition, acronym ETC. This annual conference is so important, but now you have one of your own that's in the administration. Many of you know Jose. When I spoke with him on the campaign trail, I said, I have to get this guy. And we were able to get him. I am so happy that he's part of our administration. I know he's around here somewhere. Thank you, Brother Jose, for what you're doing. And you know that you can speak directly with him. It's even better here. I like to say you did this for several years. You were not in person. It's good to be back in person and actually get this done in a real way. I say that to employees all the time. It's good to get back into office spaces. You cannot be afraid on COVID on Monday, but I see you in the nightclubs on Sunday. It's time to get back to work. Time to get back to work. No, that's the way it is. Because that's how we feed our ecosystem. Because when the accountant is back in that office space, he's going to the restaurant. He's bringing in a business traveler. 72% of our hotel occupancy are business travelers. That dishwasher is getting a job. The waiter is getting a job. The person you buy the flowers from on the corner is getting a job. That's the financial ecosystem. Even if it's not central Manhattan and it's in our local communities, the goal is a cross-pollination of ideas. It is in an office environment. Even if it's 4 days a week or whatever number of days it is, we need to engage in human beings. That's who we want. And so I want to thank ETC and the board and its members for helping ensure that talent development is a key priority for this administration. So important to us. And even after the most challenging times, we know that we can get this city back to work. And let me give you an encouragement. All week after week, new businesses are opening in this city. Coming here, setting up shop. People want to do business in the city, not because of the Empire State Building, not because of, the different things. They want to do it because of the people. The diversity of our city, people are bringing their cultures and ideas to the business environment, and people know the good product we have. New York is known for its people, but we must be a city of yes, innovation, jobs, housing, and better healthcare system. We just announced a major development down in Kips Bay of life sciences. We're putting a substantial amount of money in this project, over a $1.5 million square feet in development, where we're going to attract life scientists to our city. We must build a pathway for those who are going to be employed in this important industry. We want jobs that reach those who have often been forgotten and left behind. Then we have to recruit differently. If you are in Fort Greene housing and you're looking for employment, you're not going on LinkedIn. We have to stop being afraid to go meet people one-on-one and talk with them one-on-one. We have to find the people. And recruitment can't be 9 to 5. Recruitment has to be all hours of the night. When I'm out there 2 a.m. in the morning, I'm telling people about jobs. So if we are 9 to 5 operation, then we're not going to reach those people who need jobs. A lot of people are sleeping during 9 to 5, and they don't come out until night to catch me while I'm out. That's how we have to think about this. This is a 24-hour city, and our approach to helping people must be 24-hour. We want to tap our incredible talent, and that's why this year we launched NYC PINC, PINCC, Pathways to Industrial and Construction Careers, a program that would train over 2,000 New Yorkers into high-wage career track in the construction and transportation industry in the next 3 years. August 1st, I signed an executive order that put talent and workforce development at the center of our economic development strategy. The executive order empowers the mayor's office of talent and workforce development to streamline the efforts of nearly 24 city agencies and offices that administer workforce training and job placement programs, bringing them all together and make sure that the agency cross-government will convene regularly to strategize and collaborate through the Workforce Intelligence Career Cabinet. That's so important. And finally, we believe that it's important to ensure that we are working hand in hand with the Department of Education, the CUNY system. So much talent is in CUNY, and community organization to maximize opportunity for all New Yorkers. We created a Future for Work task force to work on this important initiative and move our city forward in the right direction. I'm excited, I'm dedicated, I'm committed. I know what a job does for one, for the dignity, for the opportunity, and to pursue this thing we call the American dream. You cannot do it if you're left ostracized and ignored. Our goal is not to allow that to happen. You are our partners. We take our directions from you. Help us build this system correctly. Help us streamline. Help us get the barriers out of the way so you can do your job the way it ought to be. I know, and you know, borrowing from the owner of Snapple Soft Drink, we are who we are because we're made up of the best stuff on earth. We're New Yorkers. Thank you very much.
Let's give a round of applause for our esteemed mayor. You know, this is my day 9 in the job. I'm not sure where we go from here, but we got a lot more to accomplish and do together to build on today. A key part of that puzzle are our labor leaders. They are up next in this conversation. This is a fireside chat, a conversation with labor leaders. Are we ready? Great. Please join in welcoming Henry Guerrero, Executive Director, District Council 37, Gary LaBarbera, President of the Building and Construction Trades Council of Greater New York, Sandy Vito, Executive Director of 1199 SEIU Training and Employment Funds. They are in conversation with Kathleen Culhane, who you met earlier, our board chair, President of Non-Traditional Employment for Women, and as I said, NYCETC's board chair. Please give this esteemed body a huge round of applause. We are grateful for their presence today.
where you want us? Okay.
All right, thank you, Greg, and really excited for this robust discussion we're about to have. So it's my honor. So we're going to jump right in. So talking about post-pandemic economic recovery in New York City, it's unique compared to the rest of the nation. New York City has recovered only 77% of its pandemic job losses, and the city has consistently lagged behind other major cities and states in its recovery. The nation overall has recovered over 96% of its pandemic job loss. And we're also facing a bleak fiscal forecast and the trend of the Great Resignation. So starting with Sandy and going down the line, Sandy, Gary, then Henry. How does this statement resonate with you, and what are you seeing right now? And how does this moment differ from previous recessions and economic downturns?
Well, I guess I would start with healthcare specific, because I think my colleagues will address some of the other areas. But in healthcare, you know, you had folks on the front line risking their lives every day during the pandemic. And what we saw were a number of retirements. People were exhausted. Much like the rest of the economy, it is bifurcated, right? So when we're talking about the recession, we have a lot of shortages in occupations, particularly good paying occupations, nurses, respiratory therapists, imaging. You know, and then we also have, even though they're unionized, you know, home health aides and CNAs, where the work is the kind of work that caregivers want to do, but it's not, the conditions of the work are not good. So the union fights, you know, very hard for systemic change, but there are significant problems recruiting in those occupations. And so we have to think about healthcare as a very highly credentialed industry. So I know lots of people think about job training and they want to talk about literacy, and necessary, but not sufficient. The piece that you want to think about in healthcare is how do we orient people and get the right people into the sector post-pandemic? And it's not always just COVID, right? I mean, people aren't, when we do surveys, it's not fear of COVID anymore, it's more exhaustion. And then how do we create programs that reach the levels of credential that are important in the industry? So it's not a 2-week training program, it's a 2-year training program to become a nurse or a respiratory therapist. I'll stop there because I don't want short panel.
So thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to be here. So I will speak to the construction industry for a moment, but let me just make an observation to your direct question. So when you state that New York, compared to the rest of the country, you know, is lagging. I mean, I think the first thing you have to think about is the pandemic itself, and you have to realize that New York City, New York was the epicenter of the pandemic. New York City was particularly hit harder than many other areas in the nation. So that's one factor in and of itself. That's one point. The other point is, I think what the pandemic did, in fact, is it transformed many workers' ideas of the way work can be done. And I know from talking to a lot of corporate heads and building owners that only now are really building vacancies beginning to come down. And part of that is because of the kind of a cultural shift in certain industries where people want to have a better work-life mix, and doing that is a way to do that rather is through remote working. So I think that's part of one of the reasons there's this perception that we're lagging. But in terms of the construction industry itself, I can tell you emphatically that the industry, the developers in the private sectors are very, very bullish on the future. Actually, you know, they feel that over the next 5 to 7 years, we're going to have a very robust industry. Obviously, tying it into the question as well, one of the problems is when you're in a financial circumstance as we are today, and in particular, you know, the Fed is continuing to raise rates to try to slow the economy, perhaps bring us into a recession, possibly. but that makes it, that one of the industries that's impacted largely is in the construction industry because of lending, right? So I think just, I'll put a pin in it there, but I could say that in terms of the outlook, there is a lot of willingness and eagerness to build in this city. One of the things that, I heard this morning, frankly, from the governor, is that the data is backing up. More and more people are wanting to come to New York. We heard this with Google, where, Google said, all right, you have to be in an office, any office you want. And over 1,000 employees over there has decided they wanted to come to New York. So I'm very confident and very optimistic that New York is going to come back as strong as it ever was.
Yeah, and so you heard from healthcare, you heard from construction. I think I will take an opportunity to speak about government because quite often we miss the fact that 10% of the city's workforce works in government. And that government suffers the same pressures and challenges than all these private industries do. And right now we are really suffering. And I will reserve comments about the collective bargaining agreement for city workers, which is far more complicated. But I will talk about the two biggest challenges that I see in recruitment and retention. One is wages. Right now, with all the efforts that we made to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour across the board, which is great, and I'm very proud of what we did for that. We have 32,000 city workers that are make between 15 and 18 bucks an hour. Now, when you have McDonald's, when you have Whole Foods, when you have all these private industries trying to recruit people at $18 and $20 an hour, with none of the requirements that you have to comply to become a city worker, that becomes a challenge to recruit and retain the best and the brightest. And it's on both ends, because right now we have a serious vacancy problem. So if you add the off-budget agencies, we have approximately 400,000 city workers. So just as we're having a problem at the low end, we're having a problem at the high end. I have 22% vacancies on cybersecurity positions. These are positions that make 150,000 and above. Why? Because the private industry is paying them a minimum of 100,000 above that. And so the same challenges that we have. So wages is an absolute necessity, how we realize wages. And I think there's an issue of impact, right? So you can recruit in the Department of Buildings, 22% vacancy right now. Well, you can't do the construction that Gary was talking about. You can approve the permits, right? You can recruit lifeguards where you can open the beaches. So not only are you affecting the quality of life of people, but the concession of the businesses who work around the beaches are affected. The income that comes in for the sales of that is affected. So there's a multiplying effect on it. And the second issue is the failure to recognize that work is changing. Telecommuting is something that should have been talked about in city government before, and yet we insist everybody has to come back and the office has to be the same 9 to 5 or 10 to 6 or whatever you want to say in an office setup. We have the technology now improve that to be able to do the work as efficiently from home, right? Not every day, but there has to be a recognition that the job has changed, that the workplace in the office has changed. And I'll give you an example of that. I had a meeting yesterday with all the attorneys that work workers' comp. So what happens if you're home and in telecommuting and you spill some milk and you fall off, right? Is that a cover case in the workers' comp? Right? It happened to somebody here because it's happening. Guess what? Every single one of the claims that you get hurt at home is being controverted. So there's no recognition that work at home is now an acceptable and a viable way of doing that. So we need to change if we're going to do that, because otherwise we're going to remain behind in government and we're not going to recruit and retain the best and the brightest that we need in order to get services done to their need.
So keeping on the topic of good paying careers, again, we'll go down the line. So what are the specific investments, commitments, strategies that need to be made by the city and state in partnership with labor, of course, to build pipelines to good paying careers? How do we transition from a workforce development mindset to a career development focus? And what are the specific challenges here?
Well, so it's actually a fairly simple calculation in healthcare. For those of you who don't know, I'm actually not a labor leader. I'm the executive director of the training fund. My colleagues Gary and Henry are the real labor leaders. George Gresham is our labor leader who couldn't be here. But in terms of education pathways, and we've been doing education pathways in healthcare since 1969. But the way our fund is structured under law, we can only provide career pathways. So we have people who are working in dietary in the kitchens who've become director of respiratory therapy. I mean, we have had career pathways since 1969. We longer than most people in the country, and we've created all the wraparound services. But the challenge we have right now with all of these occupational shortages, we can't reach outside of the labor market to provide those same services. So when I think of public education and public workforce development systems, the key is to create opportunities that help the very people that we're talking about who have not yet been reemployed find ways to advance their careers. And that is not just, again, I can't repeat enough, it's not just very simple courses. We have to dream and assume that somebody who's outside of the labor market right now can become a nurse with the right support systems. And I think many of you have heard me say that before, but we have to really invest in the people of New York City in terms of education with lots of support systems, which means stipends, childcare, transportation costs, so that you can reach that dream and help fill those shortages. Because it's not just nursing. I use that because that's what people know, but there are a lot of opportunities in healthcare, and we're not investing in people to be able to take those opportunities.
That's a great response, Sandy. And I'm going to kind of tag along on one of the issues where I think the city could make an important investment, and that is in childcare. One of the biggest barriers, and Kathleen's very familiar with this, I just want to, she serves as the chairperson of non-traditional employment for women. This is one of the pre-apprentice and direct entry programs that is affiliated with the New York City Building Trades Council, and it's a very successful program. We're very proud of the work that we do together. And we're actually, along with our national organization and partnering with NYU here in New York, we're trying to establish a pilot for childcare in the construction industry. And so why is it different? It is different. And the reason it's different, I'll move on to a broader conversation in a moment, but the hours of work in the construction industry are certainly not 9 to 5 or normal hours of work. Generally, construction begins, if you live in the city, you know this and probably complain about it, but at the latest 7 a.m. in the morning, sometimes depending upon the area and special variances, 6 a.m. in the morning, and oftentimes if there are late concrete pours, it could go to 4 or 5 in the evening. So these are long days. And so in order for a worker to be at a job site at 6 a.m., they need to be up at 4 a.m. and they need to drop their children off at 5 a.m. and they may not be able to pick the children back up till 5 or 6 p.m. And so, it is a barrier for females entering the industry. So I think one of the roles that the city can, I agree with Sandy, can really invest in is looking at childcare, because it is a fundamental need, especially, for workers, and investing in childcare and broadening the opportunity there is investing in people. Well, that's one thing. I also will say, it's interesting, very interesting that fortuitous really that, we're with Sandy today, and she's talking about healthcare, because just prior to this event where the mayor was, and I was with the mayor and the governor this morning at an event, was the announcement of the Kips Bay CUNY Life Sciences Center. And this is going to be really focused on life sciences and really kind of developing the nursing field and be able to put them through these educational programs and actually attach a job to them. So very important. So, and for that, this is a long-term plan. That is an investment. That is something the city can do. And now all of that construction will result in union construction jobs. So one of the things that, I've had this conversation with some of the folks right here in this room, and certainly with the mayor, over the years, and every governmental elected official, is that there really needs to be a cognizant thought process, investment into creating pathways into union apprenticeship programs. And that's the key. And I think, you know, we've worked very successfully to this point with Adams administration and prior administrations with establishing what they call project labor agreements that, you know, require really union career paths for city work. But I want to just kind of emphasize one point. The most important thing is, without that pathway and a sustainable pathway, we can't have careers. And I think if you think about the three individuals here that are representing different labor organizations, we're not talking about jobs. We're not talking about a job that you go to and then in a year, like in the construction industry, you know, a year and a half, 2 years, the project is over, and that means your job is over. We're talking about career pathways to have a career in healthcare, to have a career in the construction industry, to have a career working for a city agency. And I am thoroughly convinced that the only real pathways into those type of careers are through a union job, a union career, and a union training program or a union apprentice program. So I think the role of the city can be, and it is, and it could, you know, there's always room to expand, is to really continue to think about investment into training. You know, the offshore wind industry, the solar industry, we think about renewables. This is going to create a whole new green economy. There are going to be thousands of jobs available. And we need, in the building trades, we're going to construct all that work that's in statute. We need to have training. We need to be able to build new training facilities for specific types of training. And in government, and the city certainly could play a role in supporting and making the investments into people to find career pathways. Thank you.
So those of you who know me, I'm Dominican, and one of the things we do, right? We do a lot of family, loud music, food, you know, all that stuff. We have 2 rules in our family: do not talk about baseball, and do not talk about unions, because one of them is likely going to end up in a fist fight. But even with those rules, there's always somebody bound to talk about the Yankees and Boston and, you know, whole nine. And somebody's going to mention a union, and most likely it's going to be like, hey, Henry, could you give me a job? Yeah, I want nothing serious. I can do office cleaning, and I just want to make 100,000 plus, right? Hook me up, right? I mean, then you say, well, wait a minute, it doesn't work there. You need to be trained. You need to be, did you take an exam, right? Most city jobs, as a result of the Tammany Hall, right, require you to take a civil service exam, right? And you say that, hey, I can send you a list of, no. I just want you to call somebody, right? And so this is what happens, right? I know that we did everything possible to make sure that people who are hired by government are the most trained, the most qualified. But we have gone overboard. We have made the hurdles of employment so high and so difficult, it's so convoluted. You have to get fingerprinted. You have to pay $300 to take a test that you may or may not pass. And you have people like, an example, we have 500 sanitation jobs, 92,000 people apply, right? Yeah, they make 100,000 and that, but you got to be trained, right? And up into 2017, for architects, engineers, and IT, this is a fact, the city was spending $2.85 in training them every year. So most of that training, recruitment, and retention to prepare people for those jobs I left out to the union. So to Gary's point, apprenticeship program, pre-apprenticeship programs, education funds like Sandy's and ours do exactly that. But we haven't made the investment. We haven't made an investment of programs that for workforce development of many of you who represent here. And it seems like we're always begging to do what we're required to do. And if you think about the history of labor, the history of development in this country, there's always been a recognition you have to train folks to get them prepared to do the job. And if we're not willing to invest that, you're going to get what you get now, which is problems of recruitment, retention, high turnover rates, right? I have a 38% turnover rate in social workers right now. 38%. We have a problem with mental health in the city, right? I can't get anybody to do a subway run to pick up people with mental health. And I can't get anyone to accept, even with a higher salary, when there's a mental health call, because one, you don't pay them enough. Two, you don't respect them enough to listen to their opinions. And third, they feel like they're just shuffling people around. And they got into government because not of the salaries, believe me. They got into government because they believe in something. And you're not listening to their voices. You're not listening and respecting the very professionals who do that. And I think that's the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's what Einstein said. What we're doing in the city is insanity. We are not respecting the people who do the work. And if we continue to do it, we're going to continue to have the same results.
So we're unfortunately at final thoughts. Final thought, I know already. So I know. So we talked about opportunity, we talked about careers, we talked about wages. We want to touch on equity and a short final thought, and we're going to go down the road.
Well, I guess I would be remiss if we're talking about equity if we didn't talk about home care workers. So we know as a society that home care workers allow us often to do work because they're taking care of our parents. They allow people with disabilities often to be in the workplace. They're really essential to our economy, and we don't treat them like that. So when we think about workforce development and equity, it has to be surrounded with some better public policy that values jobs, just as Henry is saying, some of the public sector jobs. When you're thinking about service workers, particularly service workers where the history, I'm just going to say it, right? It comes from, the whole industry was built in the past on exploiting immigrant workers, and before that, the free labor of enslaved workers. So if that's where the industry was built, we need to break through that and think about different policy options that value that work appropriately, because right now it's just contingent labor at a very low wage because of the shortage of hour. There's like a demand for it, but only in short hour jobs, right? So we have a lot to work through to make those jobs better. The union did fight and get a $3 increase for the home care workers. So that's a real step in the right direction. So we're making strides, but there's a lot more to do.
Well, that's a really good question, and it's very hard to put in a final thought, I gotta say. But let me say it this way to you. In terms of when I think about equity, if you think about the construction industry, obviously there are union projects and there are open shop projects where there are non-union workers that work for non-union contractors. I will tell you, most of the time, those non-union contractors are unscrupulous contractors. This is a fact. There's an underbelly in this industry. I think about those workers who are regularly exploited. You think about the construction industry and you think about, and Catherine, you're very well aware of this, several years ago, we had 21, 22 fatalities a year in the construction industry. 85 to 90% of those workers were non-union workers. Those workers, over 50% of those workers were non-English speaking workers. And when I think about the level of abuse and exploitation in the non-union sector, this is something that, as the unionized construction industry, we fight against. We fight against this. We don't just fight for our members. We fight for all workers, and certainly all construction workers in this city. And we would pass the law, Local Law 197, which requires mandatory training for every construction worker. We had Carlos's law that we're waiting to have signed, where Carlos Mencaya was killed because of an unscrupulous contractor forcing him to work in an unsafe trench. And it was the unionized construction industry that got a law passed in Albany that now has penalties. I mean, that individual, the penalty for that, I would say is a murder, was $10,000 with no criminal, for the contractor, with no criminality. So you're telling me that a life is worth $10,000? So we've changed that, and now there are criminal consequences. as well as a minimum of $500,000 payment, $500,000 to the family, right? Same issue on wage theft. Wage theft is a big problem in the non-union industry. We passed a law which was signed into law, Wage Theft Protection Act, so that these workers, so when I think about equity, you know, if you are in the unionized construction industry in a union, you know, the collective bargaining agreement is the great equalizer, right? But if you're a non-union worker, you know, that's where we have to work and really have to understand what they're going through, and how much they are abused. And, you know, we try to organize, we do organize, Kathleen, you know that. One of the things that we have focused on in the last decade in particular is really bringing diversity into the building trades through our pre-apprentice and direct entry programs. And I can tell you statistically today, the building trades membership is majority minority. Almost 70% of people coming into the building trades apprentice training programs are minority. So, you know, that's part of equity too, making sure that all people from all communities, in particular marginalized and underserved communities, have an opportunity to come into the middle class with a career pathway. So, I mean, I'll put a pin in it there, but I could really talk a lot about the situation in terms of equity and the difference between a union career and a non-union job.
Thank you, Gary. Henry, final thoughts.
Yeah, so if you see my picture out there, you can see that I had hair once. When I started this, it's not Photoshop. And part of the reason I lost my hair is because I feel like I'm yelling at the wind at these concepts. And I say, look, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. In the height of the Industrial Revolution in this country, we had a concept called hiring halls, right? You bring people together. If I were to say to this group, I have 100 jobs in 5 agencies, it pays $50,000, here are the requirements. Come to one center, one hiring hall. Send as many qualified people as you can and train them. And we can connect them. They can understand whatever bureaucratic requirements they have to do. We can have the union rules here. We can have the benefits here. They can get their fingerprinted. They can sign up. We can waive the payment. You know, it would be, I think, a great idea to implement, right? As opposed to have 50,000 hiring centers all bifurcated and all that stuff. And case in point, at the height of the Black Lives Matter protest here, we had 100 jobs in the police department. Nobody wanted to apply for it. It was not a good, attractive place to be, especially they were trying to attract minority and people of color. So we said, leave it to us. We did a hiring hall, and they claim it was posted at every precinct, including Staten Island, some places nobody went to. We did a centralized hiring hall. We communicated with churches, with community groups, with community organizations. With a lot of the groups that are here, 1,200 people showed up for the jobs. And we hire on that day, not only enough to fill those 200 jobs, but enough to have a bank of folks who be on a waiting list should the position become available. That's a prime example of a hiring working. So if you heard what I said before about all these, we need hiring halls back in government. And we need to connect the people who are doing the training, the recruitment with the jobs that are available and make it as simple as possible for people to navigate a good paying, yes, union job that won't make you lose your hair.
Well, please join me in thanking our esteemed panel.
Thank you all.
Give these folks one more round of applause while we get a quick picture. We have one more presentation and then we'll break for lunch. You're awesome. Okay, one more presentation this morning. One more presentation this morning, and then it's on to lunch. When we get back from lunch, the after lunch is all about funders, it's about providers, it's about more solutions and strategies. And there's also going to be a significant announcement that's going to benefit, I think, some folks in the room on tech training. So this is mapping the skills of New Yorkers to drive place and industry-based development and reskilling. Please join me in welcoming Carrie Fallhaber, Vice President of Jobs First NYC, and Allison Lands, Head of Strategy at Sky Hive Technologies. Round of applause, please. Keep it going.
It's still morning? I don't think so. Good afternoon, everyone. Stick around for lunch. No extended. Don't worry. Not working? How about now? Okay, you got to push the button. Note to self. Let me go through. Okay. Well, Greg introduced us, so I can skip that. For those of you who are not familiar with Jobs First, we are an organization that is dedicated to advancing economic mobility for young adults and their communities. And I'm joined today with Allison Lanz from Sky Hive Technologies. Sky Hive is a technology platform that is using intelligence to reskill the workforce globally. You can see our missions are very well aligned. I won't go into them. Allison will tell a little bit more about that later. But we're here to tell you about a solution that we think is very timely and very important, especially listening to Mayor Eric Adams for what the city needs now in recovery. So why is this important? Place matters. The community that you grow up in, oh, the screen went dead. Sorry, I'm gonna have to twist and look at this one a little bit. The community you grow up in, where you were born, is still the greatest determinant of your future opportunity. And the skills that are in that community help shape you, help shape your future. But there are communities that don't have the same access to skills and training across New York City. And the community also helps determine what industry is in that area and what skills the industries need and look for. But if there's a mismatch, your future is not quite on the same career trajectory of somebody born in a different community. And really, to maximize the effectiveness of workforce development, you must include the role of place, the state of industry, the social capital of the community, and the attributes of the individual. Okay. So what's the opportunity here? And what's the challenge here that we're really addressing? I want you to imagine being able to build reskilling and upskilling plans for an entire neighborhood, for a community, for the city. Plans that really showcase the currency of that community and of its residents. Build upon the unique strengths of the people who live in that community and the needs of that community and the industries, and create direct pathways to higher wage jobs and lay a foundation for long-term economic mobility.
You've painted an amazing vision, Carrie. Sky Hive is very happy to partner with Jobs First in this endeavor. Some of you may not have heard of Sky Hive Technologies. We are a skills intelligence platform that parses the world's labor data using AI and machine learning. Where do we get this data from? We get it from many different global sources, including things like online job postings or CVs, resumes, online profiles, but we also get it from educational data, workforce data, publicly available census and government data. And in the case of the Sky Hive Jobs First partnership, we get it from community intermediaries who are helping their populations complete skills passports and surface the transferable skills that they have. We use all of this information to answer 4 key questions that are core to the meat and potatoes of workforce development. What are my current skills? How do those skills align to the labor market today and where the labor market is heading in the future? What is the gap between where I am today and the skills that I will need either to get a better job or in the future? And what is the most efficient path to bridge that gap through upskilling, reskilling, training, education, et cetera? You can answer these questions at the individual level, but you can also answer them in aggregate at the community or population level. And in doing so, this partnership will create a system of intelligence for workforce development that can anticipate labor market demand shifts and where the economy is heading for New York City and connect job seekers to meaningful employment.
If we take just an example, I'll use David as an example. He's a use case that we see very frequently, hundreds, if not thousands of use cases. He's a customer care specialist. He works in a call center. This is a type of job that exists in almost every community in our country. And he's got a lot of transferable skills. He might think that customer service is his core skill, and this job, I apologize, this was a slide that would have an animation and a build, but I'm not able to do that today. But he would have communication, empathy, problem solving, and judgment, skills that actually transfer to quite a few of the in-demand digital jobs of today, such as user experience design, sales enablement, digital or product marketing, or even jobs David hasn't yet thought of. The big takeaway here is that in his community, because of his social capital, because of the training programs available to him, David might not be able to be what he cannot see. And so things like SkyHive reveal to him viable career paths and transferable skills that he may have overlooked. It helps him expand or narrow the focus of his job search or his upskilling work in ways that align to the ways that the real labor market exists today and where it's going versus maybe where it was or where it's been. And in doing so, we also work with the Global 2000 and Fortune 500 employers who use SkyHive as a tool to support skills-based practice and equitable hiring. So this is giving David a trajectory and a step up into the labor market in a very actionable way. And I'll hand back to Carrie.
Thanks, Allison. So David is an avatar representative of thousands, hundreds of thousands of workers in the workforce. But Michael is a person, a participant from Eastside House Settlement, a partner that we worked with to launch a pilot with SkyHive. And Michael was affected by COVID, stuck at home. He was on a career path that changed dramatically with COVID and with some personal injuries. He couldn't leave his house. He had some skills. He had worked on some small businesses, but he wasn't sure what to do now that COVID hit and he was home. He uploaded his profile into SkyHive. It told him his own skills currency, the things that he did, how it translates, how his experience translates to skills. And it suggested for him some training that might bring him into another career path or continue him on a career path that he was on. He was really interested in entrepreneurship. He took 3 courses, built his own business, ended up making swag for Eastside House, printing logos on things for them. And Michael told us that he actually felt empowered and enlightened. He had a window into himself that he did not have before SkyHive. So this is important because skills mapping improves workforce outcomes. We saw it firsthand with Eastside Settlement House. SkyHive sees it all over the globe, literally. It improves outcomes on an individual level because skills awareness equals adaptability. That's what Michael found. And adaptability is the highest demanded skill in the workforce right now. We don't even really know what a career pathway looks like anymore, but we know you need to be adaptable to succeed on it. It improves workforce outcomes for community because it addresses skills deserts. Not every community is equal. Not every community has access to the same high-level skills training. And skills mapping can tell you what is needed in that community to get people from where they are to where they need to be. And it improves outcomes for industry. We know there's a talent shortage right now. There's a fight for good talent. And training people helps overcome skills shortages and encourage employers to partner with the workforce development sector. And it increases hiring too. Aligning workforce programs to the unique skills footprints of the communities they serve provides residents with the strongest possible path to economic mobility. And we believe every community can benefit from skills mapping. There's a QR code. You could scan it here. This is your way to get in touch with us, find out more. I'll give you the last words.
Sure. Yeah, we believe not just every community, but every corner of the workforce development ecosystem. We know that 8 minutes is not a lot of time to share details with you, but please scan the QR code, visit our respective websites, catch us later at the conference or over lunch where we're all about to go enjoy some food, and we're happy to share more with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's been a packed morning, lots of dancing and fluidity on our agenda. So I know you're all ready to go to lunch, just a couple of points before you do that. Because of the variety of changes we had our schedule, we're gonna push back lunch to start, to finish at 1:15. So please try to be back here 1:15 and we'll start then the afternoon. There has been, there are inserts that would show a different afternoon agenda than what is in your program book. You can find those at the registration desk, or you can just hang out and watch the whole day because it's all here. It's all correct on the website. You can go there as well. So thank you, enjoy lunch, and we'll see you here 1:15. If everybody could take their seats, we're going to get started in about a minute.
I go here. You're good right there. I want you comfortable right there with triangles on your side.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started. Thank you. Welcome back to the 2022 NYCETC Conference. We're kicking off our afternoon with a slate of programming with a conversation with ETC's leadership, which is myself and our new CEO, Greg Morris. We have the privilege of being moderated today by Ben Max, who's the executive editor of Gotham Gazette. If you are not reading Gotham Gazette yet, you definitely should be. Lots of insider stuff on New York City politics and social world. So really appreciate having Ben with us today and appreciate all of you for sticking around. So we'll take it away ourselves.
Give yourselves a round of applause.
There should be more
check.
self-introductions at conferences, I think.
I've lost my mind today, so anything I say.
Couldn't find anyone else to do it, is what happened there. I don't know.
So again, my name is Ben Max. I'm the editor of Gotham Gazette. Pleasure to be here again. I've been at the last several in-person conferences, I think, and very happy to join you for this conversation. So since we don't have a lot of time with our leadership here, let's jump right into it. So Annie, where are we right now? How has ETC grown over your decade plus at ETC? How is the workforce development landscape shifting in recent years and to this moment? Give us a little lay of the land overview.
Sure. When I started as an intern about 11 years ago, I described the coalition as a startup.
Put up for 11 years, hasn't it? Just the start.
I described the coalition as a startup, and I still describe it as a startup. So lots of hustling. That is the world of advocacy and politics. We have grown exponentially to 5 staff from 2, which is a miracle. I used to be so proud and still continue to be so proud of being told that people are shocked to hear what a small team we are. And that really is only possible because of the membership and the partnerships that we have. We learn from you. We can only do our work from you, the work that you're doing on the ground. So over the last decade, the coalition has really been focusing on making our voice a legitimate and professional one that is reflective of the work on the ground. So the way that we do that is through regular conversations, focus groups. We have now established a member policy council. We have regularly published reports, the most recent one being the landscape report that we published with WPTI and the New School, who you'll hear from later. A decade ago, we were not publishing, resources and literature. Again, 144 of you answered that survey, so we can only do that with your support. And that in turn serves our advocacy. Prior, 10 years ago when we started, our advocacy was focused on really making sure that you all know who your council members are, making sure that you're engaging with them and know what the process looks like. Now it is a much more robust organizing force where we're able to connect you to be the ones that are actually doing the speaking, and the pushing with the council members that you see with you today. So proud that we had over 20 members testify at the economic development hearing at the beginning of the year. This is the biggest and most packed room I've seen in the last 10 or so conferences that we've done. And so all of that is to say that we can only do what you all do, we can only do what you want us to do with your support over and over again and with you showing up. And our focus has been on building that infrastructure so that we can actually represent your voice, not just, as the mayor has said, you know, theory on paper, things that you read on the internet. And that has just been such a miracle of advocacy to me, because advocacy it's not a short-term game. You don't have gains. You can't point to $1 million right away. But we have now robust council members that are our allies speaking for our communities. We have, for the first time ever, a deputy mayor that has the title workforce that comes before economic development. That is purely our recommendation that then turned into reality from us and you pushing it. And we now have a mayor and an administration and a set of institutions that are both listening and speaking the language that we have been developing together for the last decade, best reflected in the blueprint that the mayor put out.
That's worthy of applause.
Personally, covering these issues and covering city government, I've seen, and being here at these conferences, I've seen some of that growth, and I've definitely noticed the influence growing that the workforce development community has on city government. And it's really been remarkable to watch. There's a lot of room to grow and places to go, but just the mayor coming here and talking about these issues as he did today, I think was indicative of that. So speaking of that, Greg, congratulations.
Thank you.
Where is ETC heading next? Where does the workforce development community in the city need to head next? What are a couple of the pillars of your vision for the future?
Yeah, thank you for joining us today. It's great to see you. And thank all of you for being present today. I guess I just want to sort of start by saying, you know, I think the morning itself sort of told a story about the complexity of kind of this moment that we're in. When it comes to thinking about where workforce is and where it's going, you heard about the complexity as it relates to how the trades think about this, city council members and what they want to put forward. You heard from the city agencies. And I appreciated during the course of all of that, the claps and the snaps that were happening from you because you were engaging with our speakers. The reality is we're in a moment in time when this coalition needs to hold itself accountable and hold its members accountable and hold all of the folks who have a hand to play and how we reset the workforce and think about career development. We have to think about how we hold each other accountable for executing on really significant and meaningful priorities and actions. And what I mean by that is, if we're going to change the way we educate kids so they're on a path to careers, we're going to have to hold a lot of folks accountable for making that a reality, right? We're going to have to think about what it means to put employers in a position where they're actually creating opportunity at wages that can keep people and their families healthy, safe, and secure over time. What has to change to make that a reality? If our city government is talking about what it imagines for itself, what it imagines for the city in terms of taking care of workers, no matter the hour that they work, as the mayor talked about earlier, we really have to figure out how we hold ourselves accountable for that. And that means we're going to have to talk about what skills and training we're providing, how it is connecting to our education institutions and career platforms. We're going to have to talk about how we track success and what it is we expect of our partners, regardless of their starting point and regardless of what entity they're representing, about what they're achieving and what they're executing on with us in partnership. I mean, ultimately, if we're the New York City Employment and Training Coalition, you know, we have to be able to tell a story about how it is that our members are finding success, right? And that means your voice and your commitments and your focus needs to be driving sort of what our city thinks about when it comes to workforce development. But also we need to be able to tell a story that says the workforce has grown. We've bounced back in a different way. We are actually seeing equity in a way that we haven't seen before. So when I think about the pillars, look, not to be fancy here, but the reality is we got to talk about data and tracking. We got to talk about more dollars to support this particular workforce. And we got to think about our economic engines. And that means, how does our workforce connect to our economic engines and communities, and how it is that we're working collectively to see neighborhoods that struggle to find pathways for folks to find stability to be doing better. Those are sort of the key pieces, the key points along the way that I would say to suggest our path.
For either of you, is there something specific you heard the mayor say that's ringing in your head now? I mean, Greg, you just mentioned something, but is there anything he said, or is there anything in particular that you wish he had said that he didn't say, but you know is sort of percolating in City Hall?
Well, I would say it's this idea that we've been nurturing now, at least at the coalition for the last decade, that has now landed within the blueprint, and which is around inclusive growth, which is, how do you make sure that the economic development processes actually are made in planning and in structure and institutions for local communities, so that when you're building something in that neighborhood, we'll have a panel on this later, we'll talk about it in detail, making sure that local individuals are getting trained in order to then actually participate in whatever economic development output occurs through the investment that the city puts into that economic development, whether it's a building or institution or whatever it might be. That is a pie in the sky concept. Today we'll present some ideas about how that can actually happen, but would love to actually start seeing what that looks like in day-to-day practices within such a giant system. So again, we've moved forward. We have workforce and economic development under one roof, under one deputy mayor. We have the right players in place. And now your organizations need to start thinking much more collaboratively on how you can tap into that system as well, and how on our side we push people like the mayor and people like the mayor's office to be putting dollars into that collaboration.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is that if you've had any length of time in the workforce development space, and I certainly, during the course of my career, I helped to be engaged in developing some programs and working with funders, whether it be city agencies, whether it be educational institutions, philanthropy, et cetera. Mayors come to the table and talk about how it is that they see. Last administration talked about career pathways. That was an emphasis and a focus and a desire. And before that, there was the resetting of some of the way in which we think about the Department of Employment, and that recasting into some other parts. And that's what helps to get us to the place where we've got 23 different agencies with a hand in workforce development. I mention all that to say, I'm excited when our mayor at this point comes forward and says, I've helped to make connections that resulted in dollars for apprenticeships. That is new. That was real news. That was a meaningful thing. That's great, because you as providers know apprenticeships can be fantastic pathways. Then you hear the investments in industries and construction. You think, yes, that's another great pathway. That can mean something for the folks that we might connect with and we might build relationships with and help them find success. When we're going to talk about tech investments, all those things are encouraging. It's encouraging to hear about an executive order that says, in writing, we want to reset the workforce models and systems because they don't work. And to Annie's point, using language like inclusive matters, economic mobility matters, equity matters. That's good stuff. But the track record doesn't always show, meaning if you think about the different administrations that we've had, we are still struggling to, I think, fix a system that is something different than what we're still struggling to fix a system that I think we could start by saying, we're not in a no wrong door entry type of thing. This is where you start at one place, you end up in another, it ends up in 3 different places, and we're not coherent, we're not consistent, and we're not creating true long-term paths to success. So there's been some good news, there's some good press releases, there's some good commitments about dollars, right? But we're familiar with some of this before. And so the challenge for this body and the workforce task force, or the work task force, the future work task force, is to really think about how to execute on that, to hold our mayor and our leadership and ourselves accountable for actually steering something in a different direction than we've seen before.
As we wrap up our short time together here, and I'll say on behalf of the conference, I'm sure this will be said other times. Thank you again to Annie for your service.
Thank you.
So Greg will get a lot more future words. Annie, a public word of advice for Greg here in closing, something you want to see him take forward, humorous or otherwise?
I already gave it to him 2 days ago, which is, lean into being the best person that you already are, not trying to be a different type of person. We all have something to offer, and really thinking about when you say things like equity matters or inclusivity matters, I'm a big language person. I'm an immigrant, so my brain is constantly spinning in different directions. But that I also take those words very literally and seriously. And so when we put our policy forward, we have to be very, very choosy and provide specific examples and definitions of what we mean, and then push other people who are actually having the power and decision-making to follow on with that path. So again, the blueprint is you all. This is the first time, at least in my short 10 years, that I've seen so much of the language that we've written together show up in the policy space. So that has now opened the door for us to actually say, cool, you've said the words, what does the policy look like? And Greg needs to now ask you all, not just 2 levels of sentences about policy, but what does it look like on the ground? So back to you all, you need to tell us what implementation looks like. What does a non-siloed system look like? How much money do you want for collaboration? How do you actually live and breathe this work? Because we are just the megaphone. We're just the emails and the opening the doors, but ultimately we can't do it without you. We are nothing without the actual coalition. So always lean into other people.
All right, thank you.
So we're just going to introduce our next panel. Yep. Ben's going to stay here.
Give Ben a round of applause, everybody. Thank you for coming out, Ben. We appreciate it.
So let's have our next panel come up. I get the easy job of staying here.
We have a tremendous afternoon set up, and I know the morning was very intense and we had a lot of really exciting speakers. We really dig in this afternoon, so please keep your energy and spirit up. And here's a great way to start, because I'd like to welcome Angela Pinsky. She is the head of government affairs and public policy at Google New York. She wants to present some information on the New York City Tech Fund. So I'd love for you to give a round of applause to Angela.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So thank you, Greg, and congratulations on your new role here at the NYCETC. Your announcement coincides with an important inflection point in workforce development and economic development, and I'm excited to see what your experience, perspective, and leadership bring to the organization and to the workforce ecosystem. Again, my name is Angela Pinsky. I'm the head of government affairs and public policy for Google New York, but I'm also a former city employee, a former head of a nonprofit, a lifelong economic developer. So the room and today's discussions and seeing so many smart and motivated minds engage on these important issues have been music to my eyes and ears. So thank you, everyone. It is also why I'm excited to announce today that Google.org has provided $1 million grant to NYCETC. And the $1 million is to identify gaps in the CS and tech workforce development system. And over the upcoming months, we with NYCETC will be re-granting the funds to organizations like yours to help address those gaps. It is part of Google's Tech Opportunity Fund strategy to create pathways to careers in tech for all New Yorkers who seek it. So what is the fund for? During COVID, all of us, but especially everyone in this room, had to pivot to the new normal. And in a lot of ways, many of you had to be everything and do everything for your communities. And And hopefully in this post-COVID world, I'm hoping that this grant can help the city and NYC ETC better assess where you have all pivoted to and what you will do differently and what you will go back to. And then figure out the best ways for us to work collaboratively and focus our organizations on what we do best together. So why are we doing this? Just a few weeks ago, Google as a company celebrated its 24th birthday. It's hard to imagine that a company like Google would barely be old enough to drink. But that is symbolic of the tech sector. It is a relatively young industry. We are seeing in one generation a whole new set of needs, curriculum, skills, and opportunity enter into the landscape. The great news is that these jobs are attainable. Over 40% of the jobs in the tech ecosystem do not require a bachelor's degree, and they pay well. Jobs in the tech ecosystem pay over 40% better than counterparts in other industries. And taken together, tech jobs represent a promising pathway to good paying careers for many. But all of this does put the responsibility back on us. The public sector, the education system, the nonprofit sector, and the private sector to work together better to address these needs. And I, for one, am excited to see your faces today, and I'm excited to get to work with all of you. Thank you so much.
Let's do a quick pick of the two.
Thank you very much. That is an extraordinary commitment, and we are going to put that to work, and you will all hear more about our plans as the weeks roll ahead. Another round of applause for that commitment to the tech sector and to NYCETC. Super secretly, this is my most favorite panel of the day. These folks are difference makers in a variety of ways, and what they bring to the table presents the different sectors and the different thinking that's going to drive us forward in many ways. This is the post-pandemic economy and skills for the 21st century panel. Here they are now. Angie Kamuth, Dean of New York University School of Professional Studies, Matthew Klein, Chief Program and Impact Officer at Robinhood, Merrill Pond, Executive Vice President at the Partnership for New York City, Angela Pinsky, who you've met, Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google New York, and of course, Ben Max continues his conversations with our team, Executive Editor of the Gotham Gazette. Once again, if you could give this crew a round of applause, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
All right. Well, that was an exciting announcement. So a lot to build off of there. Thank you all for being here. So if you could each take 2 minutes and hold yourselves back from solutions and ideas for the future in this initial answer, but just take 2 minutes each and talk about how you see the sort of economic landscape right now, the workplace landscape in New York City and beyond, if you would like. But sort of set the stage how you're thinking about it from your perspective, your organization's perspective, where we're sort of at right now. It's been referred to by some as a very sort of mixed signals moment. There's been a lot of growth. There's a lot of fears of recession. Maybe we're already in recession, et cetera, et cetera. Where are we? Merrill, go ahead.
So I think right now we're at a very tenuous point in the economy. We came through the pandemic with a very uneven impact across different sectors, as many of you know. The city's economy actually did quite well because the highest paying jobs were able to be done remotely. Wall Street was strong. Now we're shifting. And Wall Street is not doing well. And we're seeing lots of hiring freezes happening at these top law firms, financial firms, which is important because that sector represents about 25% of personal income tax revenues for the city, which supports a lot of the programs and organizations that you all work for and that we support. So I think the Great Resignation is over. I think now we're seeing people taking account of where they're sitting, their jobs. They're fearful of losing jobs at all levels. And I think we're at a very much of a tipping point.
Thank you. Matt?
Hi, first of all, just thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you and all of the folks in this room who are Robinhood's heroes. You all are doing the work. To state the obvious, I don't have to tell you, but first and foremost, the pandemic hit the folks we care about the hardest. Higher, job loss for those who are low income, who are Black, who are Latino, slower recovery for those same groups. On the plus side, going into the pandemic, we saw wage growth on the bottom, which was the first time in a long time, increasing share of wage growth was going to the low end. And more recently, we've seen pressures on wages go up. So one thing to just notice, the impact of the minimum wage has been extraordinarily positive. And that's a key aspect that affects so many of the folks we care about. Similarly, lots of concerns going forward. So we're at the moment now where, as hard as it is, it's likely to get harder. We have, at this point, folks coming back into the labor market at the lower end, which is good, attracted in part by the lift in wages. But going forward, there's obviously an intentional attempt, given the concerns folks have about inflation, to tamp down that economic growth. And so that's an intentional effort to slow hiring and potentially to head into layoffs. So that's really troublesome and worrying for folks. So I think, you know, we're heading into a tough spot.
Thank you. Angie.
Great, thanks. And so again, thanks to the coalition for having this event, and welcome and congratulations to Greg Morris for his leadership of the organization. So I won't repeat what my really smart colleagues have said, but I'm usually very optimistic. And so I will kind of put an optimistic view out there, which is
We needed that. I almost
okay, I'm going to try. I don't know if it's going to be compelling or true, but I'm going to try.
I almost asked you for it, but I had a feeling.
I mean, yes, I agree. The Great Resignation, we are on the cusp of a recession, yes. And what I would say is incredible about New York and the moment that we're in with new leadership, there are always things that grow. There are always things that decline in recession, but there are always recession-proof areas, and there's always growth. And so we're looking at kind of major infrastructure investments across the country. I think that's really important in critical sectors. So again, all of us here, when times get tough, as Matt said, folks look to nonprofit organizations. They look to community-based organizations. There are teacher shortages. There are shortages in healthcare. We were just looking backstage in the green room, 250,000 open jobs in New York City right now. And so there are opportunities. It might not be plan A for anyone, but there are absolutely always opportunities. And we know in infrastructure, in healthcare, in education, in community-based organizations and nonprofits, there's a lot going on. Also within the creative economy, there's a lot going on right now that I think, again, those are smaller amounts of jobs, maybe thousands rather than tens of thousands, but we have to play the long game here. And I think we'll talk about this a little bit later in our conversation, but there's short-term relief that we have to make sure that we are poised to give, but there's a long game here in terms of diversifying the New York City economy, and we reinvent ourselves as a city every, I'd say, 2 decades. And we are at this moment where we absolutely have to reinvent ourselves. There's opportunities that we can see squarely, and we have to make sure that we are playing the short game and the long game. And so I think that, again, critical moment right now, and we can see it pretty clear-eyed what's in front of us, and we can't freak out about it. We have to plan for it, kind of, and make sure that front lines are covered, but make sure that we are not spending all of our time dealing in a really short-term focused manner, because we're going to miss out on really important infrastructure building opportunities, and infrastructure meaning kind of in the widest sense possible.
Thank you. Angela.
Yeah, I'll also kind of take a page from Angie's book. So when I started working in economic development now, decades ago, our number one objective for New York was to diversify the economy. And I think in that sense, we've come a long way from diversifying from the financial services sector. After 2009, with the financial crisis, I had a lot of very panicky moments where I was looking for someone to tell me the answer. And someone gave a speech, which I'll always remember, is that New York has these natural disasters, it has these man-made disasters, but each time in its history, it's come out stronger. And I believe that that's going to be the case again, too. The question is, are we going to make smart decisions as we rebuild? And I think we have a lot of opportunities right now. Again, I think there's a lot of stimulus dollars floating around that will eventually make its way down to a person level that we should be encouraging people to look at strategically. We have interesting moments like the fact that students in the public school systems have more computers than they've ever had in history. And what can we do to make the most of those moments? So I think it's up to us to kind of, again, assess and pivot quickly and adapt to these changing times and opportunities to make the most of what's in front of us.
I don't know if I've ever moderated a panel where everybody did what I asked and you stuck right to the assessment. I'm happy. That was really great. And so now let's get into some of where we should head, where we are headed. I think the point about there still being a lot of federal stimulus money in New York, in New York City, in New York State around, while there's a lot of concerns about dropping tax revenue, there's still a lot of that money, plus the federal infrastructure law money, the Inflation Reduction Act money that's going to, hopefully make a big difference in terms of economic development. Before we get into some of those sort of policy solutions and so forth, let's talk about skills. The title of our panel here, Post-Pandemic Economy and Skills for the 21st Century. So what skills are employers valuing right now? Those hundreds of thousands of open jobs, are there certain skill types that are most prominent? What are we seeing right now in terms of that landscape for what workforce development organizations need to really be thinking about in terms of skill development, upskilling, and so forth? As far as I'm concerned, anybody can jump in, but it's also cool to just go in the same order again. So.
I'm happy to
Oh, good.
start. So, I mean, I think this is probably at this point, maybe 4 years old. I want to say that Burning Glass maybe had the first, I think it was like a skills wheel with 14 skills divided. And I feel like I've seen it now a lot attributed to other organizations, but there are 3 sets of skills. There's business enabling skills, there's technical skills, and there's human skills. And those are, and so again, examples of business enabling are project management, Excel and kind of data types of skills. On the technology skills, whether it's coding or data analytics rather than kind of data kind of management. And then on the human skills, just really good time management, really good supervisory skills, really good communication skills. And so again, if I had a dime for every time an employer said, I'll train in the technical skills, I just need someone who shows up on time, right? Raise your hand if you've heard that and are sick of hearing that, right? It's not really about that. And so I think the skills have to be something in each of those 3 categories, the human, the technical, and the business enabling. And so again, it could be any version of those, but I do think whether it's an educational system, whether it's in a college system, a post-secondary system, or a nonprofit job training system, we have to work on some skills that are in all of those categories. And I think, it's not one track. I think that whether you're in healthcare, education, or manufacturing or supply chain logistics, you still need human skills, you need some technical skills, and you need some business enabling skills.
And I would add to that, the shift I've been seeing in the last couple of years, really in the last year, is employers wanting employees who can be flexible and have all of those from those 3 different buckets, but also have the human skill and business skill to change because the jobs are changing so quickly and employers are asking employees to shift on the go. And I will say, just project management comes up as number 1 in almost every single sector. And that to me is flexibility, because that's what you're doing as a project manager, is you're pulling together different people, you're figuring out whose strength is where, and then figuring out what needs to happen when, and that's all about flexibility.
I just say, I don't pretend to know what every business in every sector is looking for. I think I totally agree with the general statements being made. It does say for me that as folks who are outside of that specific hiring, we need to be close to who is doing the hiring. And so, I know this group is, sector-based, employer engaged, being able to be close to the folks who are doing the hiring to have them tell us what they need and have our program models be totally linked to that as well. And then just adding to the general list, though, learning how to learn, and I think that goes with the flexibility. Things do change so much. So demonstrating and having people understand that that's a lifelong approach.
Yeah, the one other intangible I'd throw in there is the problem solving skills, which as a person who participates in a program, if someone was like, you need to know how to problem solve, I'd look back at them and be like, what does that mean? I have no idea how to learn that skill. But I think what has become a norm is the project-based learning experience. So the apprenticeship model, the internship model, the being able to work on a team in an environment where you're replicating the actual types of work experiences that you will face has become a critically important component of some of these training programs.
which is why like the DOE's new initiative around student pathways with embedded career connected learning from ninth grade does two things. One, slight touch in ninth grade for both the young person and the employer, because you have to bring the employers along and let them figure out how this works too, and moving up through internships and apprenticeships in the 12th grade and even into CUNY or their post-secondary, which I think is critical. It's what Angie's saying is like, you're not going to get where you need without those skills.
In a past life, I was a high school teacher, and project-based learning was everybody's favorite thing, teachers, students, and clearly so helpful for future endeavors, and yet undervalued across the board in many, many places and ways. So that ties into the landscape of workforce development programs, higher education, K-12, you're mentioning the DOE. If you could each sort of assess a little bit where we're at, but what are some changes? Maybe something that's a little bit low-hanging fruit, something that's big idea, to change things and to improve the ways that people are being prepared in New York for the jobs that are available for these skills that you just outlined. Maybe you each have one and one, a lower hanging fruit solution and a big idea. What's on your mind in terms of advancing things?
I'm gonna disappoint you. We decided in the green room that there's no low-hanging fruit.
Oh,
We all decided.
great.
And if there was low-hanging fruit, it all would have happened. So.
Great. All right, big ideas only. I like it. Okay.
If it was
good.
easy, we'd have done it.
All right. Angela, go ahead, start us.
So again, I'm relatively new to the tech sector, but here, in my time at Google, what I've realized is that the demand for skills in tech is so very, very strong everywhere. And so what I'm seeing is that a lot of the tech companies themselves are starting to produce a lot of content for learning and teaching, and they're developing a lot of the curriculum for creating skill sets in people that they want to then employ. And that is something that I haven't seen, at least in the other sectors that I've worked in. And I think it's an interesting model. It kind of fractures like, the different sources of where these curriculum can come from, but I also think it presents an opportunity. What I also am observing is that Google as a company, it sort of, I call it the last mile of delivery, that trusted partner to the person who could potentially be someone who acquires these skills, who doesn't know that they want to work in the sector, doesn't fully understand. It's very hard for a company like Google to adapt to every market that it's in to provide those skills. And so that bridge is a critical component for us to rely on the nonprofit sector, the public sector heavily in order to do well. New York, I think, has a ton of really great organizations, not a lot of cities or places have sort of the infrastructure that we do. So I think in a lot of ways, New York can be a model that can be replicated in other places if we can do this well.
Well, just two things that come to mind. I mean, one is, just basics, getting more folks who otherwise wouldn't get good jobs into good jobs. And second is making more jobs good jobs. The two go hand in hand on getting more folks in. I mean, it's all the stuff we've been talking about all day. And some of the work, I mean, to give credit to the administration and the future of work, I do think they are pointing at critical pieces of doing more of what works, of using data to do that, of integrating different, education and workforce systems, all things that are, very easy to say, very hard to do. On the making more jobs, good jobs, I mean, we can't lose sight. I mean, the minimum wage, again, moved more people out of poverty than almost anything except child tax credit. With inflation, we need to be thinking about tying that minimum wage increase to inflation increase so it doesn't continue to erode. We need to think about classification challenges in the sector. So there's got to be a similar effort to make jobs that people are getting better jobs. Robin Hood's funder of the Families and Workers Fund, which in coalition came out with a definition of what a good job is. And it's both economic security and opportunities for mobility, but also voice and choice for workers. And so that's got to be part of our dialogue as we think about the workforce environment.
I can jump in. So two ideas. And again, what at a macro level terrifies me is if you just look at all the economic data when we're at 3.2 days in the office, that is a huge economic hit to the city in terms of our tax revenue, right? So we really have to shore up getting folks to work. And so if you believe that to be true, I've got two ideas. One is I think we need to figure out as a city kind of at scale, 24 hours, 7-day-a-week childcare. We cannot figure out our local economy, I believe, without figuring out childcare. And it's incredibly important. You look at kind of, and again, that could involve policy recommendations in terms of where and how childcare, the types of facilities that we can use for childcare. But I think that we cannot imagine kind of a full and robust and inclusive economy without that. So I do think that I think it's low hanging fruit. It's hard work, but it's so obvious. And I actually think it's so critical. The other piece on the education side, so that's the short game. The long game for me, I've become mildly obsessed with the, I'd say, durable skill of design thinking. And so years ago, we had sort of computer science for all. I think design thinking for all. The reason why I love this is it gives people agency. It teaches people how to be an entrepreneur. It teaches folks how to think about their lives. You can apply design thinking to yourself, to your life, to your community, to your education, to your family, to a business idea. And I think that getting skills like that into our elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, colleges. I think as we look at baby boomer age bubbles, as you look at people nearing retirement or at retirement, but who still need economic security, helping them to think about how they can be entrepreneurs through a design thinking lens is really important. So I think design thinking for all would be my second idea.
And I think that goes into the flexibility that we were talking about as well, because that teaches you how to be a flexible thinker and work within your career pathway, no matter which way the road goes, which I think is critical. I think the two things, one big picture, one smaller picture, which is also a big picture, but big picture, and this is starting to happen, is I think we need to stop thinking about the workforce development system as over here and education as over here. K through 12 is workforce development. Like that is what it is. And we need to and that's starting to happen. You know, I think earlier today, the Future Workers Task Force, you heard a bit about what the work they're doing. The right people are at the table. So I'm hopeful that that group is pulling together DOE, CUNY, other post-secondary, like Angie, et cetera, as well as the workforce development and employers. So that's a good start. Hopefully we can get to a system where all of those systems within the system speak to each other so that we can see where people end up and then direct them in the right way, whether they need to go to a workforce development organization, et cetera, for further skills training. I also think picking up on Angela's idea of using a lot of the material that's coming out of the private sector. I mean, you see it in every sector. Tech is one of those stars in it, but a lot of companies out there have this material that they want to share and they want to figure out, and it can't just be a one-off. It can't be just, you know, Google goes in for a day and does one thing. It has to be consistent throughout the school year and then also into the workforce development organizations. Like, why not? You know, I know the schools are always the easier target for that stuff, but let's broaden it out and get the private sector more engaged in the workforce development on a day-to-day.
So you each have under a minute for this last one, and then unfortunately we have to wrap up. So there's a lot of, you're getting at this a bit. There's a lot of players on the field here. There's organizations represented in this room, obviously, which may or may not include some of the following: CUNY, the mayor's office, state government, on and on. Lots of players on the field here because this is talking about all of society, basically, right? Name one entity that needs to start thinking differently about something, or some way of doing things, some way of thinking that needs to change somewhere in this larger ecosystem, the socioeconomic reality that exists right now. There's a lot of reinvention happening, post-pandemic economy, task forces, et cetera. Who's got to start thinking differently about something? Matt, start us off here.
All right. Well, look, I'll say ourselves, private philanthropy. I think one of the and I know it's come up today, is that like, and to some of the points that have been made today, that New York has it all. We have the strong organizations, we have the civic kind of perspective and philosophy that focuses and cares about equity. We have enormous resources and capabilities. We also don't have enough like working of together or honoring the resources that it takes to work together. So, you know, to Angie's point around childcare, I mean, childcare is a huge driver in whether or not people can be successful in entering the labor force. So by the way, is mental health access. You know, so by the way, is having stipends to be able to participate. So is emergency cash to be able to. So there are the elements that are present in the city, represented by different organizations. And it's so hard because we're all so busy to think about the connections. And
Matt,
so I think
you're getting,
I'm getting
Okay.
the yank, but more work together, and philanthropy has to be a part of that.
thank you. You're getting applause. I have to cut you off. It's not a good situation. Angie?
So I'll take a cue from you. So higher education, we are funded. Everything about our system, everything about our business and financial model is for degrees. And we have to wake up finally to the fact that we need post-secondary pathways that are affordable for individuals, that give real skills that can lead to jobs. And I think post-secondary institutions were just not structured for it. And I don't know how long or what it's going to take, but again, there's a role of government, there's a role of philanthropy to really start thinking about that economic and financial model that really rewards and pays and makes accessible non-degree post-secondary pathways. I don't understand why we don't have that yet. Again, there's a lot of advocacy around TAP and other places, but we have to figure this out.
So I used to work in real estate, and real estate in New York was a New York centric activity, right? The portfolio was in New York. The people who lived in it and worked in it was in New York. The workers came from New York, and it was all about New York. And so therefore there's a participation and a willingness and an ability to participate in New York specific things when that comes up. Now I work for a global company, and I am getting some insights as to how a global company looks at the different places that it's in. And a home city definitely has more of a presence than a place where the company is not, but it thinks about hiring differently than New York centric based organizations. And I think when we design programs, we have to start thinking about how many more global companies we have, and if they are migrating to this new way of thinking about hiring, can we adapt to how they look at it? The other thing too, and this is a general comment, and I used to work in city government, I used to work in nonprofits, and I work in the private sector now. I would like us all to stop looking for new ideas and start assessing programs that work but need some tweaks, or keep funding the programs that have been working as opposed to starting something brand new. I think it's really tempting when there's new money on the table, but I would hope we can all hold hands on that one together.
All right.
Well, I second that. I mean, you know, if we have another report that says we have to do some sort of skills training about something and that et cetera, we don't need to do that anymore. We know what the problems are. The right people are at the table in terms of, and I'll take a cue from my panel members on the private sector side, getting rid of degree requirements is not enough. We need to be looking beyond that and move hiring from non-traditional pathways out of CSR. This is happening. It's happening a little bit more slowly than I would have hoped, but we'll get there. But I think the main point is that every group that's involved in this system needs to be thinking differently and needs to realize that we need to work towards a career pathways goal where whatever career that individual wants, that's where we need to get them. And that starts with your good job. So.
All right, we went a little over, but I think that was pretty worth it. Thank you, panelists. And just in kicking it to Greg, I'll just say, as a political journalist listening to that, you know, I'm hearing in those ideas some of the pressure points to really work with leaders on pushing government on. And that's your new job, so congratulations.
Got my hands full. You get a picture? You can get these guys? Give them a round of applause. Favorite panel of the day, I told you. Awesome. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. One more round of applause as folks head out. Keep yourselves awake. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, now pivoting. By the way, secret words to stay here in this crowd. I think if you say the word stipends needed, round of applause, I would guess for that, right? We're already doing good stuff. You don't need all new stuff. I heard that. Round of applause, snaps, positives. Just checking. Well, this solution set is an interesting one for us to bring to the table. This is about bridging the college to career gap through mentorship and foundational 21st century skills. I'm pleased to introduce our next solution to the stage. Please take a moment to welcome Kelsey Pamps Rory, the founding executive director for Braven in New York City. Round of applause to say hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to make sure that I know how to use this clicker. I'm showing my untech savvy skills. Nope. There we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Kelsey Pamps Rory. Like Greg said, I am the founding executive director for Braven in New York City. So in America, each year there's 1.3 million low-income first-generation students that enroll, but only 900,000 graduate and secure strong opportunity. 900,000. These are students that bought into the narrative that as long as you go to college, you're on the path to the American promise and income equality. But that's not the case. They've done everything right. They've earned the right to compete, but they're really facing significant challenges that it doesn't allow them to get a role that's worthy of the degree. And also, they're often overlooked in the workforce development space. So while a college degree is still the surest path to social mobility, upward economic social mobility in this country, underrepresented students, so that students who are first generation, students who identify as a person of color, and students who come from low-income backgrounds, they often need additional career preparation that their wealthier peers just have more access and exposure to. So at Braven, we've identified 4 gaps that we help our students close. So the first gap is skills, right? Key preparation to those 21st century skills that we know employers are looking for. These are skills that students are expected to have mastered, but they're just not taught. The second gap is battling stereotype and imposter syndrome, which really impedes the confidence that they need to thrive in a strong first job. But again, they are expected to understand and be able to leverage their personal assets, but they're not really taught how to do that. The third gap is access to professional experiences. So employers look for internships as a gauge of career readiness, yet underrepresented students, first generation students, they often don't have access to these experiences. And to put this in perspective, at large public universities, students who are first generation are 13% less likely to have internships than their peers. And then the last gap that we help to close is those networks, that social capital. Our students often lack access to the network of people who will mentor, who will endorse them, and who will open up those professional opportunities. So these 4 gaps, they all tie together. Mentorship can help students gain and expand their networks. Via those networks, they're more likely to learn of opportunities, which will help them continue to develop those 21st century skills that employers are looking for. And then honing those skills and gaining those experiences really helps to lift up their confidence. So here in New York City, we're seeing these gaps play out. In New York City, 68% of the population identifies as a person of color. But yet in a high growth industry like finance, managerial roles isn't reflective of that. Only 6% of managerial roles are held by someone that identifies as Latinx, and 7% of the roles are held by someone that identifies as Black. So we have all this talent in our own backyard here in our own city that is just not being tapped into. So Braven is a national not-for-profit. And like I mentioned, maybe I didn't mention this, but I have the honor and the privilege of serving as the founding executive director for Braven here in New York City. So we partner up with universities and with employers in order to support underrepresented students from college to career. we are embedded within higher ed as a 3-credit course, during which our students that we call fellows are empowered with the skills, with the experience, with the confidence, and with the networks, that social capital that is needed in order for them to transition from college to a strong economic opportunity. So these are the 21st century skills that we focus on: self-driven leading, problem solving, operating and managing, networking and communicating, and working in teams. These are skills that students are likely not going to learn in an accounting class, in a sociology class, in a psychology class, but they're needed in order for them to navigate and to succeed in the workplace. So these competencies that I just went over, they're woven into all facets of the Braven program. And then additionally, across the whole Braven experience, partnerships with employers really play a key role in fueling it with the volunteers that are necessary in order to provide mentorship and open up doors of opportunities for our fellows. So these volunteers include roles such as the leadership coach. The leadership coach is the main facilitator throughout the 15-week course in a college setting, and also roles like professional mentor, which are people that volunteer in order to coach our fellows once they take the course. So I'm going to give you a breakdown of how we embed 21st century skills and also mentorship throughout the course. The first part of the course is Design Your Career. So we help fellows create their own core value story. The importance of this is that they're often told what their story is, as opposed to them deciding the story that they want to tell, right? So too often people try to write our story based on things like race or income bracket or language that we speak. They're making assumptions about us. But by telling their own stories, fellows can take back that narrative and determine how others understand who they are. And by knowing who they are and telling their story, fellows practice skills employers are looking for, like authentic leadership, like communication. During the second part of the course, which is called Hustle to Career, fellows work on those key artifacts that are really necessary when they're going out, they're looking for internships and for jobs. So they're working on their LinkedIn profile, their cover letter, their resume, and so forth. And then they later put all these things to use as they apply for jobs, internships, and as they network. We also host a mock interview night where fellows practice their interviewing skills. This is a real high return and low stakes environment for them. They get to engage with local volunteer professionals. They get to incorporate the feedback immediately when it comes to interviewing. And they're opening up the networks by engaging with these professionals, which is really important. The last piece of the course is a capstone challenge. So by the end of this, fellows get to practice all of those 21st century skills that I spoke about before. They participate in a design thinking exercise that's called the Capstone Challenge. They solve a real world business problem that a local company poses. So throughout the 5 weeks, students take roles within a group, which is really key, right? Because it's a role, this is similar to how you would engage on a team and take roles when you're working on a project at work. So it talks to them being able to have an experience that would help them on their career journey. So it allows them to practice their leadership, the problem solving, the networking and communicating, the operating and managing, and working in teams. Students then present their solutions before a panel of judges that includes the sponsor organization. And this is also another opportunity for them to tap into networks, right? Because they're actually engaging with the sponsor company. So some of our capstone sponsors have been WW, otherwise known as Weight Watchers, CIBC, Brooks Brothers. So this is really an amazing opportunity for them to tap into these networks. This past school year alone, nationally at Braven, there have been 1,700 volunteers that have contributed over 23,000 hours. Here in New York City, we've had 324 volunteers that have contributed more than 4,000 hours. This is fantastic because these are mentors that are opening up their networks and are also coaching our students on their path. So at Braven, we really believe that the college to career gap is a very solvable problem, although it is definitely a very big one. And we believe this because we've seen thousands of students transition from college to strong economic opportunities. In 2021 to 2022, 680 Braven fellows graduated from college. they are outpacing their peers nationally by 15 percentage points within 6 months of graduating from college. So what that means is that 61% of our fellows got a strong first job or got into grad school within 6 months of graduating versus 46% of their peers that are in other public universities. And then what's also really key to note is that 55% of Braven graduates are earning their parents within their very first job out of college. To put this in perspective, by age 30, most Americans have about a 50-50 shot about earning their parents. So whether you are an employer, a college or university, an individual, we can really help to level the playing field for our talented young people. Together, and really with great intentionality, we can close the wealth and opportunity gap that exists not only in the United States, but right here in our own backyard, in our city, in New York City. So thank you so much for allowing me to share on how Braven is helping to solve the college to career gap.
Give her another round of applause. It's one of the best outcomes I've definitely seen in the field. Excellent. And so next up, we have another solution. It is my pleasure to introduce the next solution called the Emerging Leaders Program, Operating Doors to New Careers for People with Convictions. Please welcome Ed Lucas, the Constituent Advancement Manager with the Center for Employment Opportunities.
Okay, so I was gonna do this off the top of my head, but I know I can't stay within 8 minutes, so I'm gonna do this by going through a script. But good afternoon, everyone, and it is truly an honor to be here, to be able to speak to fellow colleagues and leaders of New York City, my hometown, one of the best cities in the world. To the CEO that's in the house, as well as Chris Wattler, who is part of the board of directors, but he's also one of our leaders. When my manager asked me if I would be interested in speaking today, it was like an excitement. I haven't been on the stage in a while. COVID came, the pandemic, and so we weren't able to really be around people in public. And then also virtual meetings came out. I wish I would have invested in Zoom stock, because I think I would not be here as CEO right now. But all jokes aside, this is a great segue to share some of what the CEO does. And a brief history of CEO, starting in New York City back in the 70s. It was a demonstration program through Vera Institute of Justice. And in 1996, it became an independent 501c3. And I think I got that right. Okay. Am I doing something wrong? Okay. No. Okay, there we go. So in 1996, it became an independent 501c3. It started out with one site, and it actually grew and grew into 12 states, 31 sites. And we serve over 8,000 people every year, and then some. And we have made more than 34,000 placements with individuals that have been incarcerated. So I want to share a story about a young man that made some bad mistakes at a young age and spent 25 years in prison, paying his dues to society. While incarcerated, he had a plan to use this time to develop himself and started his educational journey, first obtaining his GED, then his associate's degree, bachelor's degree, and even his master's degree while incarcerated. So upon his release, he struggled seeking employment, but then he was instructed and introduced to go to CEO. He enrolled into the program as a participant and was working general labor on CEO's work crew. He wanted more, and we wanted more for him. He had put in the work in his education, character, and he had served his time. But we struggled to help him break through into the employment world. And so he was introduced and he applied to the ELP program. Program seeking and looking for something more in his career. As an ELP member, he had the opportunity to work on CEO's IT department, and for 12 weeks while also completing Google IT professional certification program. He also paired with CEO's CEO, Sam Schaefer, who was also a mentor to him. And so, you know, one of the things that I love about CEO and this ELP program is that our executive leadership team, our leadership team mentor the individuals that come into this program. And that's one of the priorities that we put in front of all the ELP members. I would like to introduce you to Andre Blocker, who is that person. Oh, well. Okay. Okay. So this is Andre Blocker. So going into the ELP program. The ELP program is a 12-week intense program. It's like a apprenticeship and training program where they go through 3 aspects. Okay, I got it. All right. So our goal is to boost the economic mobility of ELP members, respond to feedback for more pay, support CEO teams with additional staff capacity, and the most important one is walk the talk. You know, if you're talking about it, be about it. And that's one of the things that CEO has done is inclusive hiring and bringing in participants in full-time CEO employment. So these individuals are making $10, $11, $12 an hour, now making $50,000, $60,000 an hour, full benefits. So the way CEO has it and the key program elements on the job learning, general professional development, and as I talked a little bit about mentoring. The mentoring is about a 1 hour per week with their mentor. The general professional development, there's 2 development days that they attend for 2.5, 3 hours on a Tuesday and a Thursday, and the rest is on the job learning and actually doing different jobs depending on the pathway that they use. So there's an IT pathway, there's what we call a vocational pathway. We have an advocacy pathway, a supportive service pathway, as well as social enterprise, which is working on crews. So, all right, so specific job skills, you know, they learn Salesforce, a database that a lot of employers and organizations use within their, within their own businesses. We also teach them about computer skills IT. We teach them Google Suite. We teach them how to basically manage their calendar. So a lot of things go into it. And then the biggest thing is the mindset. Changing their mindset and getting them to understand that they are better than just having labor-intense jobs. Bringing them into the human service field, bring them into workforce development, bring them into IT, bring them into more professional jobs, which are more of a career than just a job. So what's next? The transition policy priorities. So CEO policy priorities. Paid training is critical for people, the immediate financial support for people when they come home is a critical bridge. helping them address their immediate needs and create a pathway to permanent employment. Apprenticeship programs should consider the life experience of the candidate as it relates to the specialization of the apprenticeship and not create unnecessary education or work experience barriers that are not relevant to their training. Many individuals experience employment discrimination even after they have training programs and have advanced certifications. We must ensure these qualified individuals have equitable opportunities regardless of their past. So in closing, a call to action is what I'm asking for each and every person in this audience, okay? And I would love for you to pledge with me, you know, walk that talk and consider partnering with and bringing the ELP programs such as ours and to fight for policy change that affect the people that we serve. Thank you very much. In closing, you know, it was really difficult because I did not know a lot about NYCETC. And so I practiced NYCETC. I really did. It was like those acronyms, they just kind of was a tongue twister. But the way I learned it was using RESPCT. Appreciating NYCETC. So, you know, like I said, I appreciate everyone's attention and, you know, let's get out there and do the work. I did that in 8 minutes. All right.
Wow. Another applause out of 50 million that you just got. It was more popular than the mayor, it sounded like. So next up with a big job to follow Ed is Brian Lozano from talking about Partnership for Impact, the Perscolis satellite model. Brian is a director of strategic partnerships at Perscolis. Take it away, Brian.
Hello. 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 Can you hear me? Amazing. I heard that Ed got so much applause and laughter. So if you guys don't, my God, just wait. No. All right. Thank you. My name is Brian Lozano. I am the Senior Director for Strategic Partnerships for Perscolis in New York. Perscolis is a over 25-year-old national nonprofit headquartered in the Bronx, and we advance economic equity through rigorous tech training, and we connect our leading talent to leading businesses. Like many of you there it is. Like many of you during the pandemic, we shifted to remote options for our learners. You know, it was a steep learning curve to figure out ways for us to make sure that the service delivery and the training and the support services for virtual classes were the same. And on top of that, the barriers of technology and access to broadband for our learners, but it forced us to create a new, more accessible options for New Yorkers and Americans across the country. There's like a blinking light here, sorry. Hold on, let me just go to my script. There it is. Great. As a technology-driven nonprofit, we saw an opportunity to continue driving toward accessibility. As a human service organization, we understood by experience the gaps that exist that prevent our learners from either succeeding or taking our classes in the first place. We know that one of the biggest barriers of entry into our programming is location and transportation. Where you live should not dictate whether you have access to programs and services like ours in this city. So I'm excited to talk about a model that we piloted actually originally in Dallas that connects New York. This is a cool photo about that, that really hopes to bridge the gap there. Let me start with a learner story. This is Ron Domingo. Ron lives with his family in Staten Island. He is an actor by trade. The pandemic forced him to really rethink his life and how he's spending his time with his career. Ron was working at Amazon and he was talking to employees and they were telling him, hey, we should look at an A+ certification. He did his research and he found out about Perscolis. And he knew that Perscolis had campuses in Newark and campuses in the Bronx, which were incredibly cost prohibitive and time prohibitive for him to even think about us, right? If Ron were to take a commute to the Bronx from where he lives, it would be an over 2-hour commute on public transit and over 1 hour plus commute by driving with tolls. So back in January, he revisited his research and he found out that we were doing a partnership with the JCC and built a classroom there. And that was 10 minutes away from his home. Ron joined our second cohort ever at the JCC and he graduated this past July. Thank you. And more importantly, I'm excited that Ron and a bunch of the graduates were also offered first time ever IT support jobs, their first jobs in technology right on the island. Massive applause. Staten Island represents just 1% of all of our learners annually in New York City, right? The reason why we created this model was to create an opportunity to invest in neighborhoods that needs programs like ours, but we know we can't do it alone. We don't know what we don't know. Coro, shout out. Okay. Hey. Love it. I love it. We don't know what we don't know when it comes to neighborhoods that we don't have pipelines and partnerships in. So that's where this model comes in. The satellite model aims to identify training partners in neighborhoods underinvested with tech training career programs. We work with partners, they offer us space, and then we rely on them, on their expertise and history in the neighborhood to build local pipeline to talent. From there, we configure the classrooms, we connect it to our tech training through a blended learning model, and when we create scales of economy by working together to combine our services to provide learner support and professional development coaching, to our learners. Importantly, and the key for our partners is building sectoral expertise in technology, which is a first for many of our partners. And I cannot just thank the partners that we've been able to work with. We've been so lucky to work with incredible partners. We first piloted this with the team, with Bryn, Fadia, and the whole team at Common Point. Shout outs to them. Love it. Also, go Mets. There's always next year. Sorry, I'm a Queens kid. I'm just going to add that. We also launched a pilot with, there's no applause for that. How dare you? We also piloted with the JCC with the team of Kathy and Amelia. And this year we launched with the Isaac Center with Damien, with Christina, with Shayla, and shout outs to Greg Morris and Alex Breen. And lastly, we just launched our most recent class with Cypress Hills Local Development Corporation with Lowell, with Nadine, with Nicole. Our first ever in East New York. I see that team over there. If you haven't been to that building, it's incredible and the work they do is amazing and all our partners are amazing. And we've been really lucky to have them. So the way that our model works, our classrooms are based on a WebEx and Cisco framework. We have a front camera and a back camera that is completely customizable. We have ceiling microphones that are able to capture our learners, our instructors, our coaches, and we have a teaching fellow that's dedicated at the partner location. And we work incredibly hard as an entire staff to make sure that our learners from both sides and both boroughs, in this case, are connected. If you can see from the photo on the left, our senior instructor, Manny DeCastro, is teaching an IT support lesson right now. If you look closely, on the right is the class in Common Point, Queens. Behind him is actually our Brooklyn campus, which is where he's located. On the right is our campus in Common Point, Queens, as they're getting instruction from Manny DeCastro and the teaching fellow as they go through the course. And the early findings of this model are incredibly impactful. As you can see in the chart on the left, in 2019, a vast bulk of our learners were coming from the Bronx, then Brooklyn, then Manhattan, then Queens, then 1% in Staten Island, right? And this makes sense. A lot of our learners were coming from word of mouth. On top of that, a lot of them were living nearby one of our campuses in the Bronx and Brooklyn. Fast forward to 2021, we launched a satellite, build intentional partnerships with our partners in these new neighborhoods, and we're seeing a huge increase in enrollment to over 600 New Yorkers. And on top of that, a more demonstrable, equitable distribution within the 5 boroughs, including a notable increase in Queens and a 500% increase in Staten Island. And the important part about this early findings is that it still adheres to our KPIs of success. 85% graduation rate, 80% certification rate, 80% placement rate with a starting average salary of $21 an hour. This model is centered on the idea of how we think impact can be done at scale through partnerships and through technology. We can't thank our partners enough because for the first time in our history, we are in all 5 boroughs, right? We are, thank you. While we think this is a great opportunity for this model to be utilized as a way to work on barriers of transportation and location, we think that a future of the model can be applied to needed demographic investment, for example, in creating a satellite to help increase our enrollment in women in technology or people with disability as an example. And we hope to continue utilizing this model as a way for us to think nationally and even go across different regions in a cost-effective way. But importantly, we are a workforce ecosystem. And if we're going to serve New York City, communities across New York City, we're going to have to do this together as all stakeholders, as nonprofits, philanthropies, government, education, businesses. We're going to have to work effectively to do this together. And this model proves that in partnership, we can create economies of scale and have good results. There it is. So we launched this pilot in late 2021. And we had 2 amazing pilots, and obviously we've launched 4 classrooms since then. In 2023, we're expecting that this pilot is going to account for over 200 of our learners, which we're incredibly excited about. We are in support of and in collaboration with Barclays, we're releasing a report about the model that's going to really talk about with further insights about our early findings, partner profiles, and more. And it's going to be released next week on Tuesday, so please be on the lookout. I'm just going to end this with a quote from one of our partners, Damian Samuels, for the Isaac Center in Goddard. People are influenced by what's around them. It's interesting how you hear people in the neighborhood talk about job opportunities, the court is hiring officers. Now we're starting to hear kids ask, what's up with that tech program? I am a first-generation immigrant from Elmhurst, Queens. So building a classroom in Elmhurst, Queens was incredibly important for me as someone who actually went to a CT high school and wished programs like this existed. Access matters. Investment in neighborhood matters, period. So when I hear kids in my neighborhood and neighbors in my neighborhood ask about this program, it gives me absolute joy. So let's keep going. Let's keep building partnerships. And with all our partners here, let's make it happen. Okay? Thanks all.
Wow, wow, wow. So after all of that excitement, we're going to give you a 15-minute break. 15 minutes will fly by, so the bells will chime in probably 5 seconds. Please come back for the rest of the afternoon for more of these solutions, inclusive growth panel, as well as some remarks from our founders. So be back here in 15 minutes at, don't know what time it is, but in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're going to reconvene. Grab a seat if you can. You know, when you run conferences, you think to yourself, how do we keep people engaged and focused? It's a long day. We want it to be as productive as possible. And we want to make sure that your time is used as effectively and efficiently. We want to make sure that you are feeling good and carrying on. So if I could have your attention this way, I want to introduce the next very strong panel. And then we have another set of solutions and another very strong panel and another one after that. And I know that today this conference has many moving parts to it, but I just want you to be aware. Stay present, stay energized, and stay focused, because the content that you have heard thus far and the content to come is strong, and our speakers and our moderators and our solution-focused presenters really, really, really appreciate your time and attention. And I do think every hour of what we have to go counts a great deal. This is inclusive growth. So when we think about where our future is headed and what it means, this panel is about inclusive growth. Please join me in welcoming Nikki Evans, Executive Director of the Jeremiah Project, Brooklyn; Christian Gonzalez Rivera, the Director of Strategic Policy Initiatives at the Brookdale Center for Healthy Aging at Hunter College, CUNY; Yashanya Hill, Senior Vice President of Workforce Opportunity Investments at the Upper Manhattan Empowerment Zone Development Corporation; Daphne Sanchez, Executive Director of Kinetic Communities Consulting; and Mirtha Santana, Housing Advocate and Housing Advocate. They are in conversation with Angelique Molina Mangro of New York Nonprofit Media. The floor is yours. Have fun. Thank you. Oh, round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. So I'm excited to get this panel started. So, panelists, tell me about inclusive growth. What does it mean to you? How does inclusive growth strategy differ from current economic development model? And feel free to include any examples you have on hand. We can start this way.
Okay. So inclusive growth, I think that the word kind of says it, is that no one is left behind. The communities that have been, especially communities that have been marginalized and have been left behind through the years in this city, are included in the development of the city. That's sweet and short answer. I'll pass it to Daphne.
Thank you. Exactly that, to add on, like ensuring intentional reinvestment in historically disinvested Black and Brown communities, and to make sure that the future is a clean, healthy, and sustainable one.
We'll talk. So inclusive growth to me is on a personal level. It really means creating systems change on a local level to make sure that we are empowering and recognizing the creative assets of community organizations so that they can help to kind of set and inform local economic development policy.
So hi, everybody. So of course, I mean, it wouldn't be surprised to you. I mean, since I work at a place called the Brookdale Center for Healthy Aging, that, I mean, in my case, to me, inclusivity also means making sure that people of all ages are included in the future workforce. You know, in the early 90s, about 12% of workers were over the age of 50. Today, it's 1 in 4 people. It's 25%. So certainly, I mean, it's like, you know, there's that need to include various generations in the workplace because there are more people who want to and need to work longer. But at the same time, the other piece of that is including the future you, because if all goes well, the future us, I mean, it's like, because if all goes well, we're going to be older workers too. And so a lot of the ideas that we think about here, whether it's career pathways throughout the length of your life, whether it's education, not just at the beginning, but in different pieces of your life, all of those different pieces that we talk about as a workforce community are essential for a workforce that's going to be a lot more intergenerational, where you're not just expected to learn everything when you're young, work in the middle of your life, and then just retire. A more dynamic work life is going to involve more dynamic connections with learning, skill building, and reconnecting to jobs. So age inclusivity.
And for me, inclusive growth is also thinking about what are the unique challenges and barriers that keep people from fully participating in growth and the growth of our economy. Because we have many people who are participating. They're going to work every day. They are, being active citizens in their day-to-day life, but they're not necessarily fully participating. They're not gaining access to quality jobs. They are not clear in the pathways that are in front of them. They have unique challenges, parents, single parents, even dual income households have unique challenges that we don't talk about and that we have long not fully discussed when we talk about inclusive growth, because inclusivity is also about families. It's also about recognizing that we have a vested interest in not just the parents, but the children as well. And that there is a dynamic piece to that. I think we have gotten to the point where looking at it from a very siloed perspective is no longer okay, because people are living very dynamic lives, and we as the workforce system have to respond to that.
Thank you, Nikki. The mayor's plan for economic development came out last March. The blueprint includes driving inclusive sector growth and a pillar about connecting New Yorkers to quality jobs and in-demand skills. It essentially promotes many of the recommendations and strategies laid out in the blueprint. How can city leadership and the Adams administration proactively work to implement inclusive growth strategies? And we can start with Nikki and then go back down.
So I think one of the first things, if we're talking about how we can start to include these strategies, is one, be clear about what our system is now. I think we have a lot of competition within the system. I think we have a lot of gaps and holes. I'm so excited to hear Google say that they were investing in NYCETC simply to look at least the gaps within tech education and tech training. But there's a lot of gaps in our system. There's a lot of competitiveness in our system. And I think that we have to really start recognizing that there's no one solution, that oftentimes it takes multiple programs to make someone fully ready to move on to a quality path job or to move on to a tech job. It's not a 6-week coding class. And so understanding what our system already has and how do we encourage collaboration, how do we support it, how does funding and policy support it, because it's going to take many hands to lift this ship.
Yeah, I like the idea, or I forgot how exactly it was worded in the mayor's economic development blueprint, but it was something along the lines of making sure that the workforce system isn't just a system built for the poor. It's something that's built for everyone. And I like that idea because the fact is, it's like we have so many programs in New York City, in fact, more than anywhere else, which makes sense. We're the biggest city. But then we also have, the City University of New York, which is an extremely important resource. And so the fact of the matter is, as we were talking about before, a life that is in which you're working longer, in which the skill needs for any particular job are constantly changing, is also a life where you're going to continue to have to learn at different points in your life. You're not going to get a bachelor's degree every 10 years. You're going to most probably take short-term programs at some point to re-up your skills. And this is something that, it's like when you put it together that way, it makes a lot of sense altogether, but it's something that still is not how do you say this in English? No compagina bien. It doesn't
Integrate or
some of you know what I'm talking about. It's like it doesn't fit well with a system that is still very much designed to go to school when you're younger, work in the middle of your life, and then retire. And so that's something that needs to change. It's like, and we've been talking about it for such a long time, and I feel like once again I'm talking about the same thing. As are many of you, but I think that this is a clearer time than ever to realize that we really need to learn across the life course. And so it's encouraging to me that at least this is recognized in the language in the economic development report.
So coming from an economic development standpoint, I know that we spent a lot of time really making recommendations towards workforce development and economic development. And the one thing that we wanted to make sure was that we weave the two together and make sure that we promote the fact that workforce development is as much an economic policy as it is a social policy. So Happy to see that the mayor's office has really adopted our recommendation around reinvigorating the mayor's office of workforce development. So we commend the mayor's office on that. Also happy to see that the focus is on economic development and workforce development. And what I would love to see more of and love to see change is more focus on that in terms of making sure that when we have local economic development in the community, that there is workforce development that is weaved into that, and that the mayor's office can take an intermediary approach to make sure that there's accountability around that, to make sure that it is actually happening, and that we're not looking at economic development just as job growth, but making sure that there are quality wages tied into, weaved into a lot of these initiatives.
There's so many components to economic development that intertwine with climate and resiliency. And for me, on the climate perspective, you'll hear people talk a lot about, well, what's happening in 2050? What's happening in 2030? And for those of you that know me, I'm always like, F that. Like, there's bodies right now dying, and there's people that are getting asthma attacks. There's people that are living in crappy positions. They're living in mold. They're living in lead. They're living with asbestos. So for me, when we talk about economic development and inclusive engagement with communities and with New Yorkers, is ensuring that any climate solution, any economic development solution, any renewables that are being developed, forget about large scale and really think about the hyper local, really think about the existing ecosystem within these communities, really think about the existing ecosystem of small businesses, of MWPEs, of schools, really connect the dots between workforce development, between education, between renewables, because if we don't have a pathway forward, we're just going to continue to exacerbate the issue of Black and brown bodies dying every day today. So it's very important to intertwine all of the components together for a clean energy future.
Okay, so I'm going to continue intertwining as you're talking about economic development and workforce development. All I'm thinking about is housing. So if we think about a minimum wage worker, a home attendant, for example, earning $15 an hour, that worker working 40 hours a week cannot pay the rent unless it's subsidized, unless they have city FEPs, they have Section 8, they live in public housing, somebody's doing a favor for them. The bottom line is that we need a home. We are not, human beings are not working machines. We are human beings with families. We need quality childcare so that mothers, fathers, parents feel comfortable leaving their children and going to work. So there are, when I saw the report and I am reading about the jobs of the future and also welcoming visitors back to New York. We all love our tourists. They bring a lot of money to this city, but many of those jobs are service jobs that do not pay enough money for people to live a quality lifestyle.
Thank you. You all touched on this already, but I want to go a little deeper. Jashanya, how can housing and economic development weave together with workforce development towards an equitable recovery?
So I think in terms of housing, I think with workforce development, we have to understand that workforce development or job training is not just a poverty focus, right? It's not going to just promote economic mobility on its own. We need affordable housing. We need healthcare. We need mental health. We need a holistic approach to making sure that, you know, workforce development can be beneficial and can promote upward mobility. And what good is it for you to have a job and not have a living wage and you can't pay your rent? So that's what I would say about that.
Thank you. Mirta?
I think I said it already. And Yesenia said it already. It's a minimum wage, 40 hours a week cannot pay the rent of a one-bedroom apartment in the city. It's just that, it's that simple.
And it's so important, upward mobility, right? Because I think many times when people talk about economic development, they're like, oh, Black and brown bodies can be service jobs. And in the renewable sector, they can just do the solar panels installations. But we're more than just our bodies. Like, we're more than just physical labor. And the city really needs to think about, what does that upward mobility looks like? What are the artificial barriers that are presented that prohibit Black and brown bodies to get these higher paying wages? And what are some other infrastructures, whether it's policy or just, quite frankly, structural racist practices that prohibit people to move from that service job into another type of job? So it's important when we talk about housing, understanding that interconnection of upward mobility and economic development, whether it's in climate or in other sectors, to be front and center in every conversation.
And also, I just want to add that I think that also raises the question too about our silent approach with dealing with populations, because a single person, making $15 an hour is not going to be able to afford a home or an apartment in the city. And so oftentimes we kind of think about it as like, oh, if I help the youth, that's going to end poverty. If I help the adults, that's going to end poverty. The fact of the matter is, the youth who's in your program and the adult who's in your program are probably in the same household. And they are probably trying to work together to keep their heads above water. And so oftentimes when we use the silent approach, we keep forgetting the life that these people are living. They have parents. I come from a lower income family. If my mother needs something, my disposable income is going to pay for that because she needs it. And the same thing for parents. If your child needs something, no matter how much more money you're going to earn, you're going to take care of that. And so I think a lot of our workforce thinking is like, oh, if we just help this one population, if we just do this one thing here, then it'll fix it. But we have to start realizing that this really is about a lot of interplay between generations and communities and families. And so we have to take a longer term look at it. We have to build a more comprehensive system, to Christian's point, that allows people to move along a pathway at different stages of their life. And we have to recognize that. And right now we don't, because we are so geared, because of the way funding and financing works in nonprofit, to only think about, special populations and special groups. One group is not going to solve the problems that we have, especially coming out of COVID.
Well, now that you mentioned that, Nikki, do you mind if I jump in as well? Or, I mean, I know we have
Go ahead.
I wanted to just throw in really quickly. I mean, it's like in terms of help across the generations. One thing well, now I think because of COVID, it's a lot more recognized. But the fact is that there are a lot of people who are taking off of work or working fewer hours because of caregiving. And so, of course, I mean, it's like they put their own livelihoods and their own housing, et cetera, at risk because, I mean, it's like they're working less hours, to fulfill those caregiving roles. And on top of that, of course, I mean, very often, almost all of the people who do this, not exclusively, but almost all, are women. So when we're talking about the gender pay gap, I mean, it's like another issues. In part, it's because, yes, I mean, it's like you have women who step out of paid work in order to do other kinds of essential yet unpaid work. So, I mean, that means on the policy level, I mean, there needs to be more support for caregivers, and there needs to be really benefits need to be rethought as well about, I mean, it's like, what do you do for someone? I mean, it's like who might be able to receive a benefit because they're older, but then their caregiver is not old enough to receive that benefit. I mean, it's like, so they fall in between the benefit cracks. So there's a lot of rethinking that needs to be done along those lines, as more people are either people who are cared for or people who need care, who are cared for or are giving care. So.
Can I just add
one last
thing? Piggybacking off of Christian talking about the caregivers, I think we also need to be proponents of the nonprofit community-based workforce development organizations that are in these communities, trying to help promote economic mobility and making sure that they have the capacity and the funding and the resources to be able to help individuals that are in need. And I think that's something far too often we don't keep in the conversation.
All right, y'all. Well, we are at time. Thank you so much to everyone who came to the panel. Thank you, panelists. It was an interesting conversation. Good job, y'all.
Wow. Oh, Nikki. Oh, sorry. We're taking prompt.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to take one quick minute and we'll move on with our presentations. Thank you for your patience. We're going to take one quick minute and we'll circle back in the next presentation. Okay. Are they ready? Awesome. Okay. We are back to our solutions strategy. This one is very significant in our neighborhoods. It's not something always that we think about, but it's about land use and land use changes. This is a solution about making rezoning work, integrating workforce development into land use changes. Going to join us in a minute, Eli Dworkin, the editorial and policy director of the Center for an Urban Future. So again, I'm just going to say this again. You may not be thinking about this normally, but I can tell you neighborhood by neighborhood in New York City, a serious conversation is taking place and workforce development should be at the fore when we think about rezoning. On that note, give your speaker a round of applause to start.
Good afternoon. Not bad. Let me try one more time. Good afternoon. All right, now we're cooking. My name is Eli Dvorkin. It's my great pleasure to be here today representing the Center for an Urban Future. We are an independent nonprofit research and policy organization focused on building a stronger and more inclusive economy here in New York and across all 5 boroughs. Now, there are a lot of things that city leaders can do to advance equity and to rebuild a thriving economy. In fact, our latest report, City of Aspiration, offers up 150 concrete ideas to do just that. But I don't have 150 minutes, so I said I'd stick with one single idea for this talk. So here it is. New York City should seize on the enormous but largely untapped opportunity to integrate strategic investments in workforce development into and in advance of major zoning changes. Now, we made this case, a case for this approach in our 2021 report titled Making Rezoning Work that we produced in partnership with Jobs First NYC. So what is this idea? Why is it necessary? And how exactly would it work? That's the wrong direction. How would it work? Well, right now, policymakers across New York City are reckoning with how to move land use changes forward amid a severe housing shortage with a recession looming, and in a city which is still down 141,000 jobs from February 2020. But when it comes to land use changes that can unlock new housing and spur job growth, New York City faces a major logjam.
Many elected officials, community leaders, and local residents are understandably concerned about the risk of displacement if zoning changes accelerate gentrification, as well as the strains on local infrastructure if the population grows without commensurate investments in everything from sewer systems and public parks to libraries and schools. In other cases, land use changes could enable new commercial or industrial development that can spark job creation and build up the city's tax base, but unresolved questions over who benefits economically have caused divisions within communities and slowed or stopped projects that could otherwise really benefit the city and its residents. So there's little doubt that the status quo is unsustainable, but there is far less agreement out there today on how to move land use changes forward equitably and what steps are needed to maximize the benefits and mitigate the risks. And in recent weeks, members of the City Council have laid out new principles of their own for garnering support for land use changes. But while many of these principles are intended to ensure that new housing is deeply affordable, that current residents are not displaced, another side of the equation has been almost entirely absent. Investments that can help local residents get on the path to better paying jobs and careers. After all, what makes housing affordable isn't just the cost of rent, it's also the income of the resident. That's why city officials should make investments in career training and workforce development an integral part of the rezoning process, and partner with local nonprofit intermediaries, community-based organizations, and effective workforce development providers to lay the groundwork for these investments in advance of major land use changes. So our report, which you see here, Making Rezoning Work, revealed that investments in workforce development have been almost entirely absent from recent rezonings. In fact, while neighborhood rezoning plans of the last several years have included numerous commitments from housing protections for current renters to new community spaces and playgrounds, workforce investments have been minimal or non-existent. According to the city's own commitment trackers, which we analyzed, city government budgeted just $462,250 for job training initiatives focused on just 2 of the 6 major residential neighborhoods approved for major rezoning since 2016. Of that, just $312,500 had been spent on new job training programs as of last year. In fact, investment in workforce development as part of major land use changes have typically come too late or not at all. And the need is pretty clear. As you can see here, the neighborhoods that were rezoned recently in the last 6-7 years, the poverty rate is about 27% compared to a 19% average citywide. The unemployment rate was significantly higher. The share of adults with a bachelor's degree significantly lower. In so many ways, those economic opportunity indicators were lacking in those neighborhoods that underwent rezonings, but these investments just weren't being made. But it doesn't have to be this way. To earn the trust of communities that have been hit the hardest by the pandemic and ensure that new development benefits the New Yorkers most in need of economic opportunity, New York City will need to develop a bold new vision for building workforce development infrastructure at the neighborhood level. This approach should have 3 key ingredients. 1, the Adams administration and the City Council should focus on strengthening neighborhood level workforce networks by investing in existing intermediaries and on-the-ground organizations, from the Lower East Side Employment Network to the Brownsville Hub Cooperative. New York is fortunate to have some place-based models already up and running, but too little has been done to invest in these approaches, grow them, and replicate them. The mayor's team and the council should work with the Department of Small Business Services, with EDC, with city planning, and other agencies to help seed and scale these networks in every community citywide, starting with those where income is below the citywide average, ensuring that every community has the tools, resources, and capacity needed to connect residents to education, training, and employment before a major rezoning occurs. Second, develop community toolkits for designing and planning workforce investments as part of any future neighborhood rezoning. City officials should work with those intermediaries and community-based organizations, workforce practitioners, educational institutions to develop a menu of options for building and strengthening local workforce networks and share those options publicly at the beginning of a rezoning process. Without a framework like this, individual community members are left to advocate for these investments on their own with limited results. And third, these investments can be paid for, in part, through a system of citywide linkage fees for developers of large-scale real estate projects. And this wouldn't be a new idea. Boston's Neighborhood Jobs Trust does just that and has for over 30 years, requiring developers to now invest $2.37 for every square foot of new development for projects over 100,000 square feet into a fund set aside specifically for job training, education, and support services. And in Boston, that fund has generated over $80 million just since 2014. Let me close by saying we can't just rezone our way to a more equitable city. but by finally incorporating strategic investments in workforce development into and in advance of major land use changes, city leaders can help expand economic opportunity in the communities that need it the most. Thank you.
That was a pathway to hiring local talent. When you think about pathways to employment, funding for employment, rezoning is a way to do it, and it's an opportunity. Keep it in mind because it's going to come up more and more often. Our next solution, the future of work is cooperative. I have the pleasure of introducing our next solution. Here it is. It's Rebecca Lurie, the Program Director at Community and Worker Ownership Project at CUNY School of Labor and Urban Studies, and Anthu Nguyen, the Director of Strategic Partnerships at the Democracy at Work Institute. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Hi, everybody. Future is cooperative.
It's cooperative.
And here's our little signature. So I know many of you, Rebecca Lurie, currently at the CUNY School of Labor and Urban Studies. I'm going to speak today on how cooperatives are a solution for the future. And really, I want to say in many ways, cooperatives are of the past. So I want to offer a land acknowledgement to the Lenape people here and now. This, with the holiday we just had this past week, I want to offer recognition to the Lenape and the Haudenosaunee people who recognize that the indigenous people of this region were skilled in cultivating processes that were inclusive and cooperative with all beings. So thanks be to them. Now let me turn to what we face today. All these pressures come raining down on working people, and you can just randomly choose any you see on the slide. I will not be reading my slides. There is trauma from it all. So when serving those facing trauma based on all and any of these hardships, how can we help? I suggest the future is cooperative. So enter workforce development with a goal to train and place people into good jobs or upgrade their employment. We aim for good jobs, quality jobs. And here I refer to the Aspen Institute, who just published this report on a working definition of good jobs, highlighting economic stability, economic mobility, and equity, respect, and voice at work. And Matthew Klein from Robin Hood referenced this earlier today as well. So I want to suggest that people look at this and see what we mean when we want to place people and help people achieve good jobs. Much can be said here, but I will underscore an important point, that having respect and a voice at work is significant. I offer a shout out to the revival of the union movement today, and those activists, look at Amazon and Starbucks, workers who use voice and collective power to raise the bar for that good job. So today, we see a trend with 40% of the workforce in America are self-employed. And whether that's truly self-employment or misclassification of their work, I will leave that for a different conference. School of Labor, I must, and we can pay attention to that. But suffice to say, when people are not employed by a company that puts them on payroll, they face other challenges for their income. There may be a joy to being an entrepreneur, but the challenges abound. With this high rate of becoming self-employed, what happens to folks who go through our programs who may then become entrepreneurs or self-employed? How can we help these workers, and what additional skills might we contribute in workforce development? Another fact impacting small businesses is that there are not enough buyers for succession planning, and selling a business to the workers becoming cooperatively owned is a layoff aversion strategy we should keep our eyes on and be part of. Okay, so actually, Angie Camus spoke about this in an earlier panel. Cooperative businesses, people need business skills. They need advocacy skills, organizing skills, and cooperative skills. And these are not skills we traditionally teach in workforce development. This is far beyond soft skills. They are skills that can be brought into our workforce development programs in order to help folks be successful in possibilities that might not be that secure first job. So there are 7 principles to cooperatives, and this is internationally known from the International Cooperative Alliance. Businesses that run this way follow these seven principles. And without getting into them in detail, We can see membership, democracy, autonomy, education, and concern for community as important values that people exert when they are running their businesses as cooperatives. I draw your attention to Principle 5, education, training, and information. This is a commitment to workforce development already embedded in the philosophy of what it takes to be a good cooperative business. This suggests for members education before, during, and after becoming a cooperative business. It is career exploration, skills for job seekers, training for program graduates who may want to take this cooperative direction, and training for incumbent workers as well. We all recognize the importance of continuing education, and education that is needed is already in our social lexicon. These are life skills applied to cooperative businesses. So we say our solution: incorporate cooperative skills, education, and training wherever we can. I will add a shameless plug here because at the CUNY School of Labor and Urban Studies, we now have a graduate program of 4 sequence courses aimed to help mid-career people, many like yourselves, to learn what and how to incorporate community and worker ownership strategies into our broader efforts. I brought a flyer. If anybody wants it, you can find me after or reach out to me. But many of us are familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs and highlights self-actualization as the highest to achieve, with love and belonging along the pathway to get you there. Cooperatives include belonging and message to all: you are not alone. Healthy teamwork invites active listening and deep compassion, traits required to heal from trauma that can promote work to be a place where some repairing can occur. The pandemic has shined a light on the ancient and indigenous practices we now refer to as mutual aid. Cooperative enterprises perform like mutual aid, where those who come together work together to find and create solutions to their economic life together. Although this might look like kindness at work, it can also be the work that is accomplishing 2 things at once. It's bringing people closer to their self-actualization and collective power, and helping them get decent income in their pocket, expanding their own capacities to build wealth. I'm going to turn the mic over to Antu, and she's going to explain some of how this has worked with Radiate Consulting.
Thanks, Rebecca. So I'm going to speak a little to what we've been doing at Democracy at Work Institute on worker cooperatives for people who are facing barriers to work. And it's basically, to Rebecca's point, about 40% of our workforce not working in a traditional employment relationship, but rather self-employed as independent contractors, precarious workers, contingent workers, and so forth. We in 2018, 2019 piloted with the CUNY Institute of Mexican Studies a rapid response cooperative, basically, which is a worker cooperative business, worker-owned, democratically managed, of CUNY graduates who had been recipients of a scholarship, the Beca Scholarship for immigrant students. And it's immigrants especially are in a space of precarity with work, especially if you're mixed status. And that's the reason why so many immigrants end up being self-employed or starting their own businesses, right? Like, you start a business because you don't get into that workforce pathway. You have to figure it out yourself. And so what we did in partnership with the Institute of Mexican Studies was set up a worker cooperative called Radiate Consulting. And it was our first pilot. The focus was on individuals who already had pathways to work opportunities, but couldn't be employed by those workplaces. And so they were able to start a professional services cooperative providing administrative services, operations, interpretation, translation, all these kinds of things that keep our social services running in the city, especially in immigrant communities, and doing it as owners of their business. So what does that mean? It's a business-to-business relationship between the cooperative business and whoever's contracting with them. The client contracts with the business, the individuals who otherwise would be working as 1099s would be working as contractors with limited amounts of protections. They're compensated as owners. They're building their own business and they're developing their business. And then the cooperative business itself has a back office component to it that actually facilitates invoicing. Like if you remember anybody who started work, their first job, and as an employee, there's so many things that you don't have to do. Like you don't have to invoice clients. You don't have to worry about insurance. You don't have to worry about all these like paying your taxes, right? Like if you're a consultant, when you start doing it for the first time, you realize actually there's so many different things you have to do just to basically stay afloat and legally do your work. So with this cooperative model, individuals who are just coming into the workforce for the first time have this covered for them. That's paid out of their invoices. So that's a little bit of how that works. So we've been able to successfully pilot that with Institute of Mexican Studies, and now we're working with CUNY John Jay Immigrant Student Success Center to launch a second one with graduates there in the coming year. So that's an example of how we can facilitate these kinds of cooperatives and be a little bit of a transition for students and graduates into the workforce. Pass it back to Rebecca.
Thanks, Andrew. Very, very hard in 8 minutes to tell you all about what we want people to know, but suffice to say that there's other ways that people can use this entrepreneurial spirit or the self-employment or consulting space that actually is cooperative, and you do it together and you start learning skills together. There are a number of organizations now in New York City doing this training, including what I had mentioned at the CUNY School of Labor and Urban Studies, where we have this 4-course graduate course meant for folks like you to take it to scale. And Democracy at Work Institute does this work nationally with education with the School of Democratic Management. So take it on, talk to us, figure out how we can integrate it into our workforce solutions. Thank you.
We have been bringing to you solutions throughout the course of the day and I think some very strong panels. You've had some wonderful guest speakers. You got an announcement about a tremendous grant opportunity through Amazon. So we've been through Google. So we've been working very, very hard throughout the course of this day to bring to the table great opportunities. I hope when you look back, you find the gems of the day as you think back. I think this next panel might be one of those gems you look back on, partially because of the amazing talent as part of it. This conversation is about the workforce landscape, catalyzing a robust and equitable recovery. This is about us. And I think it's important for us all to be aware as we think about our advocacy strategies and our plans moving forward to know what we're made of, what we're accomplishing, and obviously what we're capable of. So here's the group that's coming to the table now. I'm going to lay out their names. They'll come join us over here. Lowell Hirschberger, the Division Director of Career and Development Education Programs at Cypress Hill Local Development Corporation. Shout out to Lowell. Lena Moe, Assistant Director of Economic Affairs at the Center of New York Affairs at the New School. Evelyn Ortiz, Deputy Director of Advocacy and Equity Initiatives at the New York Association of Training Employment Professionals. Robert Taylor, Executive Director of Youth Action, Youth Build. Kevin C., Deputy Director of Strategic Initiatives and Development at the Chinese American Planning Council, and Andrea Vahey, the Chief Program Officer of the Workforce Professionals Training Institute. Wow, what a list. In conversation with Ethan Geringer-Samuth of Gotham Gazette. This panel is stacked. Give it up. Have fun.
Thank you. So this panel is, we're going to be talking about the workforce and the conditions that it's operating under. As we've discussed, a devastating pandemic to our economy, great opportunities for growth in new sectors. But there's one industry in particular that's essential for this, the workforce industry, that is struggling, that has a lot of constraints and difficulties. Andrea, you wrote a report about this a couple months ago. Tell us a little bit about the overview of the city's workforce landscape now, the populations, the programs. What does it look like?
The report that WPTI and the Coalition and the Center for New York City Affairs worked on was really to look at the workforce landscape, including the workforce, all of you who do this work, what sectors people are doing training in, what are some of the challenges that organizations are facing around things like staff recruitment, participant recruitment, what kinds of resources organizations are using or not using, where they need support for their organization. It was really to get an understanding of where we are at this moment in time in the post-COVID economy.
Thank you. So what are some of those challenges that you saw in this post-COVID economy?
I think two of the biggest challenges we saw were around staff recruitment and participant recruitment. I think one of the things, and this also comes out of some work that WPTI has done through our Voices from the Frontline work, is we saw that 67% of practitioners are reporting looking to leave the field in the next 3 years. I mean, that's a really startling number. And I think for a lot of reasons, people are talking about leaving. They're not paid enough. We know that COVID has required a lot of workers to do double the job they were doing, do tasks outside of their jobs. They're struggling with administrative burdens for their contracts. Performance outcomes didn't change tremendously during COVID. I mean, all kinds of things are leading people to say, I'm not sure I want to do this work. But I think the biggest one is pay. People in the field aren't making enough to be able to pay the rent to stay in New York City.
And Lena, I think you have some data points on this. Do you care to share?
Yeah, so the landscape report, as Andrea spoke about, was really trying to tell a two-sided story. And one is about how the workforce sector can be a tool for economic recovery. And the other is about how the workforce sector itself was impacted by the pandemic. I'm just going to preview all of my slides there. This slide is from a survey that the Center for New York City Affairs did with WPTI of workforce providers. And it found that workforce providers were incredibly motivated to do their best during the pandemic. And I was talking with several providers before this panel, and they talked about how they took on a number of roles that really weren't inside their official job descriptions. And yet at the same time, they faced enormous challenges. And that was transferring their programs online, creating programs that could be delivered remotely, all while facing often unemployment in their own families and connecting just an enormous number of job seekers to new opportunities. And so we found that workforce providers on the whole really believe in their work. I mean, an enormous number, 95% of respondents said, I understand my job and I believe in its mission. But this is the other side of the story, which is showing how workers feel so stressed, so burned out, and that they can't make ends meet, that a lot of them are thinking about leaving not just their job, but leaving the profession altogether and leaving New York City. So that's a sobering message.
It is, thanks. So what exactly, I mean, what is creating this kind of, the report talks about a pressure cooker environment for these workforce providers. You talked a little bit about having to adapt to new working models, new industries, but at the same time, there's drying up of funding, less city contracting dollars, less city council discretionary funding, less philanthropic funding. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, I'll let the providers speak about how the funding has been really challenging during the COVID period when workforce providers were really pushed to meet job placement numbers. But also I do want to stress one thing, which is that we did hear that funders saw COVID as a moment of being more flexible of saying, okay, well, maybe we can meet numbers in different ways or at different pace. And I feel like that opportunity needs to be extended to be the new normal, to reconsider the way that funding is tied to placements. But I would really defer to some of my colleagues up here to talk about the on the ground impact.
Yeah, one of the things you mentioned was adapting your trainings and this being a new problem that workforce providers are experiencing. I wonder if any of the providers on the panel have experience with this. Lowell, you and I were talking about this a little bit before.
Sure. I just want to preface my comments with a little story. I want to talk about Javier, a young person in my program who gave me permission to use his name. Talk with him this morning. I first met Javier when he was in first grade. He was the middle child of 7 children. Rumor had it he was on the autism spectrum. Kind of lost contact with him for a little while. And then during the pandemic, I heard that he got expelled from high school because he was cheating. And then I also bumped into him again and heard that he was having trouble engaging during the pandemic in terms of education. His phrase that I've quoted before, he said, it was like I was chained to nothingness during the pandemic. And so he's really struggling. But then I bumped into him again and he signed up for my running team after work. And that's not in my job description, right? Nor in any of my staff. But we started running and this kid could not even run a half a mile. Like he was literally, and for the first 9 months when he was on the team, he came in dead last every single time, 9 months, 3 days a week. And I told him, I said, you know what, Javier? I said, running is 70% mental. I said, even though you've come in last every single time, I think you might be the mentally toughest one on our team. And he kind of looked at me like, really? I was like, yeah. Fast forward last month, Javier and I ran a marathon together, right? And so Javier is those, this kid is motivated, right? How many of you have run a marathon, right? This is a 17-year-old kid, one person, right? It's painful, right? But this kid did it at 17. This kid that would be, by all measures of all of our funders, would be considered high risk, right? And the same kid actually signed up for SYP, but he didn't actually start SYP until week 5. Those of you know, it's a 6-week program, right? He started week 5. Why? Because he didn't have his working papers, because his mom lost his social security card, right? And he had disengaged from school, so he was enrolled but not enrolled, and so he didn't have a place to get the working papers. But he starts in week 5. He works for 2 weeks. He earns about $400. He turns around and enrolls himself in the private school in our neighborhood and pays for his own tuition for the month of September, right? To get back engaged in school, right? These are the young people. And so, but he needs a job now to pay for the school, right? So he calls me up and he asks about helping him get a job, right? Try to get him a job in one of our after-school programs. I can't do it because school goes too long, right? Just this morning, I called the principal of his private school now that he's in, and I asked him if he could get out of school early so he could work this job, so he could make money to pay his tuition, and the principal was great. He said he could do that, right? So this is literally this morning I had this conversation, right? So here's the interesting thing, right? None of that story would show up on any outcome report to any of my 20 founders, right? And a good 80% of that work wouldn't show up on my paycheck either, right? And it's because of creative partnerships, community of faith, right? It was this private school that was flexible. It's this kind of creativity that we need, and we need staff that like you said, 95% believe in the mission, right? So I think there's staff out there. It's just they have to be rewarded for doing things that are off the record, right? And I think of my colleagues here, Youth Build. I'm a big fan of Youth Build model. The Door. I'm a big fan of that. We need these holistic models, right, to serve our young people like Javier.
So, thank you for that story. I mean, you mentioned the data, and the ETC WPTI report is really great because it gives some actual data points to latch onto when we're talking about the challenges that the workforce development sector is facing. Evelyn, NYCETC has another report on inequity within the workforce. Can you tell us a little bit about what you found in that report?
Yes, of course. And for those who do not know who we are the statewide workforce association. And, like excuse me, we came upon this like initiative because, during the pandemic, very similar, we saw a lot of our colleagues saying, hey, well, we can't do this anymore. It's just too much work. And at this moment, like, I can't continue to put this burden upon myself. It's affecting my mental health. It's affecting, just my day-to-day life. And, what we saw was that it was really impacting leaders of color, right, in particular. And, we were seeing an exodus at that moment as well. And we were trying to figure out, well, how do we support leaders of color from within the system across the state of New York? And we said, well, let's figure this out. But we didn't have any baseline information. So we decided to come together and say, well, let's collect the information. So we came up with the sweat scan, which is really the statewide workforce equity analysis tool to really measure how hard we really are working to make our workplaces more equitable and inclusive. And, we were really trying to really understand what equity gaps exist. So the survey really is designed to collect this baseline of information that we don't have access to right now. And we really need in order to take a deeper dive and look at ourselves as model employers, right? As a key industry, because that is what we are. And when we analyzed, and went around, we realized we had about 98 organizations that participated across the state of New York, half of that representing New York City. And we had about 36,000 full-time and part-time workforce professionals that were represented through this data. To me, that was a very surprising number, right? When we see that, and imagine that's just less than half of the sector statewide. And one thing that we realized through this was that how difficult it was for folks to even fill out the survey. And, we received a lot of feedback from, a lot of New York City providers that were saying, listen, we want to do this. We care about equity, but it is really hard right now for us to do it. We have so many competing deadlines. We don't have any staff capacity, right? We don't even know where to find the information because, there's so many different data systems that we have to look at. And, that's problematic, right? Because we're trying to really support our workers internally, really support the work that's being done externally, but the infrastructure is lacking, right? The capacity is lacking. And I think that that's just what we see even when you read through the landscape report, right? That these are similar themes across the board. And it's not just happening in New York City, it's happening all across the state.
So what were some of the findings of the survey that you did? What are some of the the demographic landscape of this sector?
Yeah, of course. So a couple of things that we see is that, although we know that our services support BIPOC communities, what we realize is that there's really a lack of support to support BIPOC staff, right? So we're not really necessarily kind of practicing internally what we're preaching externally, right? And the data really showcase that 17% of respondents said that their policies and that they don't have these policies and practices in place. Beyond that, we also see that in order to really advance DEI within our organizations, it is essential to have dedicated staff to this type of work. And unfortunately, only 11% of organizations have that type of personnel that is available to do it, right? And most of the time what happens is that folks who are in senior leadership roles are the ones that are being charged with this type of work, and they have multiple types of things that they have to address at the same time, right? Multiple functions, and it's not something that they can necessarily prioritize, right? So that's, some of the clear things that really came about, and also just the lack of supports overall to support individuals of color from across the system, right? So there's a lack of mentorship and employee resource groups that are available within organizations to support BIPOC communities, in particular BIPOC staff. And even organizations, who provide, let's say, professional development opportunities. What we saw through the data was that very few organizations offer continuing education as an opportunity to take paid time off, right? So they're not necessarily offering them paid time off to do this type of work. So we won't really see, any type of movement from frontline positions, right? From folks who are in frontline positions and overrepresented in frontline positions into now senior leadership roles, right? You're going to see like folks that are going to stay in these positions for 10 years or more, right? And not see any progression.
So that's sort of we've talked about the staffing, recruitment and retention side of things. What about client recruitment and retention? How has that been going? I guess I'll start with you, Andrea, because this is something that the report touches on, and then we'll get to the providers. But tell us a little bit about client retention.
I mean, when we started the report, one of the things that we were really looking at, and we were hearing from employers and everything, is that people can't find workers. And what we started seeing is that regardless of how well performing organizations were, like they were also really struggling to find clients for a variety of reasons, from, not having their trainings were not reflective of what's happening in the labor market. Clients were not interested in, because of COVID, not wanting to come out, or because we haven't done the kind of infrastructure investments we need, like programs aren't able to provide stipends or childcare or transportation costs that would allow clients to come to training. And so I think we really were starting to look at like where those challenges are. I think the providers can also speak to like their own experiences with recruitment.
Yeah. So to the providers on the panel, what were some of the challenges with getting clients to take on your services, and what do the clients need to be able to remain in your programs?
Speaking from the Youth Action Youth Build perspective, our biggest challenge was really during the first 2 years of COVID, and when everything went remote, having our students be able to adjust to a remote setting where they were used to prior a really high touch environment where they had individualized instruction and extra time and staff that could really sort of meet their needs. Then going into the remote situation, I think it kind of proved to be a little uninspiring, discouraging for our students. A lot of our students, they live in households where they don't have dedicated space to study, that they're also competing with, access to the computer with their own, siblings and in their own families. So resources was a real issue at that point. I think the other challenge that we started experiencing due to that was just a general perplexing anxiety about coming out and, not knowing what to do with, the virus and how they were going to protect themselves and feeling safer inside their own homes. And then with the vaccine mandates, a lot of resistance we still encounter. Folks not wanting to get the vaccines because they don't trust it. And then having mandates saying you got to have the vaccines to be in the program. So that's some of the COVID related challenges. I think we're rebuilding our recruitment strategies. We also had to go out and find the young people where they were now, where they were at now. Our biggest challenge around that area is that, with the stimulus money that a lot of our young people were getting, it was almost a disincentive to come out, to continue pursuing your education, to continue earning, a stipend and those kind of things when you could sort of make more money doing, getting a gig job or, living off a stimulus check. So I think now that's starting to turn around, but that was through aggressive outreach and really creating a dedicated position in the organization for someone that was specifically targeting the populations that we serve.
So how do you meet all these different needs that your clients have with the sort of limited and narrowly prescribed funding that you're given? Kevin, do you want to speak to this?
Sure. For CPC, we actually had a reduction in terms of the funding that we've seen in a couple of years. For our workforce side, we actually seen a decrease in about like 42%. And then in terms of just understanding the most critical services that are needed, we had to basically pick and choose what is the most important service for our community members. And that time, it's job placements. It's no longer our job training sectors such as the hospitality as well as the the customer service training. So in that case, we also found it a little bit more difficult in terms of retaining individuals that are wanting to join those programs, because when they are talking to us, they wanted to find positions that could hire them on the spot, so then they could bring food to the table. Also, at the same time, they asked about like remote positions, a lot of flexibility, childcare. Does it include transportation? Does it include stipends? So most of those training programs does not include those as well. And then I think for us is really try to think about, with the amount of money we have, we also have to rely on our staff members to sort of pivot and support each other's programs. So I'm also actually very grateful that my colleagues in the back from CPC, they've also like been really supportive in supporting each other's programs, just because we do have other staff members that left in the workforce side.
So what, I guess if this is for all the providers on the panel, what do you need most from the city? Well, let's start with the city. What are your top priorities? And maybe let's frame this in terms of, you know, the fiscal year 23 budget is set, but let's look ahead to next year and what could the city be doing to meet, you know, these challenges?
Go ahead. So in terms of recommendations on the CBC side, I would definitely say any type of training programs, also think about the stipend portion, increasing stipends to incentivize individuals to step out their immediate positions, to think about the long-term investments of the career that they're trying to get, and also think about transportation costs, thinking about the cost to also cover for childcare as well, and then the wraparound services that would help this individual succeed in their programming. For CBC, we actually see a lot of individuals that have limited English proficiency. So definitely an investment on bridge programs that would allow more individuals that have those limited English speaking proficiencies to also be engaged in other opportunities such as tech and healthcare and other industries.
I would just add to the story earlier, the whole flexibility of the definition of outcome, right, is I think one that we really need to think about. The earlier panel talking about skills, we need to figure out how to measure those skills that employers are saying they want, and so that we can get credit for that outcome. Because we see that, right? We see young people achieving those skills and not really getting any credit for it. So figuring out how to do that in a way that's not oppressive and a way that's not just creating another hurdle, like the workforce credential did a few years ago, but we won't get there. But really being creative about real life outcomes that a person can achieve that have value in the workforce. And then I will just do a shout out. I think SYP did some things during the pandemic that I think we need to be positive about. You know, the income requirement documents, the online timesheets, things that we've been asking for decades, all of a sudden happened during the pandemic. So I think we need to applaud those positive steps when they happen as well.
I'm going to put on my ED hat here. And with the city, to me, the biggest burden sometimes is the contracting process and going through the point from allocation to actually getting reimbursed from your funds, which can take more than a year, more than the length of the contract itself. And so that puts a small burden on us as a small, or a big burden on us as a small organization, where our cash flow is always constrained, which means that we can't respond to on the ground needs because we have to sort of manage when we have monies to do things. It impacts how we can pay staff. It impacts the kind of services we can provide students. The other piece is around flexibility in funding. You know, if there was a way to think about general funding that could go with your award that allows the agency to kind of respond to on the ground needs as they show up, so that if you're seeing an increase of hungry students, you now have monies that you can tap into to feed them, or if there's transportation issues as opposed to rigid line items. That would be my top two priorities.
And what about the policy people on the panel? What do you think, Andrew?
I just want to back up what the provider said. I think what we have not seen in the field for, you know, we've seen investments in higher participant per participant costs, or we've seen state investments, but we have not seen any real investments in the infrastructure of workforce. And that means higher pay for workers, hasn't been money for organizations to invest in their data systems or money for organizations to invest in adapting curriculum or changing curriculum for new sectors or covering things like child care, food, transportation, stipends. So I do think there really is a need for flexible funding because some organizations are really good at fundraising for those things and others really need more depending on who their population is. So I think like the city really needs to think about a real infrastructure investment in organizations to get them to the capacity and also to retain the staff that they have, because if we lose, 60% of our workforce in the next 3 years, I mean, we're going to be in a desperate shape. And also, I think the other piece I forgot to mention was professional development. As Evelyn said, like we have the staff of most workforce organizations are people of color, and they are not always the leaders in organizations. And if they're to be the leaders, like they need to be invested in, they need to be trained, they need time to take off so that they can finish degrees or get their master's degrees or do whatever those things are that are going to help them to take those leadership positions so that the organizations reflect the clients.
Evelyn, do you want to say?
Yeah, no, I would just want to echo all of Andrea's sentiments, because the thing is that we can't expect organizations to do all of this, right? Like, I think there's been such an onerous task that like everyone here in this room right now has been expected to meet outcomes, contractual obligations, to meet the crises that they see every single day that their clients are confronted with. And it's not fair, right? That you're also asking, well, like you also have to pay for your own professional development. You have to fundraise, you have to do all of this. So I completely agree with Andrea. And, I cannot stress enough the need for a data system right now, because that is yet another onerous task that like organizations are tasked with, right? And also have to fundraise for, and also have to have multiple staff to be able to like input information into all these multiple data systems. So that will also take away some of that responsibility and hopefully help like just alleviate some of that strain.
What have you seen in your research in this area that the city needs to kind of get on top of?
Sure. Well, the landscape report was in part trying to acknowledge the scale of the problem. I do have a slide here. So at the new school, we've been tracking job losses since the onset of COVID, and we found it helpful to divide it into 3 kinds of jobs. So there are remote workers who largely didn't lose their job. They could work from home. There are essential workers who were similarly not impacted through job loss, although they were exposed to greater health risks. And then there were face-to-face workers. And these are retail, construction, arts and entertainment. And these workers saw catastrophic job loss. I mean, huge dislocation. And that's what the workforce is dealing with. So part of the landscape report was to reach out to the nonprofit workforce providers. And we're hoping to supplement this with a second report that's coming this fall that's going to look at the whole workforce system, including CUNY, including the one-stops. And to see how the workforce system can be a tool for economic recovery. And so we asked providers, we got responses from 143 organizations to talk about the programs that they offered, as well as the challenges that they faced in developing new programs and adjusting those programs to meet this changing labor market environment. And so one thing I wanted to point out in this slide is that face-to-face jobs still haven't recovered. We have a deficit of 170,000 jobs. And these are jobs that workforce providers would be putting entry-level workers into. It's also important to note that New York City's unemployment rate is much higher than the national average. It's over 6%. The national average is 3.5%. So New York City needs information about the workforce system in order to help coordinate and meet this economic dislocation. And so we asked, what are the trainings that are out there? And if you see at the top, the highest number are in tech, construction, and healthcare. And that's great news because those are growing sectors. Those are sectors that we want to put New Yorkers into. But down at the bottom, we see transportation and childcare. And we really need to support more program development in those areas because those are also growing sectors. There's a huge childcare demand. If there's one theme today, it's the need for childcare. And so we need more childcare workers. And we also need those wraparound supports for while workers are doing education programs. And so last, we were trying to reconcile these two sort of complicated stories that were happening. On the one hand, there are a lot of unemployed workers who are trying to reconnect to jobs, maybe different jobs. Maybe they went to trainings during the pandemic and they want to shift fields. On the other hand, workforce providers were having difficulty recruiting clients to fill all of their programs. And that's for lots of reasons. It could be for childcare, it could be for anxiety around health or commuting. But it's also because these wraparound services were oversubscribed. So if you look at the areas of programming where they can't meet demand, those are the kinds of things that enable workers to go get training, to go get reskilling. And those are those support services that we need to offer.
I want to hear from the providers. How have you in your programs gotten creative to bridge those gaps with the necessary wraparound services that your clients need to be able to participate? Anybody?
I think one thing that is worth saying is that the settlement house network in the city is uniquely positioned to do that work. That's what we do, right? And that's a real asset of the workforce system that I don't think is lifted up enough. And so it's within, in-house, we're already doing a lot of that stuff and we can do more of it. And I think settlement houses by their very nature are there for the community. And so when the community has a crisis, it's what we do is we respond to that. And so we're able to pivot and do a lot of food distribution work, a lot of SNAP benefit signups, a lot of vaccine education. And so I think tapping into those existing networks and those existing agencies that are poised to do that work is really important.
Robert, do you have?
Yeah, no, I just want to echo that. I mean, for an agency like mine's, we work a lot through collaboration and partnerships. And so where we can't directly meet a need, we look through our network and our partnerships to really help offset those needs. So for example, a lot of our students are food insecure, and we want to make sure that at least they have one hot meal a day. And we get that through our partnerships with the Department of Education or with World Central Kitchen. And then if we can't meet the need, then we try to figure out a referral outside of our organization to support the young person.
Kevin, we have not that much time, but please go ahead.
Very similar. For CPC, every weekend, we also have the food distribution programs. And then also trying to understand whether the needs that the individuals are facing and try to do in-house referrals, and if not, refer them outside to partners.
So the last thing I want to ask, WPTI and the New School have a new report coming out. Andrea, Lena, do you want to talk a little bit about what that might show? And of course, we've been talking about how important it is to have data around all of this stuff so that we know what we're talking about when we're planning for the future, which is the theme of the day.
Yeah, I think part of this is that we want these reports to be a tool for workforce organizations to know what other programs are out there, know what programs are doing, but we also want it to be a tool for the city because the city wants to reinvest in workforce. And in order to do that, it needs to draw on the expertise that's out there, that's in this room. But it also should help coordinate what I described earlier, which is this economic change. So there are sectors that are growing, and there are sectors that have lost jobs. And so we need an active labor market policy that's going to assess workers' skills and their aspirations to support them and connecting them to programs and support workforce organizations in developing new programs in these areas of growth, and to coordinate this at scale as only the city can do. So we are looking to release this new report in December that it'll give a more detailed description of the change in labor demand. What is this post-COVID labor market going to look like? And how can we inform the city and workforce organizations in order to train workers to seize those opportunities?
Great. Well, looking forward to seeing that report. Thank you all for joining us. I think that was a great conversation.
All right, we've reached the last stretch. We have 3 more TED Talks, and then we'll hear from our founders, and we'll get you on your way to chatting with one another once again. So I have the pleasure of introducing a solution to our stage, building the best peer workforce, authentic interviews for individuals with limited work histories. Please join me in welcoming Curtis Dan Messier, the founding director of the H&H Academy at the New York City Health and Hospitals.
Hello, everybody, and good afternoon, and give yourselves a round of applause for sticking around. And I really appreciate you being here. So first, I just want to talk really quickly about peer workers, and then I'll talk a little bit about authentic interviews for this population. So peer workers are individuals who use their lived experience with mental health or substance use challenges to support other individuals on their path to recovery. It's a really amazing in-demand middle skill occupation, and it gives the people who do this work such meaning in their life. And it's a really powerful way to help other people say, I've walked in your shoes, let me show you the way to recovery. And, you know, what I also love about this workforce is it takes something that's traditionally a barrier, you know, having a mental health or substance use challenge. I myself have a substance use challenge. It takes one of those barriers and flips it on its head. Now that's a prerequisite for employment. So it's a really powerful and important workforce. And it's been growing. The peer workforce has really been growing steadily in New York City. We expect this trend to continue. There, as we heard from many, many people on the stage before, there is just not enough behavioral health workers out there right now. I think Henry Garrido said there was a 38% vacancy rate for social workers. So there's really just not enough of this workforce and behavioral health out there, and this post-COVID world is so important. So peer workforce really has been growing and has been a way to fill those gaps. And it's growing into new areas. It started in mental health and substance use, and that's still the backbone, but now there are family peers, youth peers, and there's justice peers, which I helped to start. And we have a new New York City Justice Peer Initiative with a great executive director, Helen Skipper, for individuals who have a lived experience with criminal legal system involvement, and they can help other people who are ensnared in the system get out. And the same thing with housing payers. If you have a lived experience with homelessness, you can help other people maneuver out of that situation, saying, I've been there and done that. I talked with someone this morning who works with domestic violence survivors. I mean, that would be a great peer workforce. Say, I've lived through this, I've gotten out on the other side. Let me help show you the way to move through this. So this workforce is really growing. And, you know, mostly just because it makes sense, right? If you have this issue, who better to talk to than someone who has a shared lived experience? But very often this workforce, this population doesn't have strong work histories, whether they've been incarcerated, whether they're on disability, whether they've dropped out because of mental health or substance use challenges. They don't have strong work histories. So a traditional way to select this population can be difficult. You know, the resume might not show it. So how do we recruit and select an individual? So we've done this for many workforce programs. It especially works well with the peer workforce, but it's transferable, is we do authentic interviews. And the first thing to do is I like to draw and doodle a little bit, and I like to draw what's the ideal candidate. So you can look up here, an ideal peer has big ears, it's a great listener, they have a big heart, they're really empathetic, They've got these super committed legs that keep them walking to work every day. They're great on the electronic health record, and they really are willing to fly that flag of recovery and talk about that. So the first thing you do with an authentic interview is you really make sure that you're clear on what are the skills you need. And then you design a process to figure out what point in your process will you be assessing for these skills. It can be anywhere from the application to these authentic interviews, online classes, all the way through. And then you have it kind of planned out of when you want to assess for these different qualities. And so at the Peer Academy, we have a very rigorous process for selecting our students. So first, we pair individuals off to answer some scripted questions. Where are you in your recovery? What does medication do for you in your recovery? What has been your experience with social workers? And we don't ask the questions. We have each candidates in small groups ask each other, because one thing that traditional interviews don't do is to watch how someone listens. And a peer worker, the probably most important skill is that you're great at listening. But how do you get to that in a traditional interview? They're just talking. So in this one, we actually watch more how an individual is listening to their partner than in what they're saying about it. So that's a really great way to assess that, and really comes to what is the exact characteristic we're looking for. The second and probably the most important part of our authentic interview is the role play. I mean, what better way to see if someone's good at a job than they do the job? So we actually have scenarios, real life scenarios from our peer counselors working throughout the hospital, write up some scenarios for us. And during the interview process, we have everyone gets one chance playing the patient or the participant and one chance playing the peer counselor. And we just watch. And some people really shine in that. And it's amazing to see how strong they are in this role. And you can picture them and they can picture themselves in this, and they're just got it. And then they switch and they can play both ways. And it's really amazing way to assess someone. Not like, what would you do or tell me about it? You just get to watch them. And we have clipboards and we're assessing. And it's been amazing to really see who can step up in that moment to show that they have the skills. And then the last piece that we do is we just do a group project. Again, when we think about traditional interviews, how do you assess group work, right? That is one of the most important skills that anyone can have in a behavioral health team in health and hospitals or anywhere throughout the workforce. But in a traditional one-on-one interview, they can say, oh, I'm great, I'm collaborative. Like, they're just saying that. But here we really watch people, and we'll do like a little art project. We'll see those who kind of slink off and really don't want to do any work, or we'll see those who try to take over. We're like, whoa, red flag, right? Which you would have no idea of that if this were a traditional interview. So these interviews are great for really any job, but really the power for this is that they are work really well for special populations. So the individuals that we work with, and I'm sure that many of you work with, might be justice impacted. Right? They might have a mental health or substance use challenge. These are individuals who are so often overlooked for our jobs because they don't have it on a piece of paper. But when you have an authentic interview, an authentic process, it's not what's on that piece of paper. You let an individual in those 90 minutes really shine and really show you what they have. And we were able to select just some amazing human beings who are now working for us in our hospital and able to help all those others. And they were overlooked for so much of their lives, but they really stepped up in that authentic interview. They were seen and we saw something in them, and now they're working for us in the hospital and helping other people. So authentic interviews are wonderful. Peer counselors are wonderful. And if you know anyone who wants to be a peer counselor, can scan that QR code and send some applicants our way. But thank you. Thanks for staying.
Next up, we have unlocking employment opportunities for job seekers involved in the legal system. Please join me in welcoming Ilana Sigmund, the Director of Collaborative Learning at John Jay College Institute for Justice and Opportunity, and Kiana Walbrook, the Director of Job Essentials Training at Henry Street Settlement. Welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Kiana Walbrook with Henry Street.
And I'm Elena Sigmund from the John Jay College Institute for Justice and Opportunity.
And we're here to tell you about a new free online training to help workforce development practitioners better partner with individuals who were involved in the legal system. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm sure everyone in this room may know of some of the challenges that individuals who have been impacted by the criminal legal system goes through when looking for a job. Just by a show of hands, how many are you currently working with individuals or job seekers that have been impacted by the criminal legal system? Okay, quite a few. Is it also safe to say that at some point in your career, you were concerned that you didn't have the right training or the resources to support said job seeker get what they needed and be successful? So there is no surprise why so many hands were raised. In fact, between the years 1980 to 2019, right before the pandemic, New York City arrests resulted in 3.3 million criminal convictions, leading to over 745,000 individuals left with a criminal record. Now, I don't know about you, but those numbers are alarming and it hits home. And I believe that if workforce practitioners don't feel confident in supporting a job seeker with a criminal conviction, therein lies the problem. One, because as practitioners, we feed and get most of everything that we do in the work and the breadth of the work that we do from our confidence in helping our members and clients land a job and navigate employment. Just to let you know, at Henry Street, we do call our clients members. We believe that they're members of the community, members of our organization, members of society. We also believe that they look to us to give them high quality resources, high quality support, and our ability to mitigate any barriers and challenges for anyone that is dealing with a specialized circumstance. So hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll have a better understanding of how this training tool can support you and your team.
Thanks, Kiana. The issues that Kiana is talking about are exactly why the CUNY School of Professional Studies and John Jay College Institute for Justice and Opportunity created this new e-learning course with support from the New York City Mayor's Office for Economic Opportunity. I'm excited to tell you about the course. Unlocking Employment, How to Partner with Job Seekers Impacted by the Legal System is a 90-minute online self-paced course. Registration is free and is open to frontline staff and leadership at New York City workforce development programs. The goal is to provide practitioners with this foundational knowledge so that there is no wrong door across the whole workforce development system for job seekers who've been involved in the legal system to get help navigating the job search. The course has 4 modules: exploring the impact of the legal system on job seekers, getting to know your job seeker, supporting the job search, and legal protections from discrimination against job seekers. And there's a very extensive resource library if you want to do a deeper dive onto any of these topics. I want to thank our many partners who contributed to developing this curriculum, starting with you, Kiana, and your team at Henry Street Settlement, along with job seekers who have lived experience in the legal system, who advise the development of the course, attorneys from the Legal Action Center, and practitioners from the Workforce Professionals Training Institute, Osborne Association, Women's Prison Association, and many, many more. So how many people here have taken some boring online trainings? Anybody? Yes, I see quite a few hands here. This one is not like that. This course emphasizes a strengths-based approach, effective practices, and resources you can really use, like a sample resume when someone's work experience was while they were incarcerated, and a sample personal statement if a job seeker gets turned down after a background check. So the course is interactive. It's designed with characters and realistic scenarios and exercises in a downloadable workbook. So practitioners learn with examples how to support people who've been impacted by the legal system. And it's also got automated video and sections explaining aspects of the legal system. So this is not really a sit back and listen training. It's designed so that you use the workbook with the online course. The feedback we got during the pilot is that it's best experience when you take the time to do the exercises right along with taking the course in the moment. That's how you get the full benefit of the training. But you don't have to believe me. We're going to hear from Kiana. She's going to tell you about her team's experience in the course pilot.
Thanks, Elena. I have my beautiful team in the back who, as a partner in the process, my beautiful JET team was able to participate in the pilot and their feedback was spot on. Most of the staff reported an increase in confidence when working with someone that had a background, especially when it comes to resume writing and interview support. Also, they were less likely or less reluctant to take on the challenge of supporting someone with a criminal record. Much of the feedback that we got is that they totally enjoyed the exercises and the case studies because it allowed them to practice in real time the skill that they needed in order to support their members. They found that they had an increase in their strengths perspective lens. A lot of unconscious bias was, peeled away, and thinking about how can I really support every member that comes in with specialized situations. Last but not least, they no longer felt intimidated by all the legal jargon that tends to be the biggest barrier when supporting someone with a background. And they absolutely loved that resource library because there were so many articles and materials that they could put their hands on even after completing the training. I personally saw a few uses for supervisors that want to benefit or better engage their staff. You can absolutely use this training as an onboarding tool for some of your newer, greener staff that may not have experience in working with individuals and job seekers with a background. Also, you can use it as a professional development support for your veteran staff. You can bring the case studies and the topics to your team meetings and work at it together collectively. And last but not least, you can also use the training as a springboard to create more discussion around how to help specialized populations in supporting them more effectively and in depth. All in all, this training has the ability to open up your empathy box and curiosity to go the extra mile to really support job seekers that need it the most. It's also a professional development tool that you and your team can pull from as you see fit. I will now pass it back along to Elena, who's going to tell you how you can get your hands on this free training tool.
Yeah, so the course will open in November, but you can use this QR code on the screen to get a sneak peek at a video from the course and really pre-register and find out more information. And thank you all so much. Looking forward to hearing all of your impressions of the course.
That was before the 8 minutes.
All right. And for those of you who are leaving, I just want to make an announcement that it seems like some of the information about us having a reception has not gotten to everybody. So we're having a reception upstairs after this. So please, everybody attend. Just one floor up to the left. So please stick around. And so we have our final solution. It's about resources. So those of you that need more funding and hope to be a little bit more connected to the growing energy economy, this is it. So last but not least, we have Beth Offenbacher, project manager from NYCERTA, New York State Research and Development Authority's Workforce Development and Training Team, in a talk about energy transition workforce training programs. Welcome, Beth.
Thank you so much, Annie. Good afternoon on behalf of the NYCERTA Workforce Development Team. It is so good to be here with you in person and online to focus on the critical task of advancing talent and equity for New Yorkers across the city and our great state. Before I dive into what I want to share with you about the work that we do, can I see a show of hands of organizations that either have received funding from NYCERTA Workforce Development in the past or currently are being funded by NYCERTA Workforce Development? Okay, I see some hands out there. Thank you so much. And we are grateful for the important work that you're doing. So today I'm going to provide an overview of our workforce development funding opportunities. So two goals here. The first thing is to inform you about those funding opportunities, and two, to invite you, hopefully, as a result of some of the information I'm going to share with you, to apply for one or more of those opportunities. Our workforce development and training programs support New York State's clean energy and jobs agenda, which is putting our state on a path to a carbon neutral economy under the Climate Act, which is the shorthand for the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. This is really about the 21st century economy that you heard Greg speak about earlier today. We've committed $120 million to support existing workforce development and training initiatives. And these efforts prioritize programs for the state's most underserved communities, populations, including priority populations and disadvantaged communities. And it also has a focus on helping to integrate displaced workers into the clean energy industry. About half of our funding has been committed to date, and we are well on our way to our goal of 40,000 individuals trained for the growing clean energy jobs in our state. And we need your help to get to that 40,000 goal. In addition to setting an ambitious energy transition trajectory, the Climate Act formalizes a commitment to ensuring that the benefits of investments are directed at disadvantaged communities. And the current interim definition of disadvantaged communities is a location-based analysis that's based on census block groups that fit income thresholds and environmental justice criteria, among other factors. I also want to highlight a little bit about the priority populations that we work with. They include, and it's a list that's quite extensive, veterans, individuals with disabilities, low-income individuals, incumbent or unemployed fossil fuel workers, previously incarcerated individuals, 16 to 24-year-olds who've completed a comprehensive training program, a career, for example, through a career technical, high school, BOCES, Conservation Corps, Youth Build, and AmeriCorps, homeless individuals, and also single parents. So a rather extensive list of those populations that we are especially interested in working with. And as part of our work, we periodically fund research that illuminates where the greatest workforce needs and opportunities are in clean energy across New York. Our 2021 Clean Energy Industry Report shows that the state had just over 157,000 jobs in clean energy at the end of 2020, which represents 6,000 jobs that were lost amidst the pandemic. But despite this loss, clean energy employment remains 12% higher than the 2015 baseline year. And amid the pandemic, New York made modest employment gains in key sectors, which include wind energy, clean and alternative transportation, energy storage, and grid modernization. And according to a second report that came out from the Climate Justice Working Group, the jobs study, which you see here on this slide, the demand for clean energy jobs is expected to increase more than 60% from 2019 to 2030, adding at least 211,000 new jobs here in New York State. The vast majority of these 211,000 new jobs fall within these four sectors that you can see here. Notably, clean energy jobs in these subsectors are expected to grow by at least 346,000 jobs through 2050. The job study also showed that 60% of the jobs lost in a number of displaced subsectors for the time period 2019 to 2030 will be from the lower wage paying category, those paying less than $28 an hour. Conventional fueling stations, or gas stations, if you will, represent almost half of all displaced jobs in the third scenario noted in this report. Other displaced job areas include those in petroleum, natural gas, vehicle maintenance, and nuclear. The good news is the study showed 70% of jobs added in the growth subsectors of building electrification, solar, advanced manufacturing, and offshore wind between 2019 and 2030. Those jobs will be in the middle wage rate, that is $28 to $37 an hour, or higher, paying more than $37 an hour. Geographically speaking, the good news continues. Job increases through 2030 are found in every corner of the state, with each of New York's 5 regions seeing an increase of up to 48,000 net new jobs. So to give you a little bit of context for the work that we do in workforce development. So how do we do this? How do we help residents across the city, across the state, take advantage of the job growth that's coming in these clean energy sectors? We do this by funding a number of program opportunity notices, or PONs in NYCER to speak, that advance clean energy workforce development. Our marquee program is the one you see here. Our marquee career pathway program, rather, is PON 3981, Energy Efficiency and Clean Technology Training. This supports technical training, hands-on learning, job placement, and supportive services for new and existing workers, apprentices, journey persons, and students. I will also tell you that some of the projects that we fund also include training stipends, and this PON also covers technical training conducted in languages other than English. So there's a lot more there that you can certainly review on the website. One other note, of course, we are especially looking to fund projects that train individuals who represent priority populations and who live in disadvantaged communities. What is particularly exciting about PON 3981 is that it can also fund those wraparound services that I mentioned a few minutes ago. For example, transportation subsidies, mental health counseling, housing supports, among several other categories. We, and most importantly, our training partners, find these kinds of supportive services often can make a big difference. We heard about this in some of the panels earlier, for people who may have barriers to employment so that they can successfully move into or up in a green job. Having said that, we wish that we had more funding available for supportive services, and we would be more than glad to talk with any philanthropic organizations that may be interested in further leveraging NYCERTA funding for these services. The need is great, and there are definitely opportunities to expand coverage of supportive services for New Yorkers who want to move into clean energy jobs. To give you a sense of what some career pathways programs might look like, I'd like to highlight just a few of our current or recent projects. Our first one is a new project with the Fund for Public Housing, which is the foundation arm of the New York City Housing Authority. The fund is partnering with NYCHA to design and deliver a comprehensive training program that connects Clean Energy Academy grads with contractors delivering heat pump installations and maintenance, energy performance contracts, and other energy retrofits at NYCHA properties across the city. The goal is to accelerate building decarbonization by developing a custom-trained workforce of individuals from environmental justice communities. It will serve 100 NYCHA residents, and we're excited to hear good things about this project as it proceeds in the coming months. A second project that we want to showcase for you is one with non-traditional employment for women, NEW, I think who you all know very well. NEW developed a training program to prepare 75 low-income women, particularly women of color, for jobs and apprenticeships in the green collar economy. Now, this is a hands-on course that includes skills training, soft skills workshops, physical conditioning, mentoring, and networking opportunities with subject matter experts, plus site tours that focus on environmental stewardship in the construction industry. students have direct entry into green construction trade jobs, and new partners with major employers and apprenticeship programs, including Con Edison, National Grid, and PSEG, Cushman and Wakefield, the MTA, the city's Department of Environmental Protection, and more than 30 registered apprenticeship programs. The last one I'm going to highlight for you is with Stacks and Jewels. They partnered with the UA Maker Academy, the South Bronx Community Charter High School, and the Lower East Side Girls Club to prepare high school seniors from low-income communities and designated environmental justice areas for jobs in the building automation system industry. Yes, there is an industry that's focused on that. In addition to rigorous technical training, career exploration, hands-on learning, and close mentorship by industry professionals, the program leads to professional credentials, preparing students for careers in the energy efficiency and clean technology industry. The project, which recently wrapped up, had robust interest, with Stacks and Jewels training twice as many students as they originally expected when the program began. So pretty exciting stuff. So you can see here a list of the many organizations that we're working with or that we've recently worked with. We need your organization on this list. There are also some other ways that your organization can guide people into the clean energy workforce here in New York State. Our portfolio at NYCERTA is designed to be modular or stackable. Someone could complete a 3981 training program and then step into an internship or a job that's part of our on-the-job training program that I'll highlight in a moment. This provides them with a ladder or a scaffold, if you will, into a clean energy career. In fact, a number of the training partners and community-based organizations we work with actively highlight these programs in talking with their employer partners. So it's a win-win all the way around. Our internship program provides wage reimbursement for internships on a sliding scale depending on employer size. Internships can be full or part-time while that student goes to school. Businesses can onboard their own interns, or they can choose from a qualified candidate list of people who've applied directly through NYCERTA. Employers can have up to 30 interns, while MWBEs and SDVOBs have no cap on the number of interns that they can bring on. The program is open to businesses, not-for-profits, municipalities, and direct entry pre-apprenticeship programs providing clean energy services. Finally, our on-the-job training program provides organizations hiring new workers in clean energy with a wage reimbursement on a sliding scale depending on eligibility, lowering the risk of bringing a new team member on board for them. In general, this program provides a 50 to 75% wage reimbursement to eligible businesses for 4 to 6 months of a new hire's training period. 75% for MWBEs, SVDOBs, and heat pump hires, and 50% for all other hires. I'll also indicate here that individuals from priority populations or disadvantaged communities receive 6 months of reimbursement compared to 4 months for all other hires. So in closing, I hope that you have heard something here that inspired you to take a look at these opportunities to be a part of the clean energy jobs that are coming to New York State. Can I see a show of hand of anyone who's interested in learning more about any of those programs? Wonderful. Well, please do check out the QR code that will take you directly to the NYCERTA Workforce Development Training page on the website. And again, we really appreciate the opportunity to share these funding opportunities with you, and we hope that we will be working with you very soon. One other quick point I'll mention, we recently streamlined our application process for PON 3981. It is now a concept paper. You do not have to do a whole proposal unless hopefully your concept paper would be approved, and then you'd be invited to do that. So we are really trying to lower the barriers to applying for that program, and we hope that we see an application from you very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Beth. Beth will be also upstairs at the reception, so you can talk to her then. And we'll, of course, be posting all of these materials on our website. So you'll be able to get all of these resources after the fact. You don't need to be scrambling. Last but certainly not least, and thank you all that you've stayed till the end of the show. We are going back to the beginning to learn from some of our founders. This is our 25th year anniversary, and we are so proud of the work that we've done and have many lessons to learn from how the coalition began. So please welcome Ginny Cruikshank and Kathy Masters in conversation with Valerie Payne, who's from Rebuilding Together NYC and also on the board of NYCETC. Welcome.
This on? Is this on? Okay, now we're on. All right, ready to go. So thank you for sticking with us for this final session. Hopefully it will be a fun one. I'm really excited to be here with Kathy and Ginny to have this conversation about kind of the origins of the coalition, especially because it's our 25th year. So we just have a couple of questions that we'll go through. And the first one is, why did you guys start the coalition? What was the impetus behind bringing people together to start this conversation with the workforce practitioners at the time?
Thanks, Valerie. So first of all, let me say, I'm glad that you did hang around. Hopefully, knowing a little bit about where we came from might give you some insight on where you're going. The coalition was formed actually to fill a very significant need. At the time, there really wasn't a field of workforce development in New York City. There were people doing the work, but they were mostly attached to other fields. So there were job developers who were working in the refugee program. There were ESL teachers. There were, GED teachers. There were people doing job development in various programs. But if you think it's siloed now, it was incredibly siloed and incredibly lonely in the sense that we didn't have a community. We didn't have a field. And Bonnie Potter, who was the first executive director of the coalition, was then working for Non-Traditional Employment for Women. And she started to gather together some of the executive level folks that were doing this work to try and figure out if we could create a community of interest. And that is how we started. That led us to beginning to analyze some of the programs that were happening, and two other big things were happening right around that time. The Workforce Investment Act had been passed, which turned everything on its head in terms of federal funding for workforce development, or for job training and placement is what it was called then. And welfare to work was happening. And the city of New York was all in on welfare to work, all in on rapid attachment, very negative about training of any sort. And so these were, big major factors that we felt we had very little input into how things were going, and wanted to sort of create an advocacy arm or an advocacy organization that could speak for what was then the nascent field of workforce development.
Yeah, and I also remember performance-based contracting became a thing way back then, and some of those contracts are very large, and there was some concern about the smaller providers and then being squeezed out and not having the opportunity to compete for those funds.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jenny, go ahead.
So hi, I'm delighted to be here with you all, and thrilled it's 25 years. And we Kathy and I and Valerie, we've been talking about what these early years were all about. And I recall the main thing for me was I needed somebody to talk to. I was all alone. And so from a personal standpoint and professional standpoint, even in my own organization, there was nobody for me to commiserate with, to talk to, or how do we do this? We were basically inventing this, as we go. And it turned out that this was also happening in other organizations, as Kathy mentioned, that we were all trying to figure this out by ourselves. And then at the same time, our experience with the then Department of Employment was we were somewhat pitted against each other. We heard of other organizations and they would say, oh, well, so-and-so is doing this in a different way than you are, or you blah, blah, blah. So basically, so that was very uncomfortable for us. And so we really wanted to change the environment. And so we gathered together at the Non-Traditional Employment for Women in Bonnie's office. And then we started, forming the coalition. And as we began our discussions, RFPs were issued by the city. And we realized that we needed to talk to one another about, what are the demands in these RFPs and to come up with ways of questioning why certain things were being done. And then we also were able to collaborate with one another, subcontract with one another, and go into proposals together because we had learned to trust one another because we were then together at meetings. So it was an exciting time, challenging time, but we were still sort of forming our way of looking at the world. And as Kathy said, the word workforce development did not exist. And one of the things I'm delighted to learn today, or like in the last couple of days, that the new deputy mayor has the name workforce development as part of her title. So that is a long way we've come in 25 years.
Definitely deserves a round of applause. Our next question is really around, so what were the things that you all implemented early on, the activities? What were the changes that you were trying to make and the impact that you were trying to have once the coalition was formed and operational and off the ground?
So as I said, the beginning was really about trying to share, first of all, gathering information and then trying to share that information more broadly with the people who were doing the work. So we started to do informational sessions around, and particularly around the changes that were happening that were going to radically affect the way people did their work. So around welfare to work and the WIA changes. And then the philanthropic community became interested, or we were able to get some interest from the philanthropic community, which was then actually beginning the New York Community Trust and a variety of other funders getting together in their workforce funders group, assisted us in developing the coalition. So we started doing a regular newsletter. We started doing more of the educational or presentations around available funding and that sort of thing. We, with the help of philanthropy, created and spun off the Workforce Professionals Training Institute, which was actually a creation of the Employment and Training Coalition. We got rid of the Department of Employment, which at the time was a great victory because it was a very small department that distributed only the federal money. And what we were trying to do then, just as the mayor is trying to do now, and you are still trying to do, is to try and bring these funding streams into more coordination under a single deputy mayor, which only took 25 years to do that. Getting rid of the Department of Employment was the beginning of that. I understand now you folks are advocating to have a similar department, hopefully a more successful one.
Well, where everything can be aggregated in one place. I think that that's the main thing. So I still hear about the silos, when I arrived today. I've been retired from FEGS for the last, I guess, 8 or 10 years. And I still dabble in the work because I'm a consultant for the Jewish Community Council of Greater Coney Island. But I am sort of amazed that there's still, 23 or 27 organizations that still do workforce development. And part of me, wonders about how success is measured. I know that that was one of the things we had raised during the Bloomberg administration, because there wasn't one definition of what is an outcome, what is a placement, how long does a placement have to be for, how do we, measure some of the work that's done, and then the person goes on to college. Is that, a good outcome? So I think that some of those issues probably still remain to this day. And so I know that those are some of the things I think, Kathy, you remember you going to the Bloomberg administration, and we were hoping that that system of data and the metrics that they had set up were going to outlive its administration, but did not. So
I noticed that there were some folks here that presented today that were involved in that process, both as consultants and were in government at the time. And, you know, enormous amounts of energy spent on trying to define what is a placement, right? And when the administration ended, it all went by the wayside. That this is a problem. I think that it's a problem with city government generally, and the way in which administrations choose to jettison things or bring things back that maybe weren't as successful. But it's unfortunate to see that with all the progress that has been made, there are still some of the same problems that we were struggling with 20 or 25 years ago.
but the best news that there's, you know, at least 300 of you who can talk to one another, and that you have each other's voices and each other's back, and that you actually have a career, because a career in workforce development did not exist. It was somebody would assign that person, oh, go find them a job, and then they would be scrambling around. So now we do have an official bona fide organization with, as I mentioned, the deputy mayor heading this up. And so, you know, I remain hopeful with that task force that's now been formed, and hopefully gathering everyone together. And I was very struck by some of the comments that were made today about bringing the educational system into this whole process. You know, K through 12 is as involved as all of us are. So I think that's very hopeful. So I keep seeing hopeful signs back from where we started, and when we were, you know, sitting in a room, climbing up 3 flights of stairs in National Judicial Employment for Women, if you remember doing that, Kathy. And then we got our own building, you know, our own space, and which was funded by the Fund for the City of New York. They enabled us to have our own office there. And now there's, what is there, staff of how many? In 5, yeah. Which is, you know, we started with 1, and some of it, a lot of it was done with volunteer work on our behalf and on behalf of the board and the early board members that helped us out along the way.
It's it was very, the conference, Annie, was fantastic and very impressive, and impressive numbers of people here that are working in the field, and the degree to which the field has professionalized is really quite impressive, and you all deserve a great amount of credit for having moved it along in the way that you have. I think now the struggle is to make sure that you get paid what you're worth. And of course, the only way that that can happen is if the institutions, that the organizations are getting paid what the work costs to do, which is another big struggle.
And I would echo that by saying, I think NYCETC is the place to go for workforce development information and policy and ideas and so forth. Now, that did not happen, you know, many, many years ago. And where the newspapers now will call legislature, you know, the city agencies will call, and they were really on a par with others who are in the field, and also, you know, from the funders to the city agencies and to the foundations, they do look to NYCETC for that kind of background. So I think that that's a, you know, credit to the staff of NYCETC to have done that. So I'm really proud to have been associated with the organization, you know, from the early days, and to see what it's grown into. So that was, you know, some of my comments here.
Yeah. So the final question is really, and we've touched on it a little bit, there are some ongoing challenges that were identified way back when, such as what are the metrics? How do we define them? How are we tracking them? And, you know, nonprofits are doing it 5 different ways for each funder, et cetera. And we have made some progress, as we alluded, with, you know, the current administration really focusing a lot more on workforce development. And I think with each administration, there's been some progress made. But what, I guess, advice do you have for the group and for the current, for Greg, who's just coming on as the new executive director of the Employment and Training Coalition? What kind of thoughts and suggestions, advice do you have for us as we continue to go forward?
I guess the main thing is to actually try and get things completed during the course of an administration so that they might actually stick into the next, to try and figure out ways to institutionalize things so that they don't get tossed out at each new administration that comes in with new ideas that may or may not be better than what's going on there. I'm not sure, in each situation, what the way to do that is, whether it's about getting things into law, going to the city council and having things in law has certainly helped on the legal services program side. Might be a strategy, I don't know, but it's disheartening. I think when you work on something and you spend a lot of time on it and then, it just absolutely dies, goes nowhere.
So I would, the thought that occurs to me is that we've always been reactive to the funding sources. And I would love to see how the field could be proactive in establishing from the ground up the needs of our constituents, the needs of employers, because we also do represent both parts of the economy, that, the employers who need the workers and how we represent the people on the ground. I also think of the CBOs as being closest to our constituents, and really we are their voice, and it's often a silent voice, because where do they have, we represent that, where else would they go? And so I would love to see how we could get the direction of how this occurs from in a proactive way, rather than reacting to always what the funders are coming down and say, okay, we want you to do this, which is also forced the silos, in my opinion.
Yeah, one of the speakers earlier on raised that issue, and I thought that's absolutely right. There are programs that are doing good work. It should not have to be that you have to turn yourself inside out for a philanthropic funder to create some new program to do some new thing when what you're already doing works quite well. So, I think advocating for that is a really important thing.
I could totally echo that, because when I heard that said today, I remember somebody said, oh, can you come up with something new and innovative? And I'm saying, wait a minute, this works very well. So that was always like a caution to me when somebody said new and innovative. I'd roll my eyes on how can I repackage what I know to works with new words. Oh, this is new and innovative. Oh, really? So I mean, that was famous last words, so I don't know. You're all laughing, so I know that resonates with some of you.
It's still happening. It's still happening.
Right.
All right. Well, that might be a great place to end, unless there are some other thoughts that you have around continuing to focus on the work. I mean, I think the field has certainly really evolved. I know I was just starting out when the coalition was starting, and a bunch of us in the room have been kind of soldiering away and will continue for some time. And, thank you so much.
Congratulations and good luck to you, all of you, really and truly. Really.
Thanks so much.
Got a standing O. They stood up.
Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful journey today. Appreciate all of you staying around for the entirety of it. Just some final thoughts. Reception upstairs. If you just go right back up to floor 1, take a left, and you'll see it right there. It'll be going on until 7 o'clock. So coat check is still available until 7:30. Please make sure to join us to celebrate. There's alcohol, snacks, lots of good chat. So hope to see you there.
Yeah.